Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Speaking, Pokemon speaking. Speaking, through speaking. Pocket monster or Pokemon, for short, the strange and mysterious lifeforms on this planet. Soaring overheads giving the clouds, and riding the currents undersea, ensuring the mountains' majesty and innovating our many lush green forest, while even our cities are teeming with them. And no matter what corner of the world you found yourself, rest assured you will find Pokemon there as well. There are as many dreams as there are Pokemon. There are as many adventures to be had as there are Pokemon. XXXXX. Pallet Town, Kanto Region. The day dawned crisp and clear. The town was beautiful and serene, people lived peacefully along with Pokemon. We can see a small house having 2 floors that is comfy enough for the small family of 2 who lives in there. The house is simple, with a living room including a TV and a comfy couch, a kitchen and dining area. A woman who is a single mother named Ketchum is seen cooking breakfast for her beloved son who is 5 years old along with her Pokemon Mr. Mime. Ash Ketchum. Speaking of the devil, a loud padding tiny foot came barreling from the 2nd floor. A boy with raven hair and a white shirt with short black pants came running to the living room with a big grin. Good morning, Ash. Delia greeted her son. Good morning, Mama. Mr. Mime. He greets them back with enthusiasm. Today, can I go to Professor Oak's laboratory? Delia chuckled and smiled. Of course, we will bring lunch. The boy yipped in joy. He ate the breakfast in a rush and ran towards the door, but before he got out he shouted to his mother as a greeting to leave the home. Then he runs toward Professor Oak's laboratory. Professor Oak is a famous professor and Pokemon researcher. He has a grandson who is named Gary, but for Ash, he really didn't get close to children who are the same age as him because of his social awkwardness. He prefers to stay with Pokemons. Everyone might see Ash as an innocent and naive child with his joy and hyperactive personality, but that is wrong. He is a genius, prodigy. At age 5, Ash already read all of the book about medicine to help the injured Pokemons or the legendary Pokemons, and top of that he has a secret that no one knows except his mother and Professor Oak himself. Professor Oak. Ash shouted as he entered the laboratory. A loud crash was heard from the 2nd floor, making Ash winched slightly. He looked up and indeed saw a rumpled Professor Oak, who seemed like he hadn't been sleeping for about 2 days. Oh, Ash. Welcome. Professor Oak greeted him. The Pokemon are in the ranch. Ash scrunched his nose adorably. Professor, have you slept lately? I've been busy with my presentation, you know. Professor Oak sheepishly scratched the back of his neck. Ash can only shake his head and decides to go to the ranch where the Pokemons are. There are various kinds of Pokemons in the ranch, wild or not, but no matter what, he is loved among the Pokemons. It's like he is destined to be with them. He entered the ranch and indeed saw a bunch of Pokemon in there. Ash grinned like a Christmas tree. He ran towards the Pokemons, who immediately brightened upon seeing the boy. Hey! How are you all doing? Ash asked. The Pokemons piled up and buried him under them until Ash got out from the pile-up. We're all doing okay, Ash. Arcanine said to him. Yes, the secret he has is that Ash can understand Pokemon. The words spoken by the Pokemon are like his own language in his eyes. He looked into the book and it was about aura. He can understand Pokemon because of his immense aura. He also understands that the Pokemons were extremely protective of him and it makes him feel safe among the Pokemons. But at the same time he also knows that there are bad Pokemons out there. Just like how there are good humans and bad humans. He also knows that he is different from other humans. Ash doesn't like to get into crowds, but he likes to battle. He enjoys staying among Pokemons than with humans. He has his mask in his defense as a naive and innocent child. He also knows the cruelty of the world. While playing with the Pokemon, Ash suddenly gasped and looked at the forest outside the ranch. Professor Oak had already warned him not to go into the forest, because there are a lot of dangerous wild Pokemons. But for some reason, he feels like something terrible happened nearby. Therefore, he ran straight towards the border separating the ranch and the forest only to be halted upon seeing the worried little Pokémon. This makes Ash smile. He crouched down beside them and assures them. "It's okay, I am only going to check in there," Ash tells them. "I will come with you, I cannot leave you alone." Arcanine barked to him. Ash then looked up to the sky and asked, "Butterfree, do you mind coming with us also?" "With pleasure, Ash," she chirped up. Ash crossed the wooden fence with Arcanine beside him and Butterfree flew around him. He walked slowly, letting his footsteps stay silent, ignoring the small forest Pokémons who are staring at him from their hideout. He gasped when he saw a humanoid Pokémon with white and pink color leaning against the tree. Ash knows this Pokémon. It was Mewtwo, a mythical Pokémon and the strongest psychic type in the world. "It's injured," Ash said upon noticing the gaze on his side. Ash walked faster towards the mythical Pokémon. He didn't know what to do. It's the first time something like this occurred to him and his aura is spiked, alerting him someone was coming towards them with a malicious intent. "Where is it?" a male voice shouted. Mewtwo, who heard the voice, snapped its eyes open and growled at Ash, who shushed him. "Can you stand up? I'm not gonna do something to you." "They are hunters, they want to catch you, don't they?" Mewtwo narrowed its eyes but still tried to stand up, which caused its knee to buckle up. This makes Ash grab one of its arms, which makes it stiffen and stare at Ash. "Arcanine, look for a hidden cave or a hidden hole," Ash commanded and looked up at Butterfree, who hovered above them worriedly. "Butterfree, can you use sleep powder on those hunters? Don't let them catch us." On hearing the command, Butterfree flew towards those hunters. Ash adjusted his hold and followed Arcanine silently until they arrived in the cave. Ash let Mewtwo sit on the ground and lean on the wall of the cave. Mewtwo sat in silence, still staring at Ash. Ash gave a relieved look back at Arcanine, who was guarding the entrance of the cave in a protective manner, which made him smile. "Why?" a male voice echoed in his mind. "Why am I helping you?" Ash asked, smiling gently with an open heart. "Do you need a reason to help a living creature?" "You are a weird boy," he commented and closed his eyes. Ash scooted closer to the mythical Pokémon. "I take that as a compliment. Can I see your wound?" Mewtwo lets him check the wound. He can see the heavy graze at the side of his stomach and a few scratches on his arm. "Did you get poisoned?" Ash asked. "No," he answered, which made Ash sigh in relief. Ash didn't show any hesitation to rip his clothes and covered his injury, especially his stomach graze, which again compelled Mewtwo to stare at him. Ash bit his lip and looked around until he saw small Pokémons peek from the cave opening, which makes Ash brighten. "Hey, do you mind helping me?" Ash asked. They slowly come closer to Ash and look at him curiously. Ash takes out his notebook and begins drawing berries in there, letting the Pokémon know what kind of berry they need to bring. "Do you all understand?" Ash asked. They immediately exited from the cave in search of the berry. He bit his lip in worry about Butterfree, and he is also worried about Mewtwo, who is laying in there. Ash can only stay quiet, leaning at the stone wall until the wild Pokémon brought the berry. A chirped voice near him made Ash brighten up as he saw Butterfree fly toward him. Ash pats her head with his free hand. "Good job," Ash said with a smile. "Is he okay?" she asked, full of worry, looking at Mewtwo. Ash gave her a sad smile. "He will be fine. Go with Arcanine. We will be fine here. The little Pokémons are looking for the berry." Butterfree flew away and perched down next to Arcanine, who was laying on the ground. Mewtwo was unable to say anything about all these, so he just stayed silent. Such a weird boy, but he can feel a strong power inside of him. "You can understand Pokémons?" he asked telepathically. "Yes, I have aura. Even though I still have a long way to go, but speaking to Pokémons is like a second nature," Ash informed him. "What is your name?" Mewtwo asked out of curiosity. "Ash Ketchum," he answered with a smile. Mewtwo widened his eyes slightly on hearing the name. He can't believe that he met the chosen one. Speaking of time, 5 years had already passed since the last legendary meeting, and that only happens once in 100 years. Lord Arceus had informed them about the chosen one, his son in all but in blood and the prince of Pokémons. A human who will become a guardian, a defender, a savior, a hero, and more importantly someone who will become a bridge between legendary Pokémons and the human world. No wonder he could feel an immense power from the boy. He is Lord Arceus' son after all, and for some reason he feels smug to other legendary Pokémons that he met the chosen one first. I'm sorry. The boy's voice broke the silence in the cave. What for? He asked. Ash looked at him. Sorry for what those hunters did to you. I know that you are made by scientists using Mew's DNA. This world has both bad and good. Not all humans are bad. Why are you telling me that? He asked curiously. Well, I didn't want Pokémon to have hatred towards humans just because they met with bad people. Ash said with a shrug. I need to bring you to Professor Oak so that he could get you checked up. You have a heavy injury. Don't worry, he is like my grandfather. He can be believed. As on cue, the Pokémon brought the berry to the cave. Ash pats their head in gratitude and lets Mewtwo eat the berry to regain his power and heal his injury. But he is still worried. After finishing eating the berries, Ash stands up from the ground along with helping Mewtwo to stand up. He can see that he got better. Can you make yourself invincible? Ash asked. Mewtwo makes himself invisible with Ash, who grabs his hand in silence. He looks at the boy who walks without fear back into the ranch accompanied by Arcanine and Butterfree. The boy, Ash, his hands feel warm in his wrist. Ash can feel Mewtwo's nervousness, the closer they get into the laboratory. Therefore he gives a comforting squeeze in his wrist and walks inside the laboratory calling Professor Oak. What's wrong, Ash? Professor Oak asked as he walked down. Ash pursed his lip in silence. Can you make this secret? I found an injured Pokémon, but if there is someone out there who knows about his existence, he will be taken away by bad people. Can we go to the healing room? Professor Oak gave him a serious look and nodded. Follow me. Ash still had Mewtwo's wrist in his hand until they arrived in the healing room. Professor Oak closed the curtains to give them some privacy. What injured Pokémon? Professor Oak asked worriedly. This one. Ash nudged Mewtwo, who then became visible. Professor Oak widened his eyes and became pale like a ghost when he saw the legendary Pokémon in front of him. The strongest psychic Pokémon is in front of him, but when he saw the wound, he pushed away those thoughts. Hello, Mewtwo. I'm Professor Oak. Don't worry, can I heal you? He asked kindly. Ash gave a squeeze to Mewtwo's wrist again, and this of course didn't get missed by the professor, who was still waiting patiently. Okay, Mewtwo said using telepathy, which makes Professor Oak flinch slightly because he hasn't got used to it. While Professor Oak treated Mewtwo's injury, Ash stayed beside the mythology Pokémon's bed in utter silence. He also didn't forget to mention what happened to the Pokémon while the professor bandaged his wounds. The professor heard everything and was looking grim. I see, I will tell Police Officer Jenny and the League about this. Professor Oak said in a firm voice while tightening the bandage, and done. Now Mewtwo, I need you to rest up clearly because your injury is heavy. Thank you, Professor. Mewtwo appreciated it. What are you gonna do after you get healed? Did you have somewhere to go? Ash asked curiously. Not really. I always wander around, Mewtwo answered. Ash grinned. Well then, do you want to stay with me? Do you want to catch me? He asked, and Ash could hear a defense in his voice, but he ignored it. No. That is your choice, I didn't want to forcefully catch a Pokémon. Ash said firmly with a scowl, and Mewtwo was taken back upon hearing it. Anyway, I'm sure Mama will be happy to have someone to live with us. I'll take that offer then. He said. Yeah. New friends. New family. Ash cheered up with a huge grin. Delia stares at the humanoid Pokémon in front of her. She might not be a trainer but she is a breeder and she knew this Pokémon and how dangerous it could be. But when she saw her son smiling brightly, she gently pats Mewtwo's head, who stiffened from the contact and that didn't get missed from the observant gaze of Ash and Delia. "Welcome, Mewtwo. I'm Delia, Ash's mother. I'm sure you must be hungry," she said kindly. After a few days of staying at Ash or the Chosen One's house, Mewtwo could feel a warm feeling in his chest. Ash didn't catch him but their relationship became close to each other. He looks at the boy who had fallen asleep while reading a thick book about aura. He once asked Delia about Ash's aura but she just shakes her head. "I also didn't know, no one in our family has aura, and that's why Ash is special. I also noticed that the Pokémons become protective of him, it's like Ash is their beloved prince." "Are you worried?" he asked after a long silence. Delia smiles at the legendary Pokémon. "I am worried, of course. It's a mother's job to worry about their son, but I know that the Pokémons will protect him. He is loved by all the Pokémons whether legendary or not." At this she gave a secretive and amused smile. "That child took a liking to you, he looks up to you like a big brother." Mewtwo blinks from the memory and looks away from the window to the boy who had fallen asleep on his bedside wall. He uses psychic power to levitate the boy and fixes the blanket to cover his small body. He even levitated the book back into the bookshelf. XXXXX. A week has passed, Mewtwo has fully healed. Professor Oak was able to heal all of his injury. The whole time Ash stayed quiet and stood beside his mother. He knew that Mewtwo might go away and he didn't like it. Ash felt lonely without Mewtwo at his side. Who was gonna stay beside him, to calm him down when there was thunder except his mother? Who's gonna stay beside him when he gets bullied? Who's gonna stay to play with him? Who will tell him a story about the mythical Pokémon? Who's gonna comfort him when he cries because got looked down upon? He knew he was not supposed to be selfish but he liked Mewtwo. It was just a week but he was close to him. He didn't want him to leave. Half of him wanted to let him go free but at the same time half of him didn't want his brother to go away. "So, are you gonna go back to your own?" Professor Oak asked. Mewtwo only stays quiet. With Ash he clenches his hand tightly. He knows that he is mature, he is never selfish, he is never greedy, he never wants anything. He knows how busy his mother is, in order to support him but just this time he wants to become selfish. "No," Ash muttered. "Ash?" Delia asked looking down at her son who clenches his hand with unshed tears. "No," he said a bit louder, "I didn't want him to leave." "Ash, what are you talking about?" Delia asked, a bit surprised. It's the first time that her son wanted something. She didn't remember when Ash became selfish. She looked at Mewtwo who stared at Ash in silence. Delia didn't remember when Ash cried except for a baby, of course. "Ash!" Delia shouted as she saw Ash running outside from the checking room. "Oh dear. It's okay, leave him to me," Mewtwo said to them. He disappears leaving Delia and Professor Oak alone in the checking room. Professor Oak hummed in silence. "I think I need to find a Pokeball for him," Professor Oak commented amused. Ash wiped out the tear from his eyes with his sleeve. He realized that he had come to his favorite place where he could see the ranch from the hill. He stiffens when he senses the strong presence beside him but then Ash relaxes as it is the same strong presence that can protect him from the storm. "You ran away before you even heard my answer," Mewtwo said, breaking the silence. Mewtwo sighed when Ash stayed quiet. He sniffled, folded his knee in his chest and looked away from Mewtwo. Stubborn, he thought amused. Mewtwo sat beside the boy sighing. "In my whole life, I have been a wanderer, I have no home, a lot wanted me to be captured because I'm a legendary Pokémon, the strongest psychic in the world. I felt lonely until you saved me. You showed me the kindness in this world, gave me delectable food, provided me a place to call home. Ash still stayed silent, but he was paying attention to what Mewtwo was saying to him. It's not only you who can feel the connection, Ash. Mewtwo said. Ash took a sharp breath upon hearing this. I know you are clever, no, genius, a prodigy. I saw how you read a book that was difficult for children of your age. I admired your forgiveness and your pure heart. Did I know you were surprised when you heard my name, why? Ash asked. Clever question, you are popular among Pokémons, Ash. You are the chosen one, Prince of Pokémons and son of Lord Arceus all but in blood. Mewtwo drops the bomb, Ash widens his eyes and snaps at the mythology Pokémons who have a serious look. Did you not feel weird that you can talk to Pokémon? Ash was at a loss of words and stared at the distance, remembering about his aura power and about his natural use of aura to communicate with Pokémon, overprotective Pokémons. He exhaled, now everything made sense to him. I see, Ash muttered. Did you regret knowing about it? He asked. Ash closed his eyes, took a deep breath and exhaled, nonsense. I prefer to know an ugly truth than a pretty lie. Nothing has changed. If there are Pokémons or people who need help, I will help them, I cannot leave them alone. Humans are also the same. Just like Lord Arceus said, such a pure heart kid. He thought and patted his raven hair which made it stand up, let's go home. Home. Ash looked wide-eyed towards Mewtwo who has an amused smirk. Do you think I left you alone? He asked Ash, and Ash was pretty sure that if he has an eyebrow he must be raising one of them right now. Come on, Delia must be worried. Ash wipes his tears away and gives a pleasant smile. He grabs one of Mewtwo's fingers in his little hand. It reminds Mewtwo of his 4th day when Ash got too excited and got lost in the forest until he found him sobbing and lunged into his chest in relief. Little brother, huh? Mewtwo thought, an affectionate smile came to his face. I don't hate it, he said to himself before teleporting them back. A bunch of voices echoed in Ash's mind. It's already been a few months since Ash caught Mewtwo. He decided to sleep in a Pokeball, and in the morning, he will come out since Ash didn't like for his Pokemon to be locked up in the Pokeball. It was weird, but for him, it was comforting that he is not alone. Ash slowly opened his eyes and saw a bright light blinding his eyes make him hissed. He blinked numerous times until he gasped when he was in bright white, golden hall with the legendary Pokémon surrounding him circled in their own seats. He can see Mewtwo sit beside the real Mew who giggled. He looks at the center where he can see the Lord of Time, Dialga. Lord of Space, Palkia, and Lord of Distortion World, Giratina. Don't fear us, my beloved child. A booming powerful male voice come from the throne. Fear, Ash didn't feel fear, but more than fear, he felt comforted. He knows these Pokémons can end his life in a flick of their breath, and yet he feels comforted. He needed to learn about common sense, he noted in his mind. A white horse shape cleared up from the light. It was the original one, Lord Arceus. For some reason, his aura seems like singing in joy when he meets this god. It seems that your aura excited, Arceus said with amusement. Oh, hello, I guess. I heard about you from Mewtwo, so. Ash shrugged, glanced at Mewtwo for help only to get an amusement look. Traitor, he though. We are watching over you, young Ash. Arceus said, took attention of the boy who looks up at those green and red eye. Okay. Ash blinked, tilted his head in confused, waiting for the original one to continue to talk. We watch over you, helping Mewtwo from those hunters. We watch over you, helping the Pokémon and human. Finally, we met. My child, Arceus said, making Ash blink in silence. Did you know your identity, little one? Chosen one, Prince of Pokémon and your son all but in blood. Ash claimed. Yes, indeed. It seems that Mewtwo told you. What do you think about this heritage of yours, Ash? Arceus asked. Ash only stayed quiet and subconsciously clenching his chest. Pajama clothes. He is still 5 years old, but Mewtwo already told him what might happen in future, and honestly, it was scary. Ash breaks the silence, he clenches his clothes tightly and looks down at the ground. Mewtwo told me what happened in future, honestly speaking I was scared. Why is it me? Why not the other people? There are a lot of people who are willing to help Pokémon, but why me? I cannot find the answer. Mama also worried about my well-being when I began to travel, but that mother job was worried about their children. Ash chuckled, loosened up his tense shoulder and let his hand stay in his hip. He looks up at Arceus with bright brown eye and bright genuine grin. If I am never done it, then it's worth a try. Besides, I was not alone. I have a family beside me. Pokémon's, Mama, Professor Oak. Also. He grinned mischievously at Mewtwo, I have best big bro at my side. Arceus wide eyes slightly along with other legendary Pokémon who stare at Ash like he is some kind of puzzled. Ash grinned and looked at the legendary Pokémons who stared at him, and he didn't even back away from the bunch of legendary Pokémon who stared at him. I'm not alone. Ash declared, spreading his arm with a genuine smile, if I am Arceus' son then I have big brothers and big sisters, I have a big family. Isn't it? The hall was in silence, perhaps it was the longest silence in history until Arceus broke the silence. You're right. You have big brother and big sister, Arceus said with fondness. Mew first who break from stun slammed her little body into Ash little body make him caught Mew and twirled him make Mew giggle along with Ash who grinning. I heard you all from Mewtwo but it's the first time I saw you, nice to meet you, Mew. Ash said embraced the cat Pokémon who giggled. Ash took a sharp breath when Arceus stepped down from his throne float down to him. He knew that Arceus is majestic but he didn't know how enchanting he looked. Ash, who still held Mew in his arm like some kind of pillow, let go of her who giggled and floated around him until Arceus bent down close to Ash. Ash didn't know what comes to him but his hand touched the side of his head make some of the legendary took a sharp breath that suspiciously like gasp but Ash ignored it. He can feel warmth in his palm and he didn't know but he was closer to him and embraced the original one, circling his little hand to his massive neck. Soft. Warm. Ash clenched his fur hissed in pain when a massive headache comes to his head. He can see a memory of Arceus born, the birth of the legendary Pokémon, Pokémon history, and the important memory of the important information. He clutched Arceus' white fur when his knee gonna buckled up and a black spot dancing his eyes, but before Ash can pass out he can hear Arceus' whisper voice in his ears. Use it very well and do what you want to do, my son. We are all connected. XXXXXX. Mewtwo gets out from the Pokeball and immediately looks at Ash who already woke up whimpering and whining in headache pain makes Mewtwo winched. He touched his forehead and Ash leaned to his cool hand. Such a rude. I think I gonna sick for today, Ash whined in his bed. Yeah, I'm gonna tell Delia about your headache. Mewtwo said. Please do, Onii-chan, Ash whined under his duffet blanket. Ash took a deep breath and closed his eyes to enter his mind palace after his mother checked over him and gave him medicine to ease his headache. He needed to organize everything when he got a bunch of information from Arceus, he meant father. Ash squinted his eyes weirdly to call God of Pokémon, Lord Arceus as father, but well, he didn't mind though. He stays in mind palace organizing his memory everything. He remembers every information and he also needs to discuss with Mewtwo his new information to their mother and Professor Oak. Ash opened his eyes when someone shook his shoulder only saw his brother face, he blinks once, twice. Lunch, you need to eat. Mewtwo said. Ash exhaled, sat in his bed, gave a huff, took the bowl of porridge in his lap, thank you, Onii-chan. No problem, Mewtwo responded. Ash eats the porridge slowly, say, am I need to keep this secret? Or I can tell Mama and Professor Oak about this. It's up to you but I trusted those two. Mewtwo said leaned into the window. Ash hummed and let Mewtwo levitate the empty bowl to the desk. He flopped back into the bed and back to sleep in no time leaving Mewtwo to look at the 5-year-old boy in silence. Ash might didn't notice but he already wormed into those legendary Pokémon Cold Heart. He managed to melt his cold heart. After the meeting and sending Ash back into his dimension the Pokémons only stay quiet, perhaps that was the quietest thing that happened in the original hall. Such a weird kid. Giratina break the silence first. He has a burning flame burning brightly, Ho-Oh comment. Interesting kid. Kurum comment in amusement. Oh. I never saw you so interested in someone before. Kurum. Zekrom comment. I'm also interested in him. Reshiram comment in amusement. Mewtwo leaves the hall first since he needs to check on his little brother. He leaves with a smug feeling in his chest. Mewtwo looks at the boy who gives him a home, a family, a friends, a new world. He will do anything to protect the prince, and he has no doubt that the other legendary also has the same though. And speaking of the legendary, he looks at the window who has a pink cat floating in there. Make Mewtwo smirked open the window, and as expected she snuggle into Ash's chest who snuggle into Mew warm fur. XXXXX. Ash woke up at next morning. He felt much more relieved after resting and organizing everything in his mind palace. He felt a soft fur in his chest make him glance down, saw a pink cat Pokémon in his chest make him hummed, look up at the ceiling. Oh, you woke up. Mew female voice echoed in his mind. Yeah. Where is Onii-chan? Ash asked to sit up from bed, rubbing his eyes. Here, you woke up, how is your head? Mewtwo asked from the window couch. I'm already healed. Ash said, holding Mew like pillow. He looks down at the mythical Pokémon in his arm. Hey, we meet again. We meet again, Ash. Mew giggled. Ash climbed down from the bed with Mew who perched on his head. He went to the bathroom to take a warm shower and clean himself with Mew who played with her bubble. He then gives a usual embrace and kiss to Mewtwo cheek. I think we better tell Mama about what happened. Ash said to Mewtwo who hummed. Ash went down to the dining room and saw his mother who was frozen when saw Mew in his head. He greeted his mother who broke from her trance and greeted him back. Welcome, Mew-chan, Delia greet her who waved her adorable paw to her. They eat breakfast with Ash who finished eating waiting for his mother who finished washing the dishes. He then saw his mother sit beside him waiting for Ash to begin speaking first. Therefore, Ash opened his mouth and told her everything that happened while playing Mew in his lap. After telling everything, Delia only stay quiet for a few seconds, then she pats Mew's head, makes her look up to her. Ash might bring trouble wherever he goes, but please protect him. Delia said to Mew with the gentle voice. Mew only stayed quiet and stared at the woman who didn't back down until she giggled, snuggled into Delia's cheek and made Ash grin. I'm sure you want to tell Professor Oak about this, yeah? Delia asked, patting Mew back. Yeah. Ash nod. Well then, let's go. Delia stand up. On the way to Pokémon's laboratorium was in silence except with Delia who asked a few questions to Ash. Mewtwo and Mew became invincible, but Ash still can feel them using his aura. They arrived in the lab and talked to Professor Oak about this. He was shocked when saw Mew, but he welcomed her as Delia did. Also, I have this kind of mark. Ash showing Arceus mark in his left upper chest where his heart beating. Ash, it's better if you keep this secret from everyone, alright? Professor Oak state. I'm not stupid, I know. Ash said, fix his clothes. Well, what do you want to do? Professor Oak asked. What? He looks up to the professor. You are still 5 years old, you still have a long journey in future. It's up to you. I can't force you to become my assistant, and besides it also makes the other professor suspicious, Professor Oak concluded. You're right. Ash trailed brushing Mew fur with his hand, stared at the dozed-off mythical Pokémon. He grinned, there's still much time, let's take a slow step. In the end, Ash lay in the ground after playing with Pokémons in the ranch. Mew needs to go back into the tree of beginning in Rota to do her duty. He sat under the tree reading about aura. Do you want to learn the aura movement? Mewtwo asked. Yes, this healing pulse is convenient and this calm pulse also important. Ash comment. Then do what your heart desires. He state, make Ash hummed. Learning aura is Ash's goal after he learned his inheritance. It is also his goal to be able to use aura for Pokémons and people. XXXXX. A year has passed. Ash was 6 years old when he first met the legendary fire dog, Entei. He can heal a simple scratch using his healing pulse and can calm the Pokémon down using his aura. It was massive progress, but for Ash, it was not enough. He often saw Professor Oak treats injured Pokémon or abandoned Pokémon, and it hurts him to see the innocent Pokémon get abandoned because they are weak. Ash was in forest again with Mewtwo beside him. It was his routine. Dash, wake up at 7:00. Dash. Meditate 7:00 to 7:30. Dash. Go take shower 7:30 to 8:00. Dash. Breakfast 8:00 to 8:15. Dash. Reading book 8:15 to 10:00. Dash. Go to Professor Oak Lab, Forest 10:00 to 12:00. Dash. Lunch at Professor Oak Lab sometime back home 12:00 to 13:00. Dash. Learned Aura 13:00 to 15:00. Dash. Free time then go home 15:00 to 17:00. Dash. Go to rest, free time until sleep. His routine got help from Mewtwo, and he also learned Arceus power with help of Mewtwo, of course. He is connected to other legendary Pokémon, therefore he can feel them. It's like he was some kind of sensor. Ash walked around the forest helping the injured Pokémon, calming the Pokémon who was fighting and trying to solve the conflict until he halted when he saw him. He stands majestically like a king of forest, a burning fire eye stared at Ash brown eye until he gives a smile. Hey, it's been a year we last met. Entei, Ash break the silence. Indeed we are. He responds, make Ash smile. Is this your territory? Ash looked around, notice a bunch of fire Pokémon. It is indeed. Entei respond. Ash walked toward him and Entei didn't try to run away from him, so it won for him. He touches his brown fur, which is soft and warm. You know what, I told my mom about this and Professor Oak, who is like my grandfather, Ash said to him first. Oh. Ash told him what happened in the past year, he even told him his practice and his goal. He didn't know when he became comfy with the legendary Entei, but for some reason he felt safe. And yet are you still hesitant? Entei asked. Perhaps. Ash leaned his weight to Entei back, I didn't know which path I want to go. Entei stared at the boy in silence until he lifts the boy by the back of his clothes like he was some kind of kitten. He put his down in front of him. It's up to you, you don't need to hurry. No, we are beside you. Chosen 1-inch Entei said. Ash nodded and grinned, oh yeah. Do you want to visit the ranch? Mama cupcake is delicious. Sometimes, little one. Entei said to him, nuzzled to his cheek when saw a pout. Ash looks at Entei, who disappears into the forest. He walks back into Mewtwo, who has an amused look. Tomorrow, we can bring Mama Cupcake to Entei hideout. Ash comment. At night, Ash told Delia about his meeting with Entei and his day. She knows that her son is an important person and she cannot do anything to stop him except support him, so she supports him until the end. It was a great morning where the sun blazed brightly. A young boy was seen blinking and woke up from his sleep. The boy is only 7 years old, he has a raven hair, black and a brown eye. His name is Ash Ketchum. It's already 2 years since he trained his aura and he already can use Healing Pulse, Calming Pulse, and he can use Arceus power a bite. For example, he can grow a flower from the seed or save the withering flower from dying. It was surprising for him when he saw a gold aura come out from his hand and from his chest. It's beautiful like Arceus color. A few weeks after meeting with Entei, Ash also met with Reiku and Suicune. He also invited them into the ranch, and indeed a few weeks after he met with the 3 legendary beasts. They come into the ranch and make Ash grin. Ash show them what he can do with his Arceus power, and Entei told him that he need to hide his power because of his aura is oozing like a dam almost broken, therefore he trained to camouflage his aura until the aura type Pokemon, especially Lucario, cannot detect his aura, but it's difficult. Anyone from a 25 m radius can feel your aura. Ray could comment to him. What do you think about my aura? Ash asked. Warm and welcoming. It's like spring is coming after hard winter. It calms us down. Suicune answered. Ash rubs his eyes, yawning, and walks down from his bunk bed to the bathroom. He walked down into the dining room and saw Mewtwo sit in a couch meditating, and followed by Ash, who also meditated for 30 minutes. They finished meditated with Mewtwo, who also opened his eyes. Good morning, Ash, he greeted the boy. Ash embraced the mythical Pokémon and kissed his cheek. Good morning. Good morning, Ash. Delia greeted her son. Good morning, Mama. Ash greeted his mother, who put the breakfast in the table. Ash walked to the legendary trio beast, who already eating in the veranda with other wild Pokémon. He gave each of them a hug and kiss in their head. They already got used to it, especially Mewtwo, who already got used to it. They once asked why he doing that, and the way Ash looked at them, who tilted his head with innocent look and confused look, make their heart tweak slightly. Is there reason for me to show gesture of love? Ash asked, tilting his head and confused, and it make them remember that the boy only 7 years old, a child. I mean, Mama often give the gesture to me sometime, she said it was gesture of love. I love you 3. After that they only stay quiet except the gesture. Ash might didn't know, but he already make the legendary beast wrap in his pinky fingers. They eat breakfast with Ash, who finished eating breakfast decided to run into Professor Oak lab like usual for his health. He has Mewtwo in his invincibility mode float beside him. Professor Oak. Ash shout. Ash. Welcome. Professor Oak greet him back. Ash goes to the ranch. He as usual goes to the forest for the day, then he plays with Pokémons. He opened his eyes when he noticed 3 different presents behind him. He looked back, saw the 3 legendary dog lay beside him. Hello, Entei, Reiku, Suicune. Ash crawled into them and snuggled into their warmth. Hello, little one. Suicune female voice echoed in his mind. Ash sighs, snuggle more into their fluffy fur. I can't get enough for your fur. Ash. Professor Oak called him. Oh, Professor. Ash sit. Hello, Entei, Reiku, Suicune. Professor Oak waved to the 3 legendary. Honestly speaking, Professor Oak already got used seeing the legendary pop up in his ranch, and the reason is because of the child in front of him who is lazily laid to the back of the legendary Pokémons. What's wrong, Professor? Ash asked. Well, you see, I need to send my researcher to Queen Alina in Rota 2 days from now on. I remember that you rarely come out from Pallet Town, so how's that? Wanna come to Rota? Professor Oak asked with grin. I'll come. I'll come. Ash jumped to his feet. How about Mama? She also of course will join us. Professor Oak said with nod. Ash looked at Entei, Reiku and Suicune. What about you 3? Do you all want to come with me? They look at each other with Entei, who speaks first, if you don't mind. Great. Ash claps his hand, then remembers, oh, I forgot I haven't caught you 3. So, do you 3 let me get you? With pleasure, Ash. Reiku said. Ash looked at Professor Oak. Is that all right? Can I get them? Professor Oak threw 3 balls to them, and with ping he gave it to Ash. Here. Take care of them. I promise. Come out. Ash threw the ball to let them out. Entei, Reiku and Suicune become much better, more like Ash can feel their aura is oozing with power. Perhaps it is because of the Pokeball who can give an energy to the Pokemon in there. Well then, 2 days from now, come 8 in morning. Okay, Professor Oak said to him, make Ash nod. Ash looks at Mewtwo. Speaking of Rota, isn't that where Mew place? Yes, Tree of Beginning. Mewtwo respond. Ash jumped up and down in excitement. I can't wait to go into Rota. XXXXX. On the next day night, Ash was in the living room watching TV with Mewtwo, who meditated, Entei, Reiku and Suicune, who lounged, dozed off in the veranda after eating dinner in the backyard. After he caught the 3 legendary beasts, He asked his mother to fix their backyard so Entei, Reiku and Suicune can lay in the grass, therefore Delia has no choice but to open the veranda to connect it to the living room, but with help with Mewtwo it was easy. Ash looked at the TV channel until he found Pokémon Battle Channel. He stared at the battle in silence, mesmerized. It was a battle against Kanto champion Lance and a trainer who tried to take his title, but his mind spoke differently. His mind analyzed the movement and observed the moment, and it make Ash fold his knee to his chest, observe the battle in silence. Ah, he's gonna lose. Ash comment. Mewtwo opens one of his eyes to look at the battle. The trainer gives the command the moment Ash comments, and indeed the champion Lance Dragonite defeats the trainer. How did you know? Mewtwo asked. Observe and analyzed. Ash answered, still staring at the screen though, Champion Lance, huh? Mewtwo narrowed his eyes at his little brother, then at the red-hair champion. The three beasts who saw it snickered. Please, you cannot be overprotective of him. Arceus teased. Shut up, Thunder Beast. Mewtwo grumbled, make them snickered. Don't worry. If there is someone trying to court our prince, I think they need to meet with father. Suicune pointed out in amusement. The second day, Ash wakes up early excited and finally he can see the outside world. Reiku, Suicune and Entei were in their ball that got attached to Ash's necklace. Mewtwo decided to stay invisible. Delia and Mr. Mime also already got prepared with everything. They walked to Professor Oak's lab, saw him packed everything. Professor Oak. Ash called the man. Oh. Ash, Delia, Mr. Mime, Mewtwo. You all come, good. Come on, we're gonna avoid the traffic. Professor Oak said, enter the car. They ride the car. Ash looks at variety of the Pokémon in amazed and stunned. Mewtwo still has his invincibility. Ash gasped when saw new Pokémons. They finally can see the city of Rota Kingdom. They arrived at the hotel which Mewtwo show himself in their room. Look Onii-chan, it's so pretty, but is there a festival? The people wear some kind of old clothes. Ash pointed out. You right. Mewtwo hummed. Ash grinned, well, let's go explore this place, shall we? Is that okay, Mama? Delia hummed, I heard that Rota Kingdom dessert is delicious, let's go. Mime, let's go. Mr. Mime also cheered up. Mewtwo turned to invincibility with Ash and Delia, who decided to walk around while Professor Oak checking his research to bring to his professor friends. Ash and Delia walk around in amazed of the building and the people who wear an old clothes. Is there some kind of festival? Delia asked to the cafe seller. Oh yeah, it was a festival to honor our hero, Sir Aaron. Aura Guardian. He answered. Aura Guardian. Ash perked up. Yes, he was a hero. He saved our kingdom by losing his life and end the war. The seller confirmed with a nod. He also has the book that told the legend of Sir Aaron. Say, do you know where I can buy the book? Ash asked interested. In the bookstore, they always sell that book. He answered with grin. Speaking of festivals, what is going to happen in the festival? Ash asked interested. The seller grinned, their battle, there is no age guarantee. You might join the battle, young man. The winner will become this year's hero. It was held in Cameron Palace. Ash hummed, and after Delia purchased the dessert, he thanked the information. He didn't forget to buy the legendary book. The battle happened in afternoon and Ash really wanted to join the battle competition, and Professor Oak gladly lent him his EV. Ash managed to read the book until halfway on the way to the Cameron Palace. His mother managed to enter him and he also changed into the old-fashioned clothes. Ash looked at the VIP box where the queens sit in there. He saw his mother and Professor Oak waving to him. Mewtwo stay in his Pokeball with Eevee, who clung into his shoulder. Let's do our best, Eevee. Ash said to Eevee. With pleasure. She chirped up with smile. The battle begins with Ash and Eevee win easily. Ash, who battles with the legendary every day, well, these kinds are easy. He can feel Mewtwo boring emotion through his Pokeball and the legendary beast who is also bored by the battle until he enters the finals. Ash managed to win with Eevee who jumped into his arm. Mayula is unable to battle, Eevee wins. Therefore, this year's hero of Wave is Ash from Pallet Town, the judge declared. We did it. Our first competition. Ash said with grin snuggling into Eevee, thank you for your hard work. On night after the battle the people gathered up into the hall. Ash was standing in the podium with Mewtwo who turn invincibility stand beside him. Eevee already go back into Professor Oak Pokeball. Queen Aileen holds Sir Aaron's staff in her hand. This is Hero Staff, said to be held by the hero of Wave, Sir Aaron. Only the one chosen as the hero, by winning the battle that held at Festival, is allowed to hold this. Ash looks at the portrait of Sir Aaron but for some reason, he can sense aura held in the crystal. He glances at Mewtwo who stands protectively around him to make Ash smile. He also can feel Entei, Raikou and Suicune Pokeball heated up waiting for something to happen to him. Now, please, take it, Ash, Queen Ailina said. Ash took the staff in his hand and indeed when he looked at the crystal, he can heard male voice. Why? Ash looks at Mewtwo's side who didn't move an inch. He stares at the crystal in silence ignoring the queen's speech to begin the ball with Ash who sits in the chair with his staff in his hand. He sends the pulse of aura to the crystal with Mewtwo who touches his shoulder to help him telepathic to the Pokémon inside the crystal. Why? Ash can hear the voice again. He closes his eyes and uses his aura to convey the message, I'm not Sir Aaron. Who are you? He asked. I'm Ash Ketchum, you have been locked in the staff for about 700 years now. Ash can feel the agitated aura and he sends a calm aura, please calm down, who are you? I'm Lucario, he answered after a few seconds, what do you mean 700 years? I see. You are asleep in there after Sir Aaron locked you up, Lucario, Ash informed him, it's already 7 decades and you just woke up after recognizing my aura, isn't it? Lucario stayed silent for a second and his voice echoed in his mind, you have the same aura as Aaron-sama but different. I see, if you don't mind, can I ask you a question, Lucario? Ash asked glance at Mewtwo whose aura spiking slightly, why are you asking, why? Did something happen? We are in Cameron Palace Hall celebrating Sir Aaron as hero. Hero? He is no hero. He abandoned the castle. He abandoned the castle. Lucario declared in anger. Is that true? Have you heard his story? I know it was wartime but if Sir Aaron is a traitor he's not gonna be celebrated and remembered by the Rota Kingdom people. Ash said in logical thinking, you need to see the truth, Lucario. It was an urgent time at that time, Sir Aaron didn't have time to explain to you. Lucario only stays quiet and his aura already calmed down makes Ash smile. He learned from Entei and Professor Oak learns to learn using his mind, and logical thinking, do not charge ahead but then for some reason danger always comes to him and it makes Mewtwo and the legendary beast protective of him. Ash give a hum of Arceus power through him make Lucario gasped in shocked. Who are you? He asked in surprise, that's not aura and how do you speak through my mind? No, and I use telepathic with help of my Pokémon. My name is Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town, Kanto. I am 7 years old. Nice to meet you, Lucario, Ash smile. Nice to meet you. Ash. Lucario said, well, I need to get out first. Ah, you're. Right. Did you need something when you got out? Ash asked in case he needs something. There is sand in my eyes so if you don't mind. Lucario trailed. Alright, I have handkerchief with me. I will send you the signal for you to come out. Ash said to him. Okay. He responded. Ash took a sharp breath blinking when he finished conversation with Lucario, he glanced at his Mewtwo who released his hand from his shoulder. He released a breath and saw Queen Aileen stand up to end the festival with Ash who need to pose. Are you ready, Lucario? Ash asked. More than ready. He said with determined. Ash sent a pulsive wave to the crystal to make the staff move in his hand. He gritted his teeth ignoring the look and gasped from the people in the hall. Ash gives the last pulse and lets the crystal glow brightly, and indeed Lucario Pokémon come out from the staff. "Thank you, little one," Lucario said. Make them gasped. "No problem. Here, handkerchief." Ash said. Hand his handkerchief to the Pokémon. He took the handkerchief to clean the sand from his eyes. He opened his eyes and looked at Ash, who smiled. He looked at the people in the hall and run outside. Make Ash blinked. Wait. Ash run after him. Lucario can see the differences from his memory. 700 years he slept. That child didn't lie. He entered his room where Aaron-sama stayed. Lucario looks around only to see the showing case of the old things. Lucario. Ash's voice make him turn around. The light got turned on, showing Queen Aileen, her maid, and Ash standing in there. Lucario look at the exhibition. "This is..." Lucario muttered. "Queen Lean is my ancestor. My name is Aileen." She walks to Lucario and embraces him, giving a sad look. "You have been sleeping for a long time." "Been sleeping?" he uttered. Look around. "For you, it might be just like yesterday, but for us, these are ancient events," Queen Aileen said. They decided to go into the throne room. Ash got worried by Delia in the throne room, but he assured her that he will be fine. Besides, he has 4 legendary Pokémon in him. "I have heard you vanished during the battle," Queen Aileen said. "First, what happened?" 2 armies closed in and tried to get this castle caught up in the fighting. "I had scouted out in the battlefield, but there was no possible way to stop the battle," Lucario informed them. "According to the legend, Aaron saved the castle," Queen Aileen said. "That can't be right." Lucario claimed to stand up. "Aaron-sama abandoned the castle and fled after sealing me away." Ash only stayed quiet with his mind working fast to connect the dot, while Queen Aileen, who said that there was no way to know the truth and she welcomed Lucario and Ash family to stay in the castle. He ignored the queen in silence, looked at Aaron and at Lucario. According to the legend, he saved the castle and locked Lucario, but according to him, he can abandon the castle. Why? Ash folded his arm together in front of his chest with frowned. "Speaking of aura, Ash." Lucario called him. Make him blink. "Yes?" he asked, blinking. "I sense another aura beside you," he state. "As expected of you, valiant knight." Mewtwo's voice echoed in their mind, showing himself. "My name Mewtwo, descendant of legendary Mew." "Mewtwo?" Queen Aileen wide-eyed in surprise, stunned. "Strongest physic Pokémon in the world." Ash only hummed. Look at Lucario, who wide-eyed Neela's greeting to Mewtwo only got told to stand up by Mewtwo since he didn't really like a formality until Ash, who silent blink like got electric. Ash claimed to understand. Aaron locked Lucario, save castle, abandoned, no. Mewtwo looks at Ash. "I presume you connected the dot." Ash looks at Lucario, who is confused. He understands now why he abandoned the castle and locked Lucario up. He walked to Lucario with tears come out from his eyes. "No, that is too sad," Ash muttered, but his voice echoed through the throne room. He walked to Lucario and embraced him tight. "You are loved. You are loved by Sir Aaron." Lucario only confused until Mewtwo touched his shoulder and let Ash let the Pokémon go from his embrace. He still has his hand in Lucario's arm. He bit his lip in silence. He wanted to save this one. He needed to see the truth and be free. Ash blinked. Look at Mewtwo. "Oh yeah. Did you remember the, time flower?" Ash asked Mewtwo. "Mew told us about this before, right?" "You right. If we got time of flower in the tree of beginning, we might be able to see the truth." Mewtwo nodded. Ash looked at his mother in desperate, "Please. Ash, go to tree of beginning is dangerous," Delia state. Ash clenches his hand and looks at Lucario, then at his mother. He deserves it. He sleeps for 700 years. He needed to know the truth even though it was ugly truth. He locked eyes with Lucario with burning determination. "You come, right?" "Of course." He nod. Delia stares at her son, all right. Mewtwo, please take care of him. As you wish. He respond. Queen Aileen showing the big tree at the end of the kingdom where Mew stayed. Ash walked into the throne room and saw Lucario staring at Sir Aaron. Lucario. Ash calls him to make him turn around. He enters the throne. According to the legend, Sir Aaron is an amazing person, saving the castle. If my deduction is true, then you are truly loved. Lucario only stays quiet, making Ash give a squeeze in his paw, make him stiffen. Look at Ash back with Mewtwo floating beside the boy. He looks at his paw in silence. In the morning, Ash, Delia and Professor Oak were in the castle dining room and saw Lucario also in there. They eat the breakfast in there. How did you two gonna go to the tree of beginning? Queen Aileen asked. Ash's smile took his Pokeball. Come out, Entei. Entei comes out from his Pokeball roaring loudly. He is different from Mewtwo, Entei showing his presence of his aura of legendary Pokémon. He is one of the children of Ho-Oh after all. Entei. Queen Aileen said, breathlessly stunned at his majestic. Entei looks at Lucario, who kneels as a greeting. Stand, young knight. Yes, Lord Entei. Lucario stand up in stunned look at Ash and Entei in confused and yet stunned. Ash touches Entei back. Please help us, Entei. I heard everything. Hop on, chosen one. Entei lowered his massive body. Ash sits in Entei back with Mewtwo, who floats beside them. He looks at Lucario grinning. Are you ready, Lucario? More than ready. Lucario declared, indetermined. Be careful. Delia and Queen Aileen said. Ash clutching Entei back while he follows Lucario into the mountain. The morning cloud is cold, but thankfully he has cloak with him. Ash can ask Mewtwo to teleport. But if they do that, they might miss something in the way with Ash, who feels like God adventure. It's thrilling though. Entei and Lucario halted because of geyser. They have no choice but to wait until it calms down. Ash gets down from Entei when saw hot spring, make him grin, walk to there, take off his shoes and sit in there. Ah, so comfy. Ash sat in bliss. He looked at Lucario, who was in memory of his past, made him grab his paw gently, made him look at Ash. It's so comfy, join us. Ash drags Lucario to sit beside Ash, and he has no choice but to dip his feet to the warm water. He subconsciously let the tense away from his shoulder. I remember when Aaron-sama also brought me in here. Lucario said. Ash looked at him and looked up at the blue sky, declaring, I didn't believe that Sir Aaron betrayed his own kingdom. He gently squeezed Lucario's hand, still looking at the blue sky. That's why we need to find the truth. Hope. Entei chirped up from his place. That's right. Hope. You can't lose the hope. Ash grinned at Lucario, who looked at him with an unreadable look. Even small hope is enough to push the despair away. That hope will become your light. I prefer to know the ugly truth than pretty lie. If Sir Aaron really did betray the kingdom, then the person who spouted the lie needs to be executed immediately. Entei and Mewtwo snickered with Lucario, who looked at their joined hand, then at the boy brown eye. You are a strange kid. Lucario comment after a few seconds. I take that as compliment. Ash grin. Soon, the geyser calms down with Ash, who rides Entei again. They continued their journey to the tree of beginning, only to rest when the sun set. Ash made some dinner for the Pokémons. He released Suicune, and Thunder made Lucario wide-eyed and stunned to see the complete legendary beast. Ash gave the food to Lucario, sandwich, who he hesitantly took. He gives a smile and gives the same food to the other legendary Pokémons. Lucario eats delicious food. Isn't it delicious? Ash asked and earned a nod. Mama is the one who made it. After eating, Ash took out a book from his bag, showing it to Lucario. He sat next to him near the fire. This is the book that told about Sir Aaron that got sold for the children to read. I managed to buy it yesterday. Ash informed Lucario, who stared at the drawing of Sir Aaron. Let's read it together. Ash read the children book together with Lucario. He can see numerous emotions through his eyes, but he can only stay quiet reading the book because the word is different from the ancient time. And that is how Sir Aaron became hero. Ash finished closing the book. He's amazing. Saving his beloved nation, he is trusted by the people and risked his life. Trust? You can't trust people. Lucario claimed. Ash put the book away, glance at Mewtwo who look away. He took Lucario paw in his hand and give a calming aura. Yes, you cannot trust people. Ash said and agree. Make Lucario look at him and confused. You see, Mew once got captured by the evil organization. The leader of the organization managed to took Mew DNA. They make a new Pokémon using Mew DNA and thus Mewtwo born, and yet those monsters still hasn't satisfied yet. They put bunch of Pokémon DNA into Mewtwo, therefore he called as the strongest Pokémon. Lucario only stay quiet listening to Ash's story and at Mewtwo who flowed away from his past. He got controlled by those monsters. He got told to make destruction and he cannot defy the leader because he got tortured until Mew herself come to stop the destruction, and thus the legendary Mewtwo born, but the past cannot run away from him. The evil organization still looking for him, but now he is belong to me, and with his power who also didn't got locked and controlled, he is free. I meet him when he runs away from the hunters who want to capture him. Mewtwo gets heavily injured and I who is near the place can sense his distress aura. I immediately went to him. I managed to save him and then he has no home, therefore I suggested that he stay with me. Ash explained to Lucario who opened and closed his mouth until he found his voice, but then the organization will target you, isn't it? Perhaps. Ash leaned into Lucario's space who was stiff but relaxed, but, Mewtwo is my big brother, there are a lot of the bad people who want to catch the legendary Pokémon. Entei and Reiku are my big brother and Suicune is my big sister. I will do anything to protect them even if I lose my life. Ash looked at the night sky. He took a deep breath with him looking at the river. He began to sing that echoed through the silent night. In my eye and in my way. In the sky so far away. Are you hiding in the gray? I am on my way to find you. Lucario stared at Ash in silence, a small body, but his voice echoed through the night wind. In the shadow where you lay in the darkness, I'll be praying one by one in a lonely lullaby. Lucario stare in silence with the Pokémons who was already sleep. His storm emotion is already calming down. Dancing like a lonely feather. In the windy weather looking for a beacon and some clarity. Long to fly again together, and I wonder whether we will ever find our melody over mountain and below the stars. Light my way so I know where you are. And find me. Anywhere and anytime I sing my song for you. Ash finished sleeping, saw the legendary Pokémons already sleep, make him smile, pat their head and fawn. Then he saw Lucario stare at Ash in silence until a warm small hand pat his cheek, make him blink, took a shaky breath. You are fine. Ash said. Ash sat beside Lucario, cocooned into his blanket. He leaned into Lucario's side, closing his eyes in silence with Lucario who also decided to close his eyes. XXXXX. In the morning, they begin the journey again. They halted in front of the cliff where Aaron locked Lucario. He saw the time flower make him send a pulse of waves showing the war. Ash grabs Lucario's hand in silence. It's illusion. The memory showing that Aaron threw his staff to the ground in front of Lucario and he who was absorbed to the staff, the memory also showing Aaron who flew with his Pokémon. Lucario kneels on the ground. That direction is the Tree of Beginning. Why did he go to the Tree of Beginning if he abandoned his nation? Ash asked out loud to stand up, patting Lucario back. Let's go. It still haven't finished yet. Lucario nod, stand up, walk to the cave, only got halted by Regigigas. Ash touched Lucario arm. Hello, I came to ask Mew help. My name is Ash Ketchum. Ash declared, send Arceus pulse to him. He stared at him and let him enter the cave to make Ash smile. Thank you. Lucario looked at Ash. Why did he call you Chosen One? A long story. I told you after this finished. Ash said to him. They enter the cave. Lucario wishes he wants to know the truth, and oh how wish he knows that Aaron-sama is not gonna abandon the castle. If he has indeed abandoned the castle, is the time they're spending wasted? Painful aches in his heart make him frozen. He cannot move. A warm hand in his paw made him gasp and snap. Look at the source, Ash. It's okay. You are not alone. I'm with you. Ash squeezed his paw and dragged him away from his darkness. Want someone an advice, an anchor to me. Take a deep breath and steady your heart. The world will remain as it always has been no matter how long you look away from it, so take a moment to yourself, close your eyes, and breathe. When you open your eyes, you will find yourself at the same place you were, but now you are ready to face the world. Lucario took a deep breath and followed the advice. Small hand in his paw make his hesitance to go away, his darkness though get free from his mind. They enter the tree, they see the crystal with Mewtwo floating next to him. Entei already went back into his Pokeball. Ash touched the crystal, gasped. This tree is alive. Ash claimed and stunned, he leaned into the crystal. My name Ash Ketchum and these two is my friends, Lucario and Mewtwo. We need to meet Mew. Can you let us meet her? The crystal glowed brightly and made Ash grin. Thank you. What was that? Lucario asked. Ash walked beside Lucario. This tree is like home, fortress. If we enter without permission they will consider us as threat, therefore I ask for permission. Lucario stared at the boy amazed. You are clever one, are you sure you're only 7 years old? Ash pouted. Walk beside him. That rude, I'm 7 years old. He exhaled and gave a sad smile, and yet people didn't like a clever people. They will call you weird, they will shun you, they will mock you because of your intelligence, they will not get close to you because of how advanced you are, and in the end you have no one beside you except Pokémons and family, you have a social awkward because of the trauma of the society. Lucario didn't need to ask, but he knew very well that the person was Ash himself. He didn't understand why those people shunned him because of his intelligence. They come out from the cave stunned by the scenery. They saw a bunch of Pokémons in there. Wow. Ash commented in a stunned blink, shaking his head. Anyway, this is the underground of the tree. We need to go up. Ash and Lucario run to the top to where Heart of Tree is in. Ash followed Lucario's sense of aura until they arrived at the top, and of course Lucario saw Sir Aaron Glove make him kneel in front of the crystal using his aura to sense him, and indeed he is in there frozen. Mew! Mew! Ash shouted, call the pink feline Pokémon. Mew appeared in front of them. Ash. Mew. Ash embraced the cat Pokémons. Long time no see. Mew floats in front of Lucario to make him look at her. She pointed at the time flower, makes Lucario hesitant, but a warm support in his back makes him touch the flower. A memory of Aaron showing from the flower, it shows Aaron who sacrificed himself to stop the war in trade of his soul. Just like I thought, after he sealed you. He comes to the tree of beginning and stops the war by himself, but as a result he loses his life. Ash concluded. Lucario slumped in front of Aaron. Aura, forgive me, master. Lucario whispered, but it was like a whimper from his mouth. It was unforgivable of him to think of his master as traitor while the truth was in front of him. He choked and sobbed in grief, apologizing again and again until a small body embrace him make Lucario sobbed more. A calming wave engulfed him, make his grief disappear slowly. Lucario look at Ash brown eye. Don't be sad. Ash patted his head with gentle eyes that he didn't deserve what Lucario thought, just like I thought. Aaron is a kind person. He cares for you. He wants you to live, therefore he seals you. He will forgive you in a heartbeat, but first you need to forgive yourself, slowly. Lucario opens and closes his mouth in silence until a choked whimper of sob comes out of his mouth and makes Ash embrace the Pokémons. He hummed and let Lucario hear him humming to calm his storm that happened inside of him. Lucario sniffed and wiped his tears. Thank you, Ash. No problem. You can cry, after all you are already strong enough. Ash stated. Stand up, let's go home. Yes. Lucario nodded. Suddenly the crystal is shaking, making Ash gasp. Make Mewtwo stand straight. Mew floating weakly to Ash laid in Ash's arm. You're hot, he comment, touch his forehead. Mew whined with Ash who give Arceus power to her. The tree is losing its life, Mew, and the tree is the one. We need to do something, Mewtwo said. Mew float in front of Lucario, use your aura. Lucario put his paw out and Ash gasped, Lucario. If you do that, your fate will be the same as Aaron. I know. He said with smile. Before Ash can speak, Lucario gives a burst of aura to Mew to make her float to the heart of the crystal and touch it to heal the tree. Ash cannot do anything but see Lucario, who stumbled and sat on the ground on the verge of dying. No. 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 Ash ran to him with unshed tears, clenching his chest, and shook his head. No. If you die, I'm gonna come to punch you. Lucario chuckled and accidentally touched the time flower, showing Aaron, who stumbled, took off his glove and sat beside Lucario. Sir Aaron is covered in blue aura, which his life slowly leaves his soul. He was in pain until he looked far away with sad look. Forgive me, Lucario. He said with sad voice. Lucario feel the moist in his eyes, no matter the time. He conveyed his feelings to his master. I forgive you, master. Lucario said. Please understand why I sealed you inside of the staff, Sir Aaron continued, as if he know that Lucario gonna stumbled upon this place. Ash stared at the male in silence. I know you would follow me wherever I go. Of course I am. Lucario cried. But I didn't want you to end with the same fate as me. I want you to live. I want you to live free without war, only peace. I know someday someone is gonna release you, and when that time is coming, please live for me and explore the new world. Find your new goal, future, and live fullest. Sir Aaron said, conveying everything to this little time. Perhaps in future you found someone that you want to protect and someone who is gonna stand beside you just like us. I have no regrets. Aaron-sama. Lucario choked in tears. Aaron leaned into the crystal, closing his eyes, submitting into the death. How I wish to meet you for the last time, my friend. The memory ends, leaving Lucario, who is on the verge of dying, and a crying Ash. He looked at Lucario. Aaron-sama told you to live. You need to alive. Ash shouted to him, clench his hand, biting his lip. I don't want you to die. I have many things to do with you. Lucario touching Ash's hand made him gasp. I have no regret, but it would be an honor if I can stay beside you, see the new world. He gasped in pain and chuckled. I think you're gonna hit me if I'm alive, huh? Ash clutched his hair with tears flowing down from his eyes. What should I do? What should I do? Mew floats in front of him and touches his chest where mark of Arceus in there makes Ash gasp in understanding. He wipes his eyes and grabs Lucario's hand. I will definitely bring you to my crazy life. Ash declared, clutching fading Lucario's paw. He shut his eyes tight. Father, if you hear me, please answer my calling. Please. I didn't want my precious person to lose in front of me. His time has not arrived yet. Please. A burst of golden pulse coming out from Ash's body makes Lucario stunned and amazed. It's not aura. It was much stronger, and he shut his eyes when the light almost blinded his eyes. XXXXX. A bright light enters Aaron's eye and makes him blink the stand-up winch of his bone. He stands up and looks around in confusion. Where is he? But for some reason he know this person. He look around, noticed a Pokémon laying in there, and indeed the moment he saw the Pokémon the memory is rushing to his head make him gasped. El Lucario. Aaron touch his partner, send the wave of aura. Lucario opened his eyes and sat up. Aaron-sama. You are fine. He embraced the man, apologizing to the man until a hand in his head halted his apologizing to calm his feelings. I also apologize, Lucario. I didn't believe it when I met you. Aaron said, touch his Pokémon's shoulder. Are you sure this is what you want? Lucario opens and closes his mouth. It's too late. I cannot return. Oh, Lucario. Aaron muttered. That is not true. A booming powerful voice echoed through the chamber, make them warily turn around, saw a massive Pokémon's. Lord Arceus. Aaron stuttered in awe and stunned. Oh, original one. Lucario also the same. Arceus taps his foot in the glass panel and in flash they arrive in the throne room with Arceus sitting in his throne. The seat is empty but it is still intimidating and of course Aaron and Lucario kneel in front of the original one staring at the ground. I was asleep when I got woken up by my son pleading to help his precious person. Arceus said to them, His name is Ash Ketchum, the chosen one. Lucario's wide eyes blanched, gaped and looked up at Arceus. It can't be. Ash like you, young knight. He didn't agree to let you die, that's why he used his ability to call me, now, Lucario. Do you wish to go back to the living world? Arceus asked. Lucario remembered the message of his master, he stood beside Ash. Yes, my lord. Aaron closes his eyes and touches Lucario's head. I have no regret anymore, live for me, Lucario. I promise, Aaron-sama. He smiled to his master. And for me, young knight. Arceus took Lucario attention. He close his eyes, I can see it in future. Protect the chosen one, he is prince of this world. He's the one who saved the world numerous time in future along with Pokémons. If he died, this world also died. Lucario listen in attention, my lord. Arceus open his eyes, I can feel it your bond, it's strong bond. Do not take this as duty but as natural things, young knight. Promise me, Lucario. Lucario bow down, this one promised to Lord Arceus to protect the prince, chosen one. With bright light, Lucario opens his eyes and the first thing he sees is Mew face who snuggles into his chest, then a tear falling into his cheek makes him look up and see Ash clutching his paw like he fears that he is gonna disappear. Don't scare me like that again. Ash said in choked sobbed. Forgive me, Ash. Lucario said close his eyes then smirked, Prince, huh? Shut up. Ash sniffled. Ash looks at Lucario who just came back from Hall of Origin. For a few minutes Ash stayed beside Lucario hoping that his father allowed him to go back into the living world and indeed he opened his eyes breathing. It's a miracle. Ash cupped his face with a gentle hand, how do you feel about meeting with your master again? Lucario smiled with his shoulder relaxed, there was no heavy burden, there was no darkness in his aura again. It's like all of his darkness is gone. I see. Ash said. He didn't need to say because Ash can see it from his expression that he is happy to move on and has a new journey. Ash looked at the sun who almost set. We need to go back. Ash said to Lucario who sit from lay down. Yeah. Lucario agreed. Let's teleport to Cameron Palace. Mewtwo said holding out his hand. Ash grab Mewtwo hand with Lucario who grab Ash hand, they disappear in blur only arrived in the hall of the throne where Queen Aileen in there make her stand up. Ash stumbled slightly blinking. Oh. I didn't like teleportation. Ash comment. Ash, Lucario. Are you two okay? Queen Aileen asked to them. Yes, my queen. Lucario nod. Not long, Delia and Professor Oak comes to the throne room. Ash told his mother about what happened and asking Professor Oak if Lucario can stay with them while Lucario told everything to Queen Aileen. Well, we can have Lucario with you, Ash. Professor Oak said look at Lucario showing Pokeball, this is Pokeball, this ball is the sign that you are belong to Ash and the other people cannot steal you away from Ash except Ash destroy the ball then you are free. Ash took the ball and showed it to Lucario, it's only a sign that we are connected. If you want to stay outside then you can stay outside, Mewtwo likes to stay outside except there are crowd people. So how is it? Do you want to join our family? With pleasure, Ash. Lucario touched the ball make him absorbed into the Pokeball. Come out, Lucario. Ash let him out, how in there? Unexpectedly comfy. He comment. Suddenly a Mew voice chirped up and indeed she flowed around Professor Oak until she stole the Pokeball from his pocket made him yelp. She floats in front of Ash with a Pokeball in his hand and hands it out to Ash. You want me to catch you? Ash asked make Mew nod somersault, he grin, let's go Pokeball. He threw it to Mew to high-five the button to make her disappear to the Ball until she appeared back flopped in his head, "Welcome to our family, Mew. Well, it's no surprise if she wants to come with you." Professor Oak said with a smile, then he sighs, "How I explain to the league about this?" They decided to go home soon with Professor Oak has some work to do and to check up with Mew to make sure she is fine. Queen Aileen ensured them that Chameleon Palace welcomed him to the Rota Kingdom. "Let's go home, Lucario." Ash said to Lucario, who nodded and excited to see the outside world. Home. That was a nice ringing. It was a nice morning with Pidgeotto chirping as a sign that morning is coming. The sun is shining brightly in Pallet Town, Kanto Region. We can see a young boy squirming to wake up from his bunk bed. The room was a simple consisted of the bunk bed, desk, TV, bookshelf full of books and portrait of Pokémons, but the one who took notice is 5 Pokeball in the desk. The door clicked open showing a bipedal dog wolf jackal-like with red eyes. This Pokémon, named Lucario, has just finished hunting food in forest. The Pokeball got pinged again showing a humanoid Pokémon that's similar to legendary Mew appeared. His name Mewtwo, he is created by scientist and one of the mythical Pokémon. Is he haven't woken up yet? Lucario asked to walk to the bunk bed, it's rare for him to sleep in. He slept late, today is the day of his journey after all. Mewtwo comment in amusement. Lucario gives a fond smile to the boy who curled in the bed with a feline pink cat in his chest who is also snoring, snuggling into a Pokedoll. Her name is Mew, the mythical Pokémon and said to be the ancestor of all Pokémons. The boy who sensed he was watching, he opened his brown eyes, blinked once, twice, looked down at Mew and at his family who greeted him, "Good morning," made him smile, yawned, rub his eyes. "Good morning, Ash." Lucario greet him. Ash sits in the bed plopping Mew in his head who is still snoring. "Good morning, Lucario, Mewtwo." Mewtwo took the 3 Pokeball, "I'm gonna let the beast come out and you, go wash up. We need go to Professor Oak laboratory." Ash, who listened wide-eyed and gasped, jumped down with agility from the bunk bed in excitement, woke Mew up from his head. She chirped in confusion, perched on Lucario's head. "Finally. It's time for me to begin my journey," Ash said in excited from bathroom. This boy named Ash from Pallet Town, he is 12 years old. It was supposedly 10 years when the children begin to travel and pursue their dream with their starter Pokémons, but the league decided to prolong the age to 12 years old because 10 years old is too young to leave their home. Therefore Ash learned everything in their time to prepare his journey. After the journey he got from Rota Kingdom, and when Lucario became his family, Lucario taught Ash everything about the aura, and don't forget that Queen Aileen sent the book of Sir Aaron about aura, therefore they can learn about aura together with Ash who teach Lucario about the modern era. Lucario was a natural knight from the warring era, so he got a lot of knowledge about battle, and Ash of course learned from him about the battle. He decided to become Pokémon Master after reading the book. It was an elite trainer who is considered a professional and regularly takes part in Pokémon League competitions. Ash didn't intend to take part in Champion, he didn't want to rule the region after all, but he didn't mind having battle with Champion and elite trainer. 5 years with Ash who is 12 years old, he already mastered healing aura, mind reading, but he decided to not use that since it was rude. Tracking others' aura, telepathy and sensing the emotions of others make Lucario proud of his apprentice. He also mastered the ability that Arceus blessed him with. He can heal Pokémon who are on the verge of dying. He can control the element even though it was hard because of his core in his body still growing, but at least he can bend nature in his will. Ash also become assistant of Professor Oak, sometimes give report to him using his knowledge from Arceus to help Pokémon much better, and therefore he make attention from other professor, but Ash who didn't want to make stand out decided to stay low, except Professor Oak proudly told the other professor about his little assistant who is 7 years old. A footstep was heard from the bedroom to the downstairs where Delia, Ash's mother, put the food for the Pokémons to eat. Ash, who came down from his bedroom already wearing a short sleeve of blue jacket, black t-shirt, a jeans and a sneaker, but didn't forget the hat in his head. "Good morning, Mama." Ash greet her in excited. "Good morning, Ash." Delia looked at her son. "Look at you. Wearing your trainer outfits. Are you excited?" "Yes. I will become a Pokémon Master." Ash claimed with grin. They ate breakfast, then they go to Professor Oak laboratory together with Lucario, who walked beside Ash, Mewtwo who was invincible, and Mew who was also invincible perched upon his shoulder. They arrived in laboratory, saw Professor Oak showering the grass Pokémon. Professor Oak. Ash, call the man. Ash. Lucario. Delia. Welcome. Are you excited to get your first Pokémon? Professor Oak asked to Ash. You bet. Ash, follow the man. They enter the laboratory with Professor Oak, who showing the starter Pokémon of Charizard, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle, but Ash halted, look up at the second floor when saw a yellow Pokémon. What is that? Ash asked, point at the Pokémon. Ah, that Pikachu. Electric mouse type Pokémon. I found him eating cable and I caught him. Professor Oak informed him, and this time with a sheepish look, he is troublemaker, you know. Ash looked at Pikachu, who barreled toward Professor Oak. He kneeled down to Pikachu, who stared at him. He is perfect. Ash said to Pikachu, who chirped, tilted his head. Hi, my name is Ash and he is Lucario. My dream is to become a Pokémon master. I want to catch many Pokémon and bond with them. I also want to join every league that happens. Do you want to join with me to help me become Pokémon master? Pikachu's eyes twitched slightly. I can handle it by myself. Of course you do. Ash's response earned a surprised look from him, and on top of that, I'm Aura Guardian in training. He has a smirk with a challenging look on his face, so, how about it? Do you want to join my crazy life of trainer? Pikachu stares at Ash, then he gives an electric to Ash, but as his reflex of training with Raikou, he reflexively puts his aura barrier and channel into the ground, make Pikachu surprised. I channeled your electric to the ground, convenient, isn't it? Ash asked to stand up from his crouch down, so, the offer is still standing. Pikachu humped jump into his arm, make Ash grin. He looked at Professor Oak, who showing Pikachu Pokeball, who make Pikachu didn't want to look at the Pokeball, and of course Ash respected it, put it in the bag, make Pikachu surprised. I respected your decision. You didn't like Pokeball, then I will not force you. Ash said to him, pat his head. Ash gave an embrace to his mother and to Professor Oak. The man gave 5 Pokeball to Ash, and he also told him to send the Pokeball to Ranch as exchange of the empty Pokeball when he arrived in the Pokemon Center. Professor Oak looked at the boy who adjusted his backpack and his belonging with Pikachu in his side. Ash might be didn't know or didn't notice or ignorant, but the champion and the professor already took notice of him, with Professor Oak, who told the other professor about Ash's thesis that is consisted of the perfect material. They believed Professor Oak word that it was a 7-year-old child that wrote it, is because the handwriting has a childish gesture in there. He has a smug feeling to the Pokemon world. The storm is coming, and the storm was in front of him to take over the world. Be careful, Lance. He will come to you to take over your position, but then Ash didn't want to become champion. Delia also asked Lucario to protect her son, since she knows that somewhere in Journey he is going to have a pinch situation, but she's not gonna worry because her son is not alone. He looked at the blue sky after getting out from the town to Route 1. Ash looked around and saw no one, so he decided to introduce his family to Pikachu. So, Pikachu. I think it's time to introduce my other Pokemons. Ash said with grind. Other Pokemon? He asked, tilted his head. Mewtwo and Mew showing themselves make Pikachu jaw drop. Saw the legendary Pokemon. Mew immediately float to Pikachu, nuzzling into him, make Pikachu taken back with Mewtwo, who stare at nervous Pikachu. Don't stare at Pikachu, Mewtwo. Ash said. How dash, Pikachu choked with Mew in his hold. Lucario chuckled. He released me from the staff after I slept for 700 years. You can talk. Pikachu looked at Lucario in ridiculous and shocked look, didn't know if he should trust him or not, and at the first time he saw a talking Pokemon, not a telepathic but a proper talking. Long story, Mewtwo got saved by Ash from the evil organization, and Mew got saved by Ash Aura in Tree of Beginning. Lucario informed him. Ash took Mew from Pikachu to his head. He grinned at Pikachu. Welcome to my crazy life, Pikachu. Pikachu didn't know if he should be happy, smug, or regret joining the trainer who is future Aura Guardian, Prince Pokémon and child of Arceus. He can feel Arceus power from his core, it was welcoming and warm like a spring. Oh yeah. Ash took out Pokédex and scanned Pikachu. A robotic male voice echoed to them to make them hear the voice. Pikachu, electric-type mouse Pokémon, this Pikachu is male, he can use 100.000 volts, electric net, electric ball, iron tall, volt tackle, thunderbolt, thunder and quick attack. They look at the little mouse Pokémon with Ash who breaks the silence. Well, you indeed can take care of yourself. It's Lucario's turn. Lucario, Jackal Petal Pokémon. This Lucario is male and can use type resistance, steadfast, inner focus, aura, extreme speed, force palm, dragon pulse, aura sphere, close combat, foresight, quick attack, detect, metal claw, counter, power-up punch, bone rush, dark pulse, calm mind, heal pulse, endure, reversal and copycat. Ash stares at Lucario in disbelief, and it seems Lucario also has the same look. They didn't realize that he added another move to another move. They sometimes battle with the legendary beast, and those are a hard battle, and Ash often uses Lucario in battle. Well, among the normal Pokémon, you are the strongest. Ash breaks the stunned silence. Let's not use you in gym battle except in league. I can imagine that you can beat the champions at ease the same as you, Mewtwo. I know. He responded, crossing his arm. Ash scanned Mewtwo and Mew, but as expected there was no data in there to make him put the Pokédex back to his pocket. He stretched his back. Well then, let's begin the journey, shall we, to Viridian City? Ash cheered. Ash hates teleport, it make him sick, therefore Mewtwo kindly does not teleport them to Viridian City, and with Entei size, he only caught the attention of the people. Ash walked to the hill to Route 1 and decided to use his aura to look for Pokémon. Ash touched his chest, closed his eyes and muttered, "Wave is in with me." He can see the Pokémon in a range of 30 m from his place. He opened his eyes and looked to the side and saw Pidgey eating on the ground. Ash walked to it in silence, crouched down to it, who snapped look at him. "Hey, I'm Ash. Do you want to join my journey?" Ash asked. Pidgey tilted its head with a female voice and asked, "You didn't battle me?" Ash shrugs, "Well, if you want me to." Pidgey give a last look and flew away with Ash know that Pidgey want to know his ability, therefore he sent Pikachu out to the field. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash command. Pikachu. Pikachu sent a massive wave of Thunderbolt to Pidgey, who managed to evade, flew straight toward Pikachu. Electric Ball, now. Ash command. Pikachu sent an electric ball to Pidgey, who got hit. Ash saw Pidgey, who fell from the sky to the rush of river, make him gasp without though run toward her, jump into the rush river with Pidgey tucked in his arm. He can hear his Pokémon shouted. He noticed a massive aura from the far in the river, made him use his aura sight, saw Gyarados, make him wide-eyed in surprise. Why Gyarados in here? He clutched Pidgey in his arms and swam to the surface in hurry when Gyarados chased him. He grabbed the weed at the side of the river, only got pulled by someone. Ash still has Pidgey in his arms, struggling to free, but his adrenaline still in his body. He kneel in the ground. He can sense person aura under him asking him question, and a familiar aura behind me make him shouted. Pikachu. Thunderbolt. Ash shouted. Pikachu's voice made him relaxed a bit. He opened his eyes and didn't know when he closed him. He let go of Pidgey, who snuggled into his cheek as comfort. Ash blinked once, twice, looking down saw a red-hair male grabbing his arm. He blushed slightly, get away from the man. Sorry, thank you for saving me. Ash stuttered. No problem, are you okay? The man asked. Ash. Lucario called him, make the male wide-eyed, gaped at the Pokémon in shocked. Lucario. I'm fine, thank you, Pikachu. Ash pat to Pikachu head, he looks at the invincible Mewtwo, give a nod. He looks at the male and frowned when realized that he is for some reason familiar. Did I see you somewhere? It's Champion Lance, you see his battle yesterday. Lucario sighed, remembering him. Ash clapped his hand, ah. Now, I remember. Lance of Blackthorn. Lance, who finally breaks from his trance, shouted, "You can talk." Lucario rolled his eyes and already got used to this era person who was shocked to hear Pokémon spoke, literal spoke make Ash and Mewtwo amused to no end. Ash's stand-up walk to Gyarados gives a healing pulse to make it blink look at Ash. "Sorry, you surprised me." Ash apologized to it ignoring the stare from the champion. "Who are you?" "Why?" Gyarados asked in male voice. "I didn't like to abandon an injured Pokémon, why are you in here?" Ash asked, stroking his scale head, who was surprised. "A human can understand Pokémon, I'm Aura Guardian in training. Understanding Pokémon is like breathing to me. So, why are you here?" Gyarados looks away with Ash who can sense his despair, anger, sad, self-hating. He gasped. "Oh, you got abandoned." He whispered to give a calming mind pulse to him. Ash looked at Lance, he got abandoned by his trainee. Lance ignored the sexuality of Pokémon. He walked to Gyarados. "I came here when I got reported that Gyarados make rampacks. He is in anger, it's normal for him to make rampacks." Ash said, stroking Gyarados' massive head, "Let me guess, your ex-trainee Dash." He spat the name in disgust and made Gyarados look at Ash and taken back, "Seen you as weak Pokémon and abandoned you, isn't it?" Gyarados looks away and makes Ash sigh and Pidgeotto whines in sadness with Lucario who clenches his paw. "I'm sorry. You didn't deserve the treatment. It's a trainee job to make Pokémon strong. I will look for the trainee." Lance took out his device to contact his agent perhaps. "What are you gonna do after this?" Ash asked him to earn a shrug. He looked at Lucario who nodded. "Do you want to come with me?" "What? You want me?" he asked in surprise. "Yup. You are strong enough. Do you want to be with me and battle the trainer and join the league with me?" Ash asked. Earned a nod and a nudge from Gyarados make Ash giggled. "I'm Ash Ketchum." Gyarados who heard the name gasped, "Chosen one." He took out his Pokeball touch it to him head make him enter into the Pokeball. "Please don't call me that." Lance turned around and saw Gyarados got absorbed into the Pokeball. "Well, you catch it. It's not it, but him. Ash pressed the sexuality to Lance who raised his eyebrow. He looked at Pidgeot who was also waiting for him to catch him. "Well, 2 Pokémon in a day. Speaking of it, I don't know your name." Lance pointed out. "Oh, my name is Ash Ketchum, pleasure to meet you, Champion Lance." Ash introduced himself. "Stop of champion, just call me Lance," he said waving his hand made Ash hummed. "So, where do you want to go?" "Viridian City," he answered. "Walk to the main road follow by Lance." "Oh, what a coincidence. I also want to go to Viridian City." Lance's response and nod earned a confused look from Ash and Lucario. "I heard that there is an evil organization in there trying to steal Pokémon from Pokémon Center. I just came to check up." "Well, I better go, do you want to go with me?" Ash snapped a look at the older man in surprised blink olishly. "Pardon me?" Lance took out his Pokeball showing Dragonite. "We can fly to Viridian City." Ash looked at Lucario who nodded. "Okay then." He took out Lucario Pokeball only halted when he looked up and sensed a massive aura. He gasped in surprise along with Lance who gaped. "Ho-Oh. Oh my Arceus." Lance said breathlessly. Ash grinned cupped his mouth and shouted earned a disbelieving look from the champion. "Ho-Oh. Can you come down?" Ho-Oh who heard it flew down in front of Ash and Lance spoke to Ash telepathically in female voice. "Chosen one. Hello, it's an honor to meet you, Lady Ho-Oh." Ash ducked his head slightly. He took a step forward, a touch her head earned a warm wave from her made him sigh in relief while Lance stared at Ho-Oh until Lance took a photo of Ho-Oh silently. She flaps her wings once to stare at the prince in silence then at Lance. She gives another flap flew away with her fur glow brightly floating down in front of Ash and Lance who took the fur. "A blessing fur." Ash muttered took the feather. "Oh my god, I didn't believe it. I have Ho-Oh fur in my hand." Lance muttered look at the fur in his hand, the legendary Ho-Oh. Ash giggled put the fur away in his bag pocket. he look at Dragonite who cooed, snuggle into Ash's cheek make him chuckle patted head. You are a hyperactive one, are you? Ash said to it. Lance breaks from his trance and sees his Dragonite snuggle into the boy, he grabs Ash's arm when Dragonite almost pushes the boy fall into his back. He looked up at the ruby eye. Thank you. You have a energetic Dragonite. Ash comment. Lance let go of his arm staring at the boy who put Lucario in his Pokeball. The boy has just got his first journey and saw Ho-Oh and top of that he has the fur. For some reason, he has a feeling that he is gonna meet this boy often in the middle of the chaos. Well then, let's go. Lance jump into Dragonite back hold his hand to Ash. Ash took his hand and sat in front of Lance, he gave a wave of aura to Dragonite in appreciate to make her could fly into Viridian City. Ash can feel Mewtwo aura beside him and Mew aura beside him floating in invisible mode. Ash looked at the ground in amazed until they saw Viridian City make Lance command Dragonite to lower to the ground next to the police station where it's showing Officer Jenny who come out from her post saw Champion Lance. Champion Lance. What bring you in here? Officer Jenny asked and saw Ash Ketchum. You are Ash Ketchum. I heard about you from my sister in Mewtwo Town. You managed to catch some of the Team Rocket when you were 5 years old, didn't you? Professor Oak told the police about Team Rocket after we secured them. Lance choking in his spit made Ash give a nervous smile. It's nothing, just it's a coincidence time, really. He cleared his throat. Anyway, did something happen? Oh yeah, Team Rocket is moving again. They try to steal the Pokémons and I presume that's why Champion Lance came in here, right? Officer Jenny asked. Lance cleared his throat. Yes. We want to go to the Pokémon Center immediately. Go ahead. Officer Jenny let them go. They flew to Pokémon Center through the sky with Ash ignoring the stare and stole glances from the champion. He looked away from the champion eyes until he fed up. Alright, spit it out. Ash said break the silence. How reckless enough to battle with Team Rocket. At age 5 top of that. Lance asked. In my defense, trouble always comes to find me no matter what so it's in my nature. Ash shrugs Lucario's Pokeball moves slightly. Shut up you, it's not my fault that I already got used to it. They finally arrived in the Pokémon Center with Ash who let out Lucario. Mew changed his shape into Pidgeot perched on Ash's shoulder while Lance needed to survey the area so he flew away first. Ash walked into Pokémon Center and earned a look because of Lucario. He is not Kanto Pokémon after all. He walked into Nurse Joy front desk. Hello, Nurse Joy. Ash walked to her, smiling. Hello, Ash. I heard about you from my sister from Mewtwo Town. Nurse Joy greet him. Ash sometimes goes to Pokémon Center in Mewtwo Town to learn about Pokémon Medic and Nurse Joy and there gladly teaches him and thus the news about him spread around the Pokémon Center. Professor Oak told him it was a good idea since his name already got known in Pokémon Center therefore they will take care of his Pokémon with great care. Did you have an empty room for a night and I need you to look at my Pokémon? Ash said took out his Pokeball. Nurse Joy smiles, takes out a tray and, please put your Pokémon in the tray. Ash put the Pokeball into the tray and told Lucario to follow Nurse Joy. He assured Entei, Raikou and Suicune, Mew and Mewtwo to let Nurse Joy to take care of them. She was surprised indeed when saw the legendary but she promised to shut her mouth. He walked to the phone booth to call his mother with a video call. Mama. Hi, honey, is everything okay? She took the phone call. Where are you, Ash? Pokémon Center in Viridian City. I'm fine. Nurse Joy taking care of the Pokémons now. Ash answered. You're already in Viridian City. Your father needs 4 days to arrive there. Did you get help from Mewtwo? She asked. No. I met with Champion Lance and got lifted to the Pokémon Center. You know how much I hate using teleportation. Oh. I got a new family, Pidgey and Gyarados. Pikachu beat Pidgey in battle and Gyarados got abandoned by his trainer so I took him in. Ash informed her and lit up to remember. Oh. I also met Ho-Oh. She gave me her fur to make sure I stayed safe. Delia has a proud look, I see. Take care of them, Ash, and I proud of you. I will. Well, I need to call Professor Oak. See you later, Mama. Love you and thank you for supporting me. Ash said to her with smile make her teared up slightly. Oh, Ash. It's a mother's job to support their children. Good night, love you too. Son, Delia closed the phone. Ash called Professor Oak giggled slightly when he saw back of Professor Oak. Professor Oak, I can only see your back. Huh? Oh. He turned around and made Ash chuckled. How is your journey? I heard from your mother that you got a lift from Champion Lance and met Ho-Oh. Ash nodded showing the rainbow fur from his bag make Professor Oak lit up in prouds. I see. I got the record you caught Gyarados and Pidgey. Yes. Gyarados got abandoned by his trainer and I took him. Ash confirmed looking up at the speaker when his name got called. Well, I need to go, I will call you later, Professor. Good luck, Ash. He waved his hand and closed the communication. Ash ran to Nurse Joy and saw Pikachu, Lucario, Mewtwo and Mew already got much better. He also can sense his Pokémon in Pokeball aura is much more happier. Thank you, Nurse Joy. They are happy. Ash said to her look at his Pokémons who stay outside, do you three want to go inside the Pokeball? I gonna go inside. I need to rest. Mewtwo respond make Ash take out his Pokeball and absorbed Mewtwo into it. How about you, Mew, Lucario? Ash asked. Mew giggled and turned into Ralts perched in Ash's arm to make him smile. Lucario shrugged, I'm gonna stay outside along with Pikachu. Okay then. Ash nodded with quite touched that his Pokémon protective of him. He looked at Nurse Joy want to ask the room only got interrupted by the announcement from Officer Joy. Your attention please, a Viridian City raid sensor has detected an aircraft belonging to a gang belonging to Pokémon D, if you have Pokémon in your possession. Please be careful to not get stolen. Lucario, Pikachu, prepare for battle. Ash said to them. The glass got broken showing two Pokémon showing coughing who released smoke but thankfully it's not a poison gas and a snake-type Pokémon, Ekans. Ash is alerted to look for their master while Lucario and Pikachu are in front of him in protective manner with him clutching, Ralt, in his arm. From up. Ash claimed. Indeed two people wearing a white clothes with purple or, are, right in it, Ash knows that Mark was an evil organization that created Mewtwo. He touches Mewtwo Pokeball who is agitated. He sends a calming wave to him to calm him down. Who are you two? Ash asked narrowed his eyes using his aura sight from the smoke. Don't be frightened, boy the woman said. Allow us to introduce ourselves, the man said. To protect the world from devastation. To unite all peoples within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Jesse. James. Team Rocket, blast off at the speed of light. Surrender now, or prepare to fight. Meowth. That's right. They who named Jesse, James and Meowth introduced themselves in dramatic make Ash raise his eyebrow. He narrowed his eyes when they demanded to take the Pokémon in the Pokémon Center. If you want to claim them then come claim them. Ash declared, Lucario, Dark Pulse. Pikachu 100.000 volts. Pikachu and Lucario follow the command in a flash and make Ash nod. He looks back at Nurse Joy, go to the other Pokémon. Ekans who managed to get away from the attack, it took the electric cable to make the light turn off. He got an understanding cursed run to the recovery room. He close his eyes. Wave is within us. Ash uttered using his aura to sense Lance aura. He can see him flying toward the Pokémon Center, making him open his eyes in relief. Lucario, Pikachu, please hold them off until Lance comes. Pika. Pika. Leave it to us. Pikachu said with electric come out from his small body. Thank you. Ash run to the recovery room. He opened the recovery room and saw Nurse Joy in there in front of the computer looking back at him. What should I do? Ash asked. The electric. Nurse Joy worry about Pikachu power. Ash took out a Raikou Pokeball which released roaring. He touched Raikou's head and kissed his head. Help us. Raikou. Raikou sends a pulse of electricity to the device to make the light go turn in instants make Nurse Joy happy. Ash touched Raikou's head. Thank you, go back. Ash touched the Pokeball to his snout. The door opened showing Lance, Lucario, and Pikachu come to the room. Is everyone okay? Lance asked. Lucario, Pikachu. Ash sighs in relief and looks at Lance. How is Team Rocket? They run away. Lance answered in sighs, I came late. Lucario and Pikachu already defeated Team Rocket Pokémon and already in custody, but Jessie, James, and Meowth managed to run away. Ash smiles at Pikachu who nuzzles his cheek. I see. You too, thank you. I need to go to report this. Lance said and wrote something on paper and handed it out to Ash. This is my phone number, call me sometime. Where are you gonna go next? Pewter City. Ash took the number and gave a shy smile. Thank you, I'm gonna call you sometime. He took out his hand and grinned brightly. Let's meet again someday, Lance. Lance looked at his hand and kissed his knuckles and Ash took a sharp breath. He can hear Nurse Joy, oh my, surprised and sly voice. Lucario who saw the gesture eye twitch and protective with Pikachu who giggled. Let's meet again, someday. Lance said turn around make his cloak flutter behind him in dramatic movement. Ash can feel his hand is burning hot and he thinks it's not only his hand but his face also grew hot. He cleared his throat. I think I need the key to my room now. Nurse Joy, Ash said after regained his composure. Yes, of course. She took the keys from the front desk. Here, have a good night. Ash walked to the second floor to his room. It was a simple room with a desk and a bed. He let Mewtwo out from his Pokeball. Ash knows very well how hard he is to not destroy Team Rocket right away. He slowly and gently touches Mewtwo's hands and brings him to sit beside him in the bed and begin to sing to calm his storm inside of him. If you gather a small star, you will seize a small amount of happiness. If you gather a large star, you will seize a large amount of wealth. Mewtwo begins to calm down, his darkness though slowly disappears. The moon basking the room from the window. If you gather them both, you will seize an eternal wish. Mewtwo's eyes slowly dropped, making Ash touch his Pokeball to him to make Mewtwo to sleep and yet he didn't stop singing. He looked outside the moon letting his Pokemons to hear the calming voice like a spring wind. It was cold and yet warm. He lay in the bed with Mew in his chest purring and Pikachu by his side already in deep sleep. He can feel warm, content aura from each Pokemon that makes him close his eyes. Star gathering is the forgiveness of sins. Star gathering is the miracle of the night. Starlight is the glimmer of hope. Your light is starlight. And it shall be bestowed upon you, the star which you have longed for. Ash yawned and closed his eyes to sleep. He saw Lucario back to his Pokeball to sleep. Let him sleep with two Pokemon in his chest. Morning is coming. Ash woke up in morning with Mew and Pikachu who yawned. He gave a kiss to both of them in their forehead, then he went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and took a warm shower. Good morning, Lucario, Mewtwo. Ash greet them. They greet him back. Ash grabs his Pokeball as his necklace with Mew who disguised as Pidgeot flew beside him, Pikachu who stayed on his shoulder. Mewtwo decided to stay in Pokeball with Lucario who walked beside him. Ash gave the key back to Nurse Joy and decided to begin to journey right away. He already made his breakfast and he already filled his Pokemon food from Pokemon Center, and Lucario often hunted his food by himself, so Ash didn't give him food because it's an insult to him. He get out from the Pokemon Center ignoring the look from the people because of his Lucario. Ah, what a nice morning. If we walk through Viridian Forest, we're gonna stay overnight there. Ash showing the map to Lucario and Pikachu. We can use Entei though, and we arrived right before the sun set in Pokemon Center of Pewter City. I don't mind. It's been a while since I haven't run through the forest. Entei voice echoed through the mind. Then it's decided. Lucario said. Ash closed his Pokédex. I'm gonna release Entei when we arrive in the forest. K. They walk into Viridian City at a calm pace, Ash also using his aura sight to look Pokémons. He exhaled when he saw the forest. He walked into the deeper forest, only halted when saw Caterpie in the tree branch. Pikachu who saw it jumped down from his shoulder. Pikachu, tackle. Ash command. Caterpie got caught off guard by sudden attack, making it fall into the ground. Ash immediately threw the Pokeball to the Caterpie, waiting until its ping made Ash grin, took the Pokeball and sent out Caterpie, who looked up at Ash. Hey, my name is Ash. Do you want to join my journey? Ash asked. Caterpie nods, make Ash grin and touch it to the Pokeball. Ash gives an embracing squeeze to Pikachu, then he sends out Entei, who stands majestic as always. He gives a peck to Entei's forehead and rides on his back. Let's go to Pewter City. Ash cheered. Lucario runs first, followed by Ash with Mew, who turn into Pidgeotto following them, Ash clutching Entei brown fur. Ash tapped Entei fur to halt, followed by Lucario, who also halted, with Mew, who also halted, turn into Butterfree. It's Weedle. I need to capture it. Ash said, take out Pidgey. Pidgey gust attack. Pidgey flew away from Weedle with gust of wind, but then Weedle tried to pierce her using its sting. Get away from the sting and tackle into the ground. Ash command. Pidgey followed the command with Weedle, who managed to slow its guard, and Ash caught it in his Pokeball, and not long a ping was heard to make him grin. He jumped down from Entei and took the Pokeball, and with the same question he asked Weedle. Ash didn't like to force Pokemon to obey his command. If the Pokemon wants to be free, then so be it. He's not gonna force. Bonds make Pokemon stronger. Ash hop onto Entei back. We have a new family. Come on then to Pewter City. We stop in lunch. Ash pat Entei fur, who purred. Ash looked ahead the road with Entei, who ran at full speed until he saw the sun, who was blazing brightly at the sky, showing it was almost lunch time. He needed to feed his Pokemons. Lucario, can you use your aura to look for the river near here where there are not many people? Ash asked to him. Lucario followed the command and used his aura and gestured Entei to follow him. They ran into the river stream and made Ash jump down from Entei, look around using his aura, saw no one, make him relief. He took out all of his Pokemons. It's lunch time, be careful Lucario. I know. Lucario respond, run to hunt his lunch. Ash took out his poke food and introduced his new family to the legendary. Gyarados and Suicune was in water in bliss with Entei and Raikou, who lay next to Ash, and Mewtwo, who lay in the tree enjoying the breeze, while Mew play with Weedle and Caterpie. He gives the food to them. He is thankful that his mother managed to buy a folded plastic bowl, so he's not gonna spend a space in his bag. Ash also eats lunch he bought from Pokemon Center. Not long, Lucario, who finished his lunch, came back to them much better. Ash washed the bowl with the river water. He got taught by his mother how to take care his things in journey. He also got touched by Professor Oak, how to make a healthy Pokemon food. Ash wears his backpack. Alright then, Entei, do you want to rest? Your brother still hasn't run yet. Raikus gives a smug look to Entei, who sked back to his Pokeball. Ash touches Raikou fur after sending the Pokemon back to each Pokeball. Mew has turned into the Butterfree. Ash showing the map to Raikou the way to Pewter City. Leave it to me. Raikou said, bend down. Ash's smile hopped on to Raikou back. Yosh. Let's continue. Raikou ran in fast place with Lucario, who tested his speed. It was a great practice with Raikou regarding the speed, besides he has extreme speed, so it's no problem for Lucario to catch up with Raikou. XXXX. Ash can see the end of the forest, make him pat Raikou fur, make him halt. He jumps down and sees Pewter City, make him smile. He slide Raikou fur, make him purred. Thank you. Ash taps his Pokeball in his snout to make Raikou go inside the Pokeball. Let's go Pikachu, Lucario. Mew, who changed into invincible, plop into Ash head. He walked into Pewter City ignoring the look until he arrived into the Pokémon Center just before the sun was set. They enter the Pokémon Center to the front desk to Nurse Joy. "Welcome to the Pokémon Center of Pewter City." Nurse Joy greet him. Ash took out Pidgeot, Caterpie and Weedle Pokeball, "Please take care of them." Nurse Joy. "I will, I heard about you, Ash," Nurse Joy said to make Ash smile. She took the tray. "Please wait a minute." "Yes." Ash respond. He walked into the poster-humed, Pokémon League District Tournament. "What is the requirement to enter?" Lucario asked. "Pika, it's right in there," Pikachu said, point at the word. "Let's see, if the trainer wants to enter. They need to win against gym trainer of numerous cities and receive badges as proof. But in order to enter the league the trainer needs 8 badges." Ash said and remember. Ash decided to eat dinner while Lucario hunted in the forest. He told Lucario to meet up in the backyard since he can't show the legendary beast in public, especially Mew or Mewtwo. After eating dinner, he walked to the front desk when noticed the happy aura from his Pokémon made him smile and chained the Pokeball to his necklace. "Thank you, Joy-san. Also, do you have a free room?" Ash asked. "There one room left." "Here the key," Nurse Joy give the key to Ash. "Thank you again, Joy-san." He ducked his head slightly. Ash walked into the backyard where there was no trainer in there. He released Entei, Raikou, Suicune, Mewtwo and let Mew to become visible. Ash bought the food from Pokémon Center to the 3 beasts and he also let the Pokémons free from their Pokeball. Ash sat in the ground with his hand touched together in front of his mouth, he in deep thought thinking how to defeat the gym leader. It was stone type. The leader at least has Onix and Geodude. He cannot use Pikachu who is an electric type, but he can use his tackle and quick attack. He can use Pidgeot using her movement, but Lucario who came back from his hunting saw Ash who sat in the ground with his hand together, eyes far away, dozed off look. He understood immediately that he was having a battle in his mind. It's terrifying to see his brother who can predict the future, and when he asked he answered like it was an obvious thing. Lucario often wondered if Ash really has a future sight to make him see the future. He sometimes saw Ash play chess with his mother. Ash told him that it was indeed a board game that uses mind and mental. "Oh." Ash blinked when noticed his aura. "Welcome back, Lucario. I'm home. So, have you decided which Pokémon you're gonna use?" Lucario asked. Sit beside Ash, make the attention to other Pokémons. "Amen. At least the gym leader has Onix. I want to send Pikachu out, but electric and ground type are opposite, but there is a high chance for me to send him out." Ash said, patting Pikachu's head. "Pika." "What?" Pikachu tilted his head. Ash grinned. "Your body is small. I know you're strong. But it's still not enough. I need you to strengthen your Volt Tackle, Iron Tail and Quick Attack." "Jaya. Am I gonna join the battle?" Gyarados asked. Ash touched his head. "You right. Flying type is weak against stone type. I need your water type." Gyarados nuzzles into his cheek. "I will not let you down." "You're not." Ash stroked his scale and stood up. "Yosh. Let's train." They cheered up, but what they didn't know they might regret for training under Ash and Legendary Beast. "Pika. I regret it." Pikachu panting in the ground with Raikou who is still brimming in the electric power. "I don't know, using normal move is that hard." Pikachu. "Not yet. If you manage to hit me then you are win." "Stand up." Raikou roared. "Are you giving up?" Pikachu stood up stubbornly. "Who's gonna give up?" Pika, see you." Ash was learning with Lucario with BLNDFLD in his eyes. He was learning hand-to-hand combat with Lucario using Aura. Gyarados was with Suicune learning the other move. XXXXX. Pika. It's stone. Pikachu comment. They are now looking up at the stone entrance gate to the stone gym. It was gray color. Color of the stone. Lucario was on his side with Pikachu on his shoulder and Mew at his head. What do you expect, Flower? Lucario snickered. Anyway, let's enter. Ash entered the gym. It's dark but he can sense someone's aura in front of them, declaring, I'm Ash from Mosera Town. I came to take my first badge. I'm Brock, Pewter City Gym leader. A gym match is different from a street fight. Brock said to Ash, it's an official Pokémon League match. There are specific rules. He stood up from his seat, we use 2 Pokémon, is that alright? Ash grinned with a challenging look adjusting his cap, thank you very much. How long have you been with your Pokémon? Brock asked incurious. I had Lucario when I was 7 years old but I had Pikachu for about 2 weeks. Ash answered. Brock smiles, that it's at its cutest. Let's begin now, please. Ash said. Brock snapped his finger showing a made-up stone field, he jumped down from his seat showing his Pokeball. The match shall commence. Brock declared. Pikachu jumps down from Ash's shoulder, Pikachu, I chose you. Go Onix. Brock declared. Ash smirked though glance at Lucario winking, as expected he has Onix. Lucario shivers at his prediction and observation skill but it's no surprise. He has a genius mind. Tackle attack. Brock command. Dodge it. Bind attack. Jump Pikachu. Ride it. Ash command. Pikachu jumped to Onix back make Brock surprised and Ash who smirked, what? Shake it off. Brock command make Onix shake it body. Jump down, Pikachu. An Iron Tail. Pikachu jumped down and with Iron Tail he managed to hit Onix head, he somersaulted in the air and landed in front of Ash. It was surprising but not yet. Onix. Rock throw. Brock command. The stones lift up from the ground make Ash clench his hand in thrill, he grinned with slight madness in his eyes analyzing everything and overseeing everything. Pikachu. Quick attack on those stones. Ash's command made Brock surprised and gasped when saw Pikachu ride the stone, and full power of Volt Tackle. Pika, 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 Pikachu. Pikachu used full power of Volt Tackle to Onix who has no chance to dodge, making Pikachu hit headstrong to Onix make it fall into ground knockout. Yes. God job, Pikachu. Ash shouted. Brock turns his Onix back to its Pokeball looking at Ash and puzzled, he never such an abstract movement. It was crazy movement. Next Pokemon. Brock took out his second Pokemon. Pikachu, can you do more? Ash asked. Pika. Pikachu stand with his 4 feet grinning. Go. Geodude. Brock shout. Ash smirked and looked around the gym blink when he saw a smoke detector and a wood in the ceiling make him smile, his mind circling with numerous possibilities make him grin predatory. Pikachu, we're gonna end this in 2 moves. Ash declared. Pika. Pikachu tilted his head and confused but when he saw Ash cunning and sly in his eyes, he let out his spark of electric. Pikachu, 100.000 volt to the lamp. Ash command point his finger to the ceiling make Brock confused. Pikachu send bolt of electric to the lamp make the wood burn and it alerting the smoke detector make a rain in the gym, Brock wide-eye and surprised. And Pikachu, 100.000 volt. Ash shout. Pika. Pika. Chew. A burst of strong electric come out from Pikachu body make Geodude get electric and instantly knocked out without Brock can command. No way. Brock in stunned. Lucario smirked with Pikachu who jumped into Ash's arm, Mew who was invincible giggling beside Ash. Brock walks to Ash. Well, it's utter defeat for me. Your Pikachu is amazing, Brock said showing gray badge, accepted, you're more than deserve this badge. Ash took the badge, yes. First badge. He crouched down to Pikachu, it's your medal, Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu's smile jumped into Ash's shoulder. Which gym are you gonna challenge next? Brock asked. Cerulean Gym, Water Gym. Ash answered. Scratch Pikachu chin. Look at Brock, you can go to pursue your dream. Brock gave a sad smile. I can't, I want to become best breeder in the world, but you know I have 10 little brother and little sister. I cannot leave them alone. Ash hummed in a sad voice. Oh, well. Best of luck to you then. Brock smiled. No, that is my word. Good luck, Trainer Ash. Ash gives a last farewell to Brock. He walks back outside Pewter City. He decided to go into the Pokémon Center to let Nurse Joy take care of Pikachu while he took a call to his mother. Ash. Where are you now? Delia asked. Hi, Mama. I'm in Pewter City and just finished my gym match. He shows his gray badge. I got the badge. Delia squealed. Congratulations. What is your next city? Cerulean City, Water Gym. Ash answered. Now, Pikachu got treated by Nurse Joy. I see. I see. Good luck, honey. Delia said to him. Ash hummed and turned off the phone. He looked at the clock in the Pokémon Center. It was almost afternoon. If he goes now, he will camp at the forest. Well, it's not the first time he camp outside. He walks to the front desk when his name gets called. Ash can see Pikachu aura is brimming with power and happiness. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Ash said to him. Ash gets out from the Pokémon Center opening his Pokédex. Looking at the map, he looks at the way to the Cerulean City. He hummed and decided to walk outside the Pewter City to the forest since he decided to use Entei to Cerulean City. He entered the forest and took out Suicune, who liked his face and made Ash giggled. Let's go to the Cerulean City, shall we? Ash rides Suicune through the forest until the sun is almost set. Lucario gestured to follow him near the river. Ash jumps down from Suicune back and uses his aura to sense if there is someone nearby, but it seems there is no one near him, therefore he lets out his Pokémons. After dinner, he trained the worm-type Pokémons to make sure they evolved. Ash make Caterpie to fight with Pidgeot until a bright blue glow come out from her body, make Ash wide-eye, and indeed Caterpie evolved into Metapod, make Ash run to her, embrace her. Metapod. Congratulations. Ash said to her, who smiled. The train continued with Ash, who trained his Pokémon for the next challenge until an aura happened in a 15 radius from him to make him hide the legendary Pokémon back into their Pokeball. Who? Ash asked in confused stand up. Lucario and Pikachu already stand in front of him. Mew and Mewtwo stand as invincible beside him. A male comes out from the bush, making them lock eyes. A ruby eye and brown eye clash to each other. Lance? Ash asked, blinking. Ash. What are you doing here? Lance asked. Ash grabs Pikachu and touches Lucario's shoulder, assuring them, I'm on the way to Cerulean City to have my second badge. What about you? I just traveled to make sure Kanto is safe. Lance shrugged. Ash hummed, ignoring the secret that he hid sitting in front of the fire. You can stay until the sun has arrived. Lance sat across Ash. Okay then. So, you're gonna go to Cerulean City? Yes, is there something wrong? Ash asked. Lance pursed his lip. I don't know if it is called gym anymore. What does that mean? Lucario asked, surprising Lance, who forgot that his Lucario can speak. The gym leaders were the three sisters, and now the gym was used as synchronized swimming. The trainer who goes in there gets a free badge, except the youngest one who travels becomes a Pokémon trainer. Lance informed him. Ash furrowed his eyebrow, but then. Isn't that cheating? You could say that, but then what can you do? Lance shrugged and muttered to himself. Wallace must be in anger, saw them. Ash yawned in tiredness and made Lance smile and told him to sleep. He took out his sleeping bag and decided to sleep while Lance fixed the fire. A bright light came out from his pocket and he took it out, showing Ho-Oh feathers which glow brightly, the same as Ash feathers in his bag which glow brightly. Lance stared at the boy who slept deeply until Lucario voice break his though, I don't know what you up to, but don't do anything if you didn't want to feel my wave. Lance smirk, protective, aren't you? Not only me. All of his Pokémons is protective of him. Lucario answered, why are you here? Isn't Champion busy? Lance sighs, I am. Bunch of Pokémon trainer who want to take my title but I have free time. Lucario closed his eyes, you can join our travel. I can feel you are honest person. You will do anything to protect the Pokémons and will not do a bad deeds like the other trainer. Perhaps that's why Lady Ho-Oh gave you one of her feathers. You are kind enough. Lance blinks in stunned. He has many people called him. Reliable? Of course. Safe? Yes. Assuring presence? Yes. But, kind? No one told him that. He is not kind. Lance stares at the burning fire in silence. Perhaps that's why Lady Ho-Oh gave you one of her feathers. Perhaps indeed. Lance looked at his side where his Dragonite who whined to him walked to Ash and curled around him to make Lance smile. Well then, if Ash didn't mind I wouldn't mind traveling with him. Lance said with Dragonite who smiling in agree. On morning, Ash woke up in morning with a Dragonite face in front of him to make him stiff. He blinked and looked at the side when he heard a chuckle and saw Lance in the river washing his face. She took a liking to you. Lance comment. Ash, sitting up from his sleeping bag, gave a slide to Dragonite's snout who purred. He woke up, stretched his limb groaning and walked next to the river. Good morning, Lance. Ash greet him. Good morning to you too. Lance answered. I'm gonna hunt my breakfast, Lucario said to Ash who nodded. Ash, who saw a confused look from Lance, gave a smile, Lucario is an independent Pokémon, he didn't accept Pokémon food from me. He insulted himself if he took the food in the silver plate. I told him to be careful of the evil organization who wants to capture him but for 5 years he has not been troubled in the forest. Weird Pokémon. Lance comment after a few seconds silence. Ash chuckled and stood up after washing his face, what do you expect from war Pokémon? He already got used to the wild and he is a knight after all. What do you mean war Pokémon? He asked in confused stand up. Did you know Sir Aaron's history? Ash asked take out Poke food and his food. Yes, the greatest Aura guardian and hero of Rota Kingdom, why? He asked again in confused. Lucario was Sir Aaron's apprentice but Sir Aaron locked Lucario to make sure he alive and I managed to free him when I was 7 years old on holiday with my mother and after that Lucario follow me because I also have the same aura as Sir Aaron and with me who become close friends with Lucario. Ash informed him. Lance stared at Ash with blank eyes until he give a laugh out loud make Ash surprised look at him. As expected of you. I can sense you have a secret or something. Lance grinned brightly. Ash blink, you weren't surprised? Lance smiles softly, no. For some reason it is perfect for you and if you have legendary Pokémon for some reason you fit for them. There is no one that makes sure they are safer than you. Ash stared at those ruby eyes then averted his eyes ignoring a sudden rush of heat to his cheek, he cleared his throat. Thank you. And speaking of the legendary. Ash cleared his throat. Lance looked at Ash who glanced at him who awkwardly make the food and instant he clicked. Oh, Arceus. You have the legendary Pokémon. Lance claimed in wide eye. Ash pursed his lip, you cannot tell anyone. I cannot let Team Rocket or other evil organization know them. They are my family. Lance stares at Ash, eyes nod in understanding, okay, I promise you. I will not tell the other champion or league about this. Ash gave a relief slumped, thank you, Lance. Suddenly Dragonite's surprised cries were heard to make them look at her and saw another replica of Dragonite appeared beside her. Ash give a smile back to cook his food while Lance at the fake Dragonite who changed again into Reshiram and changed again into Charizard. Is that what I think it is? Lance said in breathless. Ash giggled, Mew, don't torture the poor man. Charizard changed again into Mew, who giggled. Float around dumbfound Lance. Ash took out all of his Pokeball, letting out Mewtwo, Raikou, Suicune, Entei, Gyarados, and Weedle. Lance, who saw the legendary beast only can frozen make them, has an amused look, with Mewtwo who float beside Ash give a look. Ash pat his hand in nod, make Mewtwo exhaled in nod back. Lance? Ash called him but no answered. I think you broke him. Entei comment in amusement. Ash touches his shoulder, and that is the moment when Lance breaks from his trance to look at Ash in silence with a disbelieving look. Ash, who know the question in his mind only, can prepared for numerous question, but unexpectedly he only stay quiet, clearing his throat. I see. They like you. Lance comment. Ash jolted and looked at Lance in surprise. You didn't ask how I got them. Lance shrugged and took the food from Ash. If you didn't want to tell me, then I didn't force you. Ash gave a soft smile. Thank you, Lance. They eat the breakfast in comfy silence until they finish eating breakfast. Lance, who has an unexpected decision to follow Ash to Cerulean City. He needs to buy the clothes to hide himself, and he needs to disguise himself. How are we gonna go to Cerulean City? Lance asked. Usually I ride the legendary beast to the edge of the forest. Lucario uses his aura to sense there are no people. Ash informed him to put the Pokeball in his bag, and when he looked up at Lance, his eyes twitched, though he was excited. He wants to try to ride the legendary beast. He sighed and patted Raikou and Suicune head. Do you mind for him to ride you? As you wish. Raikou shrugged and walked to Lance, bend down, gestured him to hop on. Ash, who already rides Suicune, has Pikachu in front of him and Mew in his head. Come on then, I wanna arrive in Cerulean City before lunch. Lance hopped into Raikou head, amazed that he rode the legendary Pokémon for the first time. Oh, how he wished to tell the other champion, but he knows that he will fulfill the promised. He shut his eyes when Raikou ran at full speed. It's a different sensation when he rides Dragonite. He can feel Raikou muscle in his body, the heat of electricity. He glances at the boy next to him, who rides Suicune like he rides a Ponyta. He has a comfy face, like staying beside legendaries is the most secure and safest place in the world. Even though Ash know that Suicune can make a tsunami wave with one roar, Raikou can make a thunderstorm, and Entei can make a volcanic. Such a weird child. Lance though. They finally arrive in Cerulean City. Ash and Lance hop down from the legendary beast. It was a perfect time. Before lunch they arrived. Ash gave a peck at each legendary head, who purred in delighted. Go rest. Ash said to them, touched their head with Pokeball and chained it in his necklace. You love them. Lance comment. Ash smiles. It's a normal gesture. Sometimes gestures are much stronger than words, and yet words are much sharper than gestures. Mew turned into Dratini and perched himself into Lance's shoulder like a Sciole, making him surprised, and a giggled from Ash. Mew like you. Ash comments and looks at Mewtwo. Do you want to go back into your Pokeball or stay outside? I stay at Pokeball. Mewtwo said. Ash let Mewtwo tap the button and chained it back to his necklace. Well, let's go. They enter the Cerulean City in silence. There is a bunch of water and river in there. They walk around the city until Lance stops at the clothes store to make him remember that he has no clothes in him. Well, we need to disguise you. Ash said in understand. Lance entered the store, changed his clothes to a more casual, like a trainer. He wore a black turtleneck and a leather jacket with jeans. He also let his red hair fall, and his forehead only got swiped into his side of head. Ash's wide eyes are stunned. God, is Lance this hot and CC? More importantly, is there something wrong with me? Why is my heart beating fast? The expression didn't get missed by Lucario, who can only sigh in exasperation. Oh, his poor innocent trainer has just entered the adult world. How is it? Ash? Lance asked, break his trance. Ash blinked, squinting his eyes and touching his chest. It fits you. Lance smirks, thank you. He purchased the clothes and get out from the store. Only Ash look at the corner shop where it got crowded by the citizen and they heard a police siren make them narrowed his eyes. Lance. Ash called him. Yeah, I know. Let's go check it out. Lance run to the crowded. They run to the crowd and saw the store got checked out by police and there also has police officer who got guarded in there. Ash asked to the person next to him who told him there a thieves got broke and make them surprised. Hey, you two. They look at Officer Jenny who stares at them with a suspicious look. I never seen you two face before. Did you perhaps know Officer Jenny from Viridian City? Ash asked. Oh, that my younger sister-in-law. She answered and gasped, leaned close to Ash. Wait, if you know my sister then did you have some dealing with the police? Well. Ash took step back when Officer Jenny got close to him. Lance who stays quiet cannot expect him to not winch. Well, he is dealing with the police with his agents who are dealing with the evil organization. There are a lot of people who say they know the police like someone asking the direction or someone who dropped the wallet or a criminal who is doing such bad things. She show her handcuff. Wait a second. We just came to this city. Ash yelped with Lucario who sweat drop. Officer Jenny smirked, they say the criminals go back to their crime scene. Ash give a nervous smile and show his Pokédex showing his identity and Lance who raised his hair showing his proof as champion make Officer Jenny surprised when saw Lance identity. Oh my, that was convincing evidence. Officer Jenny said and apologized with a sheepish look, sorry for doubting you. So, what did they take? Lance asked. Those thieves were peculiar one. Rather than taking money, they stole a giant hose and a large engine. Officer Jenny said. They got shooed from the crime scene so they decided to go into Pokémon Center to eat lunch while Nurse Joy checked Suicune and Raikou condition after running. Mew was in disguise of Eevee eating the poke food the same as Pikachu who eats the same food except Mewtwo and the legendary Pokémons. Do you think it's Team Rocket? Ash asked after Shallow the food. I hope not. Lance sighed. They finish eating with Suicune and Raikou who already got healed. Ash goes to the backyard near the forest where there is no one and he gives the food to the legendary Beat and Mewtwo. Ash exhaled and sat on the bench waiting for them to finish eating. He knew how dangerous it was for them to let go of the legendary Pokémon to the public. Lance also sits beside him, understanding well why they need to eat in a secluded place. Oh yeah, I'm curious. Are you gonna become a champion? Lance asked. No. He refused bluntly earned an anime fall from Lance. Oh, why? He asked. Being champion is busy. I live and travel and battled. I want to become a Pokémon master. I want to challenge myself and my Pokémons in league. How far can I go? Ash said calmly but his brown eyes is burning with fire. Lance looks at the Pokémons, I see. But I think you're gonna be disappointed in this city gym. Ash sighed and pursed his lip in silence. Well, if they indeed give me the badge then I have no choice but to accept it, isn't it no? But even though it was heavy in my heart. Lance nodded, I understand that. After they finished lunch, they decided to walk into Cerulean Gym. Ash opened the door and the first thing they saw was a crowd of people and water pool. He saw 3 girls who did the synchronized dance in the water. Oh dear. Ash muttered. Follow me. Lance turnaround gestured him to follow him. Ash followed Lance out from the pool to the underground and saw an aquarium make Ash surprised. They halted when they saw the 3 sisters who finished their show. Excuse me. Lance calls them, we heard this is Cerulean City Gym, this young man wants to have battle. Okay then, follow me. One of the sisters gestured to them to follow them, my name Daisy, we are Pokémon trainer. You can pick which one of us you want to battle. Then Daisy-san, please battle us please. Ash said. They arrived in the police pool which turned into battleground. Ash stands in the floating ground. He sends Pikachu into the water with Sakura-san who sends Horsia to the field. We will use 3 Pokémon, okay? Daisy-san asked. Yes. Ash responded. The battle begins. Lance declared. Pikachu 100.000 volt. Ash command. Pika. Pikachu. Pikachu send a strong electric make Horsia immediately knock out make Ash and Pikachu blink. That's it? Ash asked. Pika. Pikachu chirped up. Daisy sends out her other Pokémons and indeed they cannot win against Pikachu. In the end, Ash got the badge in Heavy Heart because of how weak they are, but then he managed to defeat the gym leaders with his Pikachu. Here. Water badge. Daisy hand out the badge to him. Ash took the badge, thank you. Suddenly the wall got destroyed showing a big machine, it was James, Jesse, and Meowth. They SCK the water off from the pool. Large engine and a wide hose. They are the thief. Ash claimed. The water who got absorbed into the machine now reverse sprouting to them like a cannon. Water makes them engulfed in water, but then it reverse back absorbs the water back into the machine, making the Pokémon get absorbed. Pikachu. Lucario. Ash shouted, Pikachu 100.000 volt full power. Pikachu electrocuted and destroyed the machine, making the trio get absorbed in their machine and get thrown into the sky. Lucario cough a water make Ash run to him. Are you okay? He asked and worried. I'm fine. Lucario answered. Ash's stand-up run to Pikachu who got absorbed into the machine only got reversed when Ash turned the machine back. Lance who saw Pikachu caught it in his arm. Got you. He said. Pikachu. He chirped up and got a nuzzle from a worried Mew who was disguised as Dratini. They finally got the badge and decided to set out into the Vermilion City to get his next badge, Electric Badge. Ash looked at the sun who almost set. We better go to the Pokémon Center. Ash comment. You're right. We need to check our Pokémon. Lance pointed out. They walk into the Pokémon Center and hand out Lucario and Pikachu to Nurse Joy with Mew who has his Pokeball. As expected, Nurse Joy knowing about Ash makes him slightly embarrassed. They decided to eat dinner in Pokémon Center. Did every Nurse Joy know you? Lance asked, raised one of his eyebrow. Ash chuckled, well, in my young age, I often to help Nurse Joy from Professor Oak Laboratory. Lance hummed with a sly smirk, pretty and clever. Ash looked at him in deadpan, did you have trouble with your eyes? You mean? Lance chirped up. I need to call my mother. She might be worried. Ash stand up. Lance decided to give the boy some privacy with his mother until he got called by Ash who was still on the phone with his mother. He stood up and walked to the video camera. Mama. Meet Champion Lance. He has been traveling with me for about a few days now. Ash introduced him. Oh my. Pleasure to meet you, Lance. Please call me Delia. She introduced herself. Lance smiled, pleasure to meet you, Delia. I hope that our Ash didn't trouble you in journey. She commented and worried. Lance chuckled, no. It was nice to have company in travel. They talk for about a few minutes until Delia cuts the phone call and Ash exhales in relief with amused Lance beside him. She's a supportive mother. Lance comment after a few seconds silence. Ash sighs and smiles. Yeah, but she's an amazing mother. Lance who looked at Ash softly made him clear his throat, he stood up straightened his back and as the announcement happened calling Ash name made him stand up. Everyone is already healthy. Nurse Joy said to Ash. Thank you Nurse Joy. Ash ducked his head slightly. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Lucario said ducked his head slightly. Oh my. I heard from my sister but it was surprising to see a talking Lucario. Nurse Joy said in surprised. Lucario rolled his eyes with Ash who chuckled, anyway, do you have 2 rooms free? There is no room except for a bunk bed. Nurse Joy said after checking the status of free room. We take it. Lance chirped up. They walk to the second floor where the room in there. Lance opens the door showing a bunk bed at the side of the wall, a wardrobe and a desk with a bathroom of simple shower and a washbin. You can take the shower first. Ash said to Lance. Ash took off his necklace and put it in the table along with his belt that consisted of his Pokeball. Lucario decided to go into his Pokeball. Ash let him have free will to go outside and inside the Pokeball while Pikachu lay in the bed rolling in the bed along with Mew. They are really close friends. He opens his Pokédex looking at the map to Vermilion City. Let's see, in regards to going to Vermilion City, they need to have 3 days night on the walk but with legendary beast within him, he can arrive in Vermilion in 2 days. Ash sighs close to the map and looks at his record he caught. He has no progress at all, he is busy with his gym after all. Ash closes the Pokédex, look outside the window to the moon, then touch at the legendary beast Pokeball. I'm counting on you 3, tomorrow. Ash used telepathy to them, he can feel their aura responded to him, make Ash give a warm aura to them in gratitude. At least, he need to catch some Pokémon on the way to Vermilion City, Ash thought in sighs with a nod. Speaking of caught, all of his Pokémon are growing fastly with Minapot who needs to evolve and Weedle who needs to evolve into Beetle. Well, it's no better than Pokémon battle to make them evolve. Bathroom door opened showing Lance who came out from the bathroom wearing simple track pants and a white t-shirt, his hair became mess not like before. Bathroom is done. Lance said ruffling his hair with his towel. Yeah. Ash's response took his towel from his bag. He enters the bathroom, takes a quick shower and brushes his teeth, he wears his clean clothes. Ash got out from the bathroom to brush his hair, saw Lance who was busy with his device to contact his agent no doubt and look over the report. Ash lay in the bed yawning, good night, Lance. Oh, good night. Lance respond. Ash held Mew and Pikachu in his chest and let his eyes shut, make him go into dreamland. A chirping Pokémon echoed through the Cerulean City, making a young boy in the age of 12 years old wake up from his deep sleep. His name Ash, he was just woken up to begin his journey to Vermilion City to get his 3rd badge. He opened his eyes and saw Pikachu and Mew in front of him, eyes still sleeping. Ash heard a click sound from the door make him rub his eyes, saw Lucario has finished hunting his food, make him grunted sit from his bed and put Mew and Pikachu in the bed. Good morning, Lucario. Ash greet him with yawned. Good morning, Ash. Lucario greet him back. Ash and Lance have decided to go journey 8 in morning, but it is still 7 in morning, therefore Lance is still asleep. Ash went to the bathroom to take a warm shower and brush his teeth. He checked his towel which had already dried up thanks to his waterbending to control the water that got absorbed in the tower. Ash gives a wave of aura to his Pokémons in the desk as morning greeting, and indeed their voice echoed in his mind makes him relax. He sits in the bed and begins to meditate for 30 minutes, then he will wake Lance up if he doesn't wake up in 30 minutes. Minus 30 minutes later. Ash opened his eyes with his aura who was already in control and locked so the Pokémons didn't notice his power. He looked at the clock from his Pokédex. It was 7:30. He climbed to the second bunk bed, saw a sleeping Lance make him sigh and pat his cheek, send a cold aura make him yelped, open his eyes, bolted, sit up touching his cold cheek. Good morning, O champion Lance. Ash said with mischievous in his eyes. What did you do? I feel like I just got thrown into cold water. Lance asked with wide eye. Ash touched his hand showing a glowing blue of aura, sending the same cold aura to Lance and making him yelp, took his hand away from Ash. It's aura, okay. I understand, Lance pinched his nose. Ash giggled and climbed down, it's already 07. Wake up. Lance sighs with a fond smile, cheeky brat. Ash sat in the desk while Lance took his private time. He opened his notebook and began to write the training with his Pokémons and their movement that Ash can teach them, and speaking of the league, Lucario is an urgent Pokémon in case Pikachu cannot defeat the opponent or the team. Speaking of Lucario, his ability can defeat the champion Pokémon easily with more training. He closed his notebook when the bathroom door opened, showing Lance already wearing his high turtleneck clothes and jeans. Ash winced when looking at the long fringe of Lance. He took out a pin from his bag and handed out to him. To pin your fringe. You cannot use your usual hairstyle. Ash pointed out. Thanks. Lance took the hairpin. Ash looked at Lance that pinning his red hair at the side of his hair and screwing it. It was so handsome and secretary. He averted his eyes from the champion, took a deep breath and tried to calm his heart down. He is 12 years old for Arceus' sake. Hold it together, Ash. He took his bag with Lucario, who stared at Ash in amusement. Shut up. He say mentality earned a shrug from the Pokémon, but his eyes has an amusement. I'm done, let's go. Lance said, taking his Pokeball. Ash wears his necklace. Pikachu, who already woke up, hangs in his shoulder with Mew, who also already woke up giggling, changed into EV. Stay in Ash arm and comfy make Lance chuckled and sigh from Ash. Come on then. Ash walked out from their room. Ash decided to pack some food from the cafeteria in his bento box and take some fruits for poke food. After giving food to the Pokémons as usual, they walk outside from the Pokémon Center to Vermilion City. He opened the Pokédex. Okay, so, the closest official route is number 24. Ash told Lance about it. We're gonna walk to the forest, yes? He asked, earned a nod. They walk to the forest in comfortable silence until they get broken by Ash. Are you not busy doing your job as champion? I'm fine. There nothing happened besides champion at least needing a break time. Ash fumed, if you said so. They arrived in forest after walking for about 2 hours. Ash took out Suicune and Raikou from his Pokeball. Ash rides Suicune while Lance rides Raikou. They give a purr and run in full speed near the river until lunch. They decide to rest to eat lunch. Lance helped Ash to make the lunch. It was an easy lunch with Ash, who took the ingredient from Pokémon Center. He also helps Ash to make the poke food for the Pokémons with fruits while Lucario hunts his lunch. It's been a while since I cooked. Lance comment. You can't cook? Ash asked, raised one of his eyebrow. I can, but it's already a long time ago, and after I became champion, I rarely travel. Well, isn't it great? You're right. It was a refreshing feeling. I've been busy battling with the trainer or with other champions. Speaking of the champions, I saw your battle on TV. World League Championship. As expected from champion, it was an amazing feeling. Lance felt himself fluttering. Thanks. Ash hands the Pokémon food each to the Pokémons while he eats the lunch along with Lance beside the river. Suicune always lives near the river along with Gyarados, who swims in the rivers in bliss. What is the plan? Lance asked after finished the lunch. I need to train my Pokémons. He answered. Lance decided to stay at the side with the legendary beast with Mew in his arms, dozing off looking at Ash heavy training regime. He can see that Ash is a true trainer. His training is ruthless, yes, but the Pokémons is stronger, and when they finish training, Ash will give a healing pulse to them and the berry will make sure they are healed and fine. After 3 hours, Ash finally decided to finish the training with Metapod, who evolved into Butterfree to make him embrace the Pokémon in congratulations and make Lance smile. They decided to begin the journey again. The legendary beast gladly jumps from stone to stone like what they're doing in usual. Ash can sense their happiness in the nature, that's why Ash takes turns to make sure they can feel the ground every day. They continued the journey to the mountain with Ash, who looked at the map, hummed and nod that they are in the right path. We're in right path. Ash shout to Lance, who nod and responded. The sun's gonna set soon. Raikou told Ash. Lucario uses his aura to look for the secluded place that is not far from the main road with Ash and Lance, who hop down from the legendary beast back. He exhaled, look at the evening sky. It's beautiful. Ash said, taking out his Pokémons, who also chirped up in amazed by scenery. We're in the mountains after all, if we continue like this. Tomorrow we're gonna arrive in Vermilion City before the sun sets. Lance said with his hand in his hips. World is beautiful and yet ugly, Mewtwo said to them. He's right. There are many of ugly things in the world and yet it is still beautiful. Lucario said. Ash begins to make dinner while the Pokémons play with each other. Lance helps to make poke food while Ash makes the dinner. He asked Mewtwo to use his psychic to bring the tree branch from the ground and Dragonite kindly burned the fire to make a small bonfire. He exhaled and sat in front of the fire and saw the sun setting with the moon who came up into the night sky. Ash took the dinner from Lance with a smile. They ate in comfortable silence since they didn't need to speak until he finished eating the dinner. Ash begins to read Aura book Leave from Sir Aaron. His learning still hasn't finished yet. What are you reading? Lance asked. Aura. Ash answered, I intend to master the aura power. Aren't you already able to use aura power? Not enough. If I can save Pokémon from in verge of dying with my aura then I will be satisfied. Ash answered the question. He cannot rely on Arceus' ability. Yes, Father Power is amazing to even be able to heal the dying Pokémon, but if he uses the ability it only can make the suspicious for the people, therefore he needs to at least use his aura to save the Pokémons. Oh. And defense, attack to save himself from the evil organization. Lance leans at Entei warm body behind them and calmly shut his eyes. It's been a while since he has a peace in his life. He has a chaotic life as champion handling the region and taking care of Team Rocket. He sighs and tired. Why does every region always have a bad evil organization? Kanto has Team Rocket, Hoenn has Team Magma and Team Aqua, and he pities Steven Stone to take care of two evil organization. Ash looked at the side and saw Lance, who has a calm face not like the mask he uses in publics. He lowered his guard down and let himself to relax. Dragonite, who saw her master sleep, she bring out the blanket from his bag to Ash, who give a stroke to her snout. Only the blanket got levitated. Make them look at Mewtwo, who easily covered the champion body with blanket. Onii-chan. Mewtwo close his eyes, humped look away, make Ash smile. Lucario, who saw it, give a smirk, and Mew, who giggled. You're not honest, stubborn Pokémon. Mew giggled. Even though Mewtwo didn't say it, but Ash can feel it and clearly can understand what he means. Lance is one of us and we take care of our own. He already saw Lance and his Pokémons as his pack. He also didn't need to ask the legendary beast because he also has the same feeling with the proof of Entei tail, who curled protectively around Lance's waist. Ash uses his earth bending to slake the fire off. He closes his eyes and leans at Raikou and begins to sleep, waiting for tomorrow to the Vermilion City. XXXXX. Morning was just like usual with Ash, who woke up first, followed by Lance, who woke up like he just had a full rest. Good morning. Ash greeted him from making breakfast. You sleep well? Lance stretched his limb. Yeah. I think the same too. He stand up, folding his blanket and wash his face from the water bottle. He then walked to the edge of the mountain with Dragonite, who snuggle into his face, make Lance chuckled. Hey, girl. Have a good night? Lance asked. Dragonite chirped in happy. Ash handed out the breakfast to Lance after handing out each of the poke food to the Pokémons. Lance took the breakfast with a smile. What time is it? He asked. Almost 9 in morning. In my defense, you sleep deeply. Ash shoved the food in his mouth, avoid eye contact with Lance, who smiled softly to Ash, and he began to eat the food. They eat breakfast in comfortable silence with the Pokémons, who talk to each other about them until Ash and Lance finish eating. Ash asks Dragonite to destroy the paper bowl in Ash. It's convenient to use a plastic and paper when traveling. There are not many dishes. Makes sense. They begin the journey again with Lucario, who runs beside them, and Mew, who turns into Butterfree, flies beside them. They finally got out from the mountain forest to the main Route 24 when the sun almost set. They almost arrived in the Pokémon Center, therefore they decided to not rest. Ash and Lance hopped down from the legendary beast since they almost arrived in the main road. Raikou warned him about the rainstorm, making Ash nod in understanding. He chained the Pokeball in his necklace. Ash, who told Lance about the weather, makes him understand very well. After all, Raikou is associated with storm. Lucario ran behind the humans when he sensed an aura in front of the road. He closed his eyes and focused on the aura, only gasping when he sensed it slowly dying out like Sir Aaron time. Ash! Lance! Lucario shouted, calling him, there is someone dying just in front of us. Ash wide-eyed and ran faster, using his aura to sense the aura, and indeed it was the same when Sir Aaron died. Ash and Lucario halted when they saw Charmander in the rock with its fire slowly dying. Hey, what are you doing here? Ash asked to Charmander kindly. I am waiting for my trainer. He answered with pitiful male voice. How long have you been in here? He asked again. Charmander didn't answer. Ash told Lance what he spoke, and he had a grim look in his eyes. A drop of rain fall from the sky and makes Ash gasp. Oh now. Say, please let yourself check in the Pokémon Center. Ash takes off his waterproof jacket to cover it tail and body. Screw your trainer to leave you alone in here with your condition. Ash runs to the Pokémon while sending Healing Pulse to Charmander while fusing it with Arceus' ability to help him stay instable. They burst into the Pokémon Center to nurse Joy. We found this Charmander on the top of the hill at the verge of dying. I managed to stabilize him using my aura. Please help him. Ash pleaded with desperate. It must belong to Damien trainer Charmander. Nurse Joy gasped. Where is this person now? Lance asked. Nurse Joy shakes his head in solemn. He already left Pokémon Center 2 days ago. Ash growled in suppressed anger. He hated when he saw an innocent Pokémon get abandoned or hurt. He can feel his blood is boiling until a big worm in his shoulder makes him gasp. Finally realized he released his aura, making the wood near him cracked by the pressure. Ash took a deep breath and put Charmander in the bed. Please save him. Leave him to us. Nurse Joy, bring him to the emergency room. Lance sits in the chair while Ash stands in front of the door clutching Pikachu in his arm while Mew, who chirped sadly, floats in her true form beside Ash. Lucario leaned at the wall across Lance with his arm crossed. He is thankful that Aaron-sama didn't betray him, but unfortunately this Charmander has got abandoned. He cannot imagine how hurtful and painful it is to realize. Lance staring at Ash, who paced around the hallway in worry with Pikachu in his arm, as comforted. He still can sense the pressure from the boy aura. It was strong, like he got enguel with the sudden pressure of the ocean wave. He managed to calm the anger from the boy when he heard a crack from the wood near him. His brown eyes were glowing blue at that time. Lance sighs, and it's hard to admit, but his anger is scary. Lance stands up and embraces the boy in his chest, making Ash stiffen and relaxing. He brings the boy to the seat, calming the boy down. I hate to see an innocent Pokémon get abandoned. Ash whispered to him, clenching his hand. I'm thankful that Gyarados got abandoned in the river, but this Charmander got abandoned out in the wild with poor condition. I almost got betrayed by Aaron-sama after sealed me away, but thankfully he didn't betray the kingdom and hailed as hero. I can feel the betrayal of the little one. Lucario said. Ash stood up from the seat when the door opened, showing Nurse Joy, who told them that Charmander is awake but loses hope after getting betrayed. Let me see him. Ash declared. Ash entered the room and saw Charmander stare at nothing with a blank face, making him saddened by it. He gently sends a healing and calming aura to him to make Charmander blink. Look at Ash. I'm sorry, you didn't deserve the treatment. No Pokémon don't deserve this treatment. Ash declared in firm and clear voice. I was weak, that's why he abandoned me. He stayed in anguish voice. That was that JRK fault. Ash declared, on the verge of shouting to make Charmander's frozen wide eye. He cupped the Pokémon jaw with gentle and sad eyes. You are not strong enough. Not weak. It's the Pokémon trainer job to make sure the Pokémons become strong and evolve. Ash declared. Touch his head. I can feel it, your aura. Your life. It was brimming with power. You are strong enough, and if you can conquer it you can evolve, and one day you become Charmander. Say, do you want to join my family, join my travel? Charmander's wide eyes are shocked. You want me? But I mean not strong enough. He changed the word when noticed the glare from him. Ash smiles. of course I want you. You are strong enough for me. Charmander finally let a tear make Ash embrace the Pokémon in his chest and sit in the bed. You can cry. Take a deep breath and steady your heart. The world will remain as it always has been no matter how long you look away from it, so take a moment to yourself, close your eyes, and breathe. When you open your eyes, you will find yourself at the same place you were, but now you are ready to face the world. Ash let the Pokémon cry, sobbing, but he can be certain but in morning he can face the new world as the new Charmander. Ash opened his mouth and it reminded him when Lucario got too emotional. In my eye and in my way. In the sky so far away. Are you hiding in the gray? I am on my way to find you in the shadow where you lay in the darkness. I'll be praying one by one in a lonely lullaby. Lucario, who heard the song, can only stay silent, remembering when Ash saved him from the darkness of his thought when he believed Aaron-sama is a traitor. Lance stares at Ash, who sings calmly to make the little Pokémon calm down from the storm happened. Dancing like a lonely feather. In the windy weather, looking for a beacon and some clarity. Long to fly again together, and I wonder whether we will ever find our melody over mountain and below the stars. Light my way so I know where you are. And find me. Anywhere and anytime I sing my song for you. The storm outside the window is already calmed down, showing the moonlight coming out from the cloud make Ash, who sit in the bed, got basked in the moonlight in the dim room. Lance hated to admit, but the boy was beautiful. Have you calmed down yet? Ash asked. Char. Yes. You have a nice voice. Thank you. So, do you want to join my journey? Char. Yes. Ash threw an empty Pokeball to Charmander, who happily entered the Pokeball. He embraced the little Pokémon in his arm and grinned at Lucario and Pikachu. We have a new family. Ash said to them. Pika. Nice. Pikachu cheered up. Congratulations. Nurse Joy smile. Nurse Joy, is there still a free room for a night? Lance asked. Of course, wait a minute. She go to the front desk to took the keys. Ash and Lance walk to their room. Ash decides to take a shower first. He took a quick warm shower and washed his hair. He went outside from the bathroom and saw the champion just finished hanging his jacket. Lance closes the bathroom, makes Ash sit in the bed ruffling his hair. He looks at his Pokeball. He has 5 legendary Pokémon and 5 normal Pokémon, no, 4 normal Pokémon. He is not gonna call Lucario normal. The trainer needs to use 6 Pokémon to enter the league, and Ash decided to send Butterfree, Pikachu and Lucario in the league, but his main Pokémon are Lucario, Gyarados and Pikachu. He needs 1 more Pokémon to catch for his team in league. What makes you think so hard? Mewtwo asked get out from the Pokeball. Onii-chan. Ash greeted him looking at the Pokeball. Nothing. Just my team for the league. I didn't want to rely to you and the legendary beast. Oh. I want to use my own team in the league and win the competition. If I can, I want to use Gyarados, Pikachu, and Lucario as the main Pokémon. With my healing pulse I can heal them after battle. I think I'm gonna use the legendary Pokémon when I'm in pinch. You know that they will agree with you even though you caught a few Pokémon, but they are strong. Thank you, Onii-chan. Lance finished the shower. They talked to each other about their plans after this, since they needed to go to Vermilion City to get electric badge, until Ash yawned and decided to go to sleep. A sea scent. A young boy was seen riding a legendary beast, Suicune. He wore a red hat and a blue jacket with black t-shirt with jeans and a red sneaker. The boy has a raven hair and brown hair. He was in peace, let the wind pass through him. The boy's name is Ash Ketchum, or chosen one by Pokémons who know his name. Beside him is a young man, perhaps in age 20, wearing a simple black turtleneck and leather jacket. The young male has a ruby eye and red hair. The man was riding legendary beat of Entei in peace look. The young man is champion of Kanto and Johto, Lance of Blackthorn, Elite 4 and Dragon Pokémon Specialist. In front of them is a Petaljack-like Pokémon who is named as Lucario, an aura-based Pokémons. They finally get out from the forest with Entei and Suicune, who walk out from the forest showing a beautiful sea with a pretty sand. Ash hopped down from Suicune in stunned of the beauty. Pretty. He muttered. I agreed. Lance also commented. How about we camp here? Ash asked. Look at Lance, who nodded and agreed. For the evening, Ash and Lance prepared their dinner. The sun is setting, showing the night starry sky. Ash walks to the beach water with his shoes in his hand. He has a relaxed face with Lance, who leaned at Entei in peace. Mew was playing with the other Pokémons who play in sea water. Ash gave a soft smile and sat back next to Lance in the firewood. You really love your Pokémons? Lance said first. Of course, I rarely have human friends, therefore I prefer being with Pokémons. I can imagine that. They decided to sleep after Ash trained his Pokémon. His Metapod is evolving into a beautiful Butterfree to make him have a happy feeling. Weedle also evolved into Kakuna. His training is this intense, make his Pokémon evolve quickly, but they are satisfied with the result. They decided to continue their journey early. Lance threw the sand into the firewood so they didn't make attention to the wild Pokémons. Good night, Lance. Good night, Ash. On morning after breakfast they continued their journey to the Vermilion City from the forest route. Only decided to use Dragonite to go into the city when they are near the civilization or the people. They hop down from Dragonite just out from the gate to Vermilion City. The first thing they need to go is Pokémon Center. Ash look at the Pokédex the way to the Pokémon Center and they greet Nurse Joy in there. Hello, Nurse Joy. Will you look at my Pokémons? Ash greet him. I too. Lance chirped up. Please put your Pokeball in the tray. She take out the tray. Ash put Entei and Suicune Pokeball while Lance out Dragonite Pokeball, but suddenly the door got open showing a trainer and his Pokémons, who is rough shape laying in the bed, got pushed by Chansey to the emergency room. What happened? Ash asked incurious. That the 15th one brought in this month. Nurse Joy and exasperated make them surprised. She bring them into the recovery room where their many Pokémon sleep in there. Recovering make Ash raised one of his eyebrow in surprised. They all lose to Lieutenant Surge, Vermilion Gym leader. Nurse Joy told them. Wow, he must be a great trainer. Lucario chirped up. Nurse Joy, who heard it, lit up. Are you perhaps Ash Ketchum? Yes, why? Oh. I heard about you from my sister. You saved an abandoned Charmander and saved the Pokeball from the thief, aren't you? She also told me about rare talking Pokémon. Oh, okay. Ash and Lucario look at each other in silence and don't know if it was a good thing or bad thing that the rumor got spread out, but well, there is no harm, is it? So, Ash, Pikachu. Are you gonna challenge Lieutenant Surge? Lance asked after a few seconds. What do you think, Pikachu? Are you ready? Ash raised his shoulder where Pikachu perched upon. Pika. Pika. More than ready. He chirped up with burning determined and a spark from his cheek. Lance, who saw the determined and fearless of Pikachu and Ash make him hummed and intrigued, they walk into the electric gym and indeed the decoration is thunder everywhere. Ash opened the door and saw 3 people in there in the dark room. Hello, I'm Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. I came to challenge the gym leader to earn a Thunder Badge. Ash said in fearless voice with determined and clear voice. If he loses to this person, how he gonna face Reiko, Entei, and Suicune? He trained together with Mew and Mewtwo. He cannot lose, and it seems Pikachu also shares the same sentiment because he also gives a spark of electricity in his body. Hey, boss. Another victim in the emergency room. One of them said to someone in his back. Welcome to Vermilion Gym, a gruff male voice greet him. Wow, he's huge. Ash though in silence. A male wears a military jacket, a spiky blonde hair and a friendly look in his face. For some reason, the gym leader, ruthless idea of him, got broken apart. Okay, baby. Lieutenant Surge rubbing his head. Baby. Ash squeaked and Lucario, who heard it snickered, earned a dirty look from Ash. Shut up, Lucario. He cleared his throat. Anyway, can we begin the battle? Pika, Pika. Pikachu chirped up, jumped down from Ash's shoulder. Lieutenant Surge looks at Pikachu, who grinning fearlessly like it loves to battle a stronger Pokémon. He also senses something different from the boy in front of him. This boy different. Come out, Raichu. He send out his Pokémon. They go into the field. Pikachu has brimming with electric and Ash knows that this is his battling with the same type as him, even though he often battles with Raikou, but then it was time to prove his training to Raichu. Let the battle begin. Pikachu, Thunder Shock. Ash command. Pikachu gives a Thunder Shock, but it has no effect on Raichu. To make Lieutenant Surge laughs, Ash observes the opponent move and the trainer. Show him the true Thunder Shock. Lieutenant Surge command. Raichu send out a strong Thunder Shock to Pikachu. Pikachu, Iron Tail to the ground and channel the electric to the ground. What? Raichu Thunder Shock has no effective to Pikachu, who channel the electric to the ground. Ash give a smirk to a surprised look of Lieutenant Surge. Pikachu, Agility, Quick Attack and Volt Tackle. Pika, Pika, Pika. Pikachu remembers the command and follows the command to the Raichu. Raichu cannot use agility because of his body, but Pikachu, who is small body, can do, and for Ash it was enough. Raichu. Body Slam. Dodge. Pikachu dodged the body slam. He circling Raichu makes it dizzy. For Ash this Raichu is too slow. Raichu. Give it a go. Shut it down. Raichu give a powerful Thunder Shock, make the glass broken. Pikachu. Show your training with Rai in this last movement. Absorb it and endure. What? Pikachu took the electric from Raichu in his body and endured it. He refused to lose and didn't show his progress. He opened his eyes slowly and grin made Lieutenant Surge in shocked. Yash. Pikachu. Full power to the sky. 100.000 volt. Ash shouted. Pika. Pika. Chew. Pikachu let out a strong thunder from his body to make the gym ceiling get destroyed and his electric so powerful until the cloud in the sky got turned into grey thundering. Ash and Lieutenant Surge covered their faces by the dust and the powerful gust. There was silence in the gym except Raichu, who knocked out clean, with Pikachu, who still let out a spark in his cheek. Amazing. Lance comment with cold sweat from the audience seat. Unbelievable. Lieutenant Surge stunned. Pikachu immediately jumps into Ash's arm, who twirled him in bright grin. Lucario has a proud look. It wouldn't be surprising if Pikachu managed to do that. He is a strong Pokémon just like his trainer. Congratulations. Lieutenant Surge handshake Ash hand. Nice job, Ash. Pikachu. As a proof of your victory. A Thunder Badge. Ash looks at Badge and at Pikachu. He lifts Pikachu, who squeaks, showing the thunder. It's your victory, Pikachu. Pika. Ash. Pikachu took the badge and cheered to grinning Ash. He pinned the badge with others' badge in his jacket. Thank you, Lieutenant Surge, and sorry for the ceiling. Ash apologized sheepishly. Lance gave a bark laugh along with Lieutenant Surge. They decided to go into the Pokémon Center to check for Pikachu and Raichu condition. Lieutenant Surge. Nurse Joy greet him. Nurse Joy, I want you to look at my Raichu. He put the Pokeball down. And my Pikachu. Ash put Pikachu in the table. Oh. It's rare for a gym leader to come check. Nurse Joy comment. Lieutenant Surge scratched his neck in sheepish, I got completely defeated by him. Nurse Joy chuckled and brought them to the recovery to take care of them. Lieutenant Surge, Ash and Lance take to each other with him, who is surprised when the champion himself was in front of him. Make Lance chuckled nervously, hoping that the media didn't hear his presence. Here, Pikachu and Raichu have already healed. Nurse Joy smile. Pikachu. Ash embraced the Pokémons. Lieutenant Surge let Raichu come out from already healed up. Pikachu hopped down from Ash's arm and gave an electric to Raichu to make them look like they got close like friends. Pikachu and Raichu have already become friends. Ash smile look up at Lieutenant Surge, it's an amazing and thrilling battle. Pikachu showing his training result and once again I'm sorry for the ceiling. And speaking of the ceiling, do not worry the league will repay and fix it for you. Lieutenant Surge. Lance said showing his poke phone in his hand winking. Lance. Ash grateful for what he do for him. Well, thank you, Champion Lance. Lieutenant Surge said. They decided to begin the journey to the Saffron City for the next gym battle of Physic Battle, but before that Lance and Ash decided to buy some poke food he needed to supply in his food. Thankfully Pokemon Center sold the supply, then they decided to go walk since they decided to look around the city. Wow! Look at the cruise ship. Ash comment look up at the massive ship. I never seen a cruise ship before. Lucario comment. But, we cannot enter the cruise. We cannot purchase it. Ash respond to Lucario who hummed. Suddenly a popping sound and a congratulations come from the two people who told them that they are lucky to win a lottery to famous St. Anna cruised. There is a Pokemon party in there and Pokemon battle of course. Well then, we'll take it then. Ash took the ticket. They entered the ship and saw a bunch of people in there with Pokemons in there. For some reason, Ash feels something is wrong with this ship. They walk around the hall amazed by the shop, it looks like a big Pokemon convention. Everyone here is a Pokemon trainer. Lance said. Yeah. Ash look around in narrowed eyes noticing the champion. What's wrong? I had a bad feeling on this ship. Bad feeling? He stiffly leaned near Ash, aura. Yeah. I had a feeling about a malice aura around here. Lucario is close to me. Do I need to call my agents in case? Lance asked, hand twitching to his Pokeball and his poke phone. It's up to you. They saw a Pokemon battle in front of them between two trainer, Raticate and Starmie. Ash decided to join the battle to let go of his bad feeling. Who wants to battle with my Raticate? The male trainer, the host asked. I want to battle your Raticate with my Butterfree. Ash took out his Butterfree. As you wish. Raticate, hop, jump and kick. He command. Butterfree tackle. Finish it, Raticate. Hop Fong attack. Dodge it and stun spore. The Raticate cannot move because of the stun spore. The host took his Raticate, making Ash and Butterfree confused. It's enough. He said, why don't we call it draw? Ash tilted his head, slide Butterfree head and touched his head to the Pokeball with Lance who walked to him. Pika, Pika. Pikachu points at the buffet in the table make Ash chuckled, okay, okay. They decided to eat the buffet while talking to each other with Pikachu who enjoyed eating the poke food until the host came to him. So, you're having a good time? He asked with the woman next to him. Yes, sir. We're having a great time. Ash answered. Your Butterfree is quite extraordinary. Thank you, sir. I put a lot of work into raising him. What do you think about Raticate? It was great and it put up a tough fight. In that case, I will be direct. What about trading Pokemon with my Raticate? Ash gave a smile, oh, sorry, sir. But I didn't do trade Pokemon to anyone. Sorry, sir. The man who sensed that it was his decision decided to back down, leaving Ash looking at his back. They decided to walk into veranda where the sea breeze passed through Ash and Lance. Do you not like to trade Pokemon? Lance asked. No. They are not a things. They are mine. He answered. They decided to go back into the hall until Ash halted, clutching Pikachu in his arms with Lucario who stood in front of Ash and Lance in protective manner. What's wrong? Lance asked and alerted with his hand clutching his Dratini Pokeball. As the door got closed along the curtain. The people in there ripped their clothes showing, word in there make Lance and Ash growled. Lance, I think it's time for you to call your agents. Ash whispered. Yes. He took out his poke phone to send an emergency signal. Team Rocket now will take possession of your Pokémon. Jessie said. The member of the Team Rocket begins sking the Pokeball from the people, Ash growled. Pikachu, Thunder Shock, Lucario Dark Pulse. Ash command. Dragonite. Hyper Beam. Lance command. They let their power to make Team Rocket knocked out with Ash, who declared, if you want to rob our Pokémon then we will make it a battle. Pikachu 100.000 volts. The other trainer also takes out their Pokémon with another Pikachu, who makes a tower and sends out an electric. Then Ash takes out his Charmander with another Charmander to burn those people. Those people got kicked out from the ship by the Pokémon's power until suddenly the ship got unstable. Oh no! There is a big storm. Ash claimed. Look outside the window. Not good. Lance commented. The people begin to panic with the ship slowly sinking into the sea. Ash and Lance run toward the exit door where supposedly the gate can be opened, but the people who pushed each other make Ash and Lance cannot do anything until the people manage to get out from the ship. Lucario and Mew already have their Pokeball except Pikachu, who is in Ash's shoulder. Ash gasped when the water managed to enter the ship from the hole. Suicune, who sensed the distress, come out from her Pokeball. Get on, you too. She bend down. Oh. You are a water type. Ash, remember. Ash and Lance sit in the Suicune back, who run into the exit. She warned them to take a deep breath. They clutching Suicune fur in tight with her, who swim to the surface, make Ash and Lance gasp. Are you okay? Suicune asked. Stand in the water. Ash coughs. Why yeah, thank you. Suicune. Where do we go? She asked. Ash closed his eyes and muttered, wave within me. He tried his best to look for the desert land, and indeed he found an island not far from them. Make Ash open his eyes. Go to the east for 30 kilometers, there is an island there and port. Ash opened his Pokédex to clarify. Humed, it was Port City of Maiden Peak. We can look for the cruise to bring us to Saffron City. Saffron City, if I remember, near the sea, is it not? Lance asked Peak from Ash's shoulder. Yes, but if we use Suicune to run to the beach side of the city near Saffron City, we need 2 days. Then what about we go into the port city, if we ride the cruise? We need to stay there for 3 days, but if we use Suicune we only need a day to arrive near Saffron City. Ash humed and looked at Suicune, who nodded. I can do it. Suicune began to run again with Lance, who used his Dragonite to fly beside Ash. For a whole day finally they arrived in the port city. Ash hopped down from the Suicune near the forest in the beach shore and put her back into her Pokeball along with Lance, who put his Dragonite back to her Pokeball. Let's go. We need to look for a place to sleep. I'm sure there is a Pokémon Center near here. Ash said. Look at the Pokédex map. Over there. Lance pointed at the dot in the map. They walk into the Pokémon Center in Port City only to be stunned by the ruckus in the city. It seems like there is a festival in the city. Summer Festival. Ash read the pamphlet in the random wall. Well, we can look around if you want after checking the Pokémons in the Pokémon Center. Lance suggests. Ash sends all of his Pokeball along with Pikachu to Nurse Joy, the same as Lance. They decided to eat dinner since Ash didn't really try to eat sweets, but he's sure that Mew loves to eat sweets from the festival. Everyone has already gotten back into health. Nurse Joy said with smile. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Ash took his Pokeball and sent a wave of warm aura to his Pokémons. Well then, let's go to the festival, shall we? Lance comment after put his Pokeball into his belt. Ash let out Mew, who perched in his head into invisible, while Pikachu look around in daylight with Lucario, who stay next to him like a bodyguard as always until Mew use his paw in his head and turn into Swablu floating near the cotton candy shop. Make Ash chuckled. Mister. I want to buy this cotton candy one, please. Ash took out his money. Here you go. He gave the cotton candy to Ash. Thank you. Ash took the cotton candy. Mew, who in Swablu form perched in Ash's head with him, who hands out the cotton candy to Mew, who eats in delight with Pikachu. He saw Lance, who in the corner stall made him confused and raised one of his eyebrows. Do I make you wait? Lance asked. Run to him. No. What did you buy? He asked, incurious. A souvenir. They walk around while Ash looks around, speaking of the souvenir. He needs to buy some kind of gift for his Pokémons. Ash halted in front of the accessories stall and saw a simple blue and black bracelet. This bracelet is perfect for Lucario. Ash decided to buy the souvenir in silence, hoping that they would like it, until a firework happened to make them go into the beach store, where there were not many people in there. Lance hands out a box to Ash, who is surprised. For you. Ash took the box after a few seconds of hesitation. You don't need to. I want to. He said in firm voice, make Ash shut his mouth. He opened the box, showing a badge case, made him gasp, and then he saw a beautiful bracelet make him take a sharp breath. It was a beautiful keychain of Dragonite figure that made him smile and chained it to his Pokédex. Thank you, Lance. It was beautiful. Ash grinned brightly to the older male. Lance cleared his throat and looked away. Nothing. Ash let his legendary Pokémons out from their Pokeball with Ash, who opened the paper bag in the beach ground. And speaking of the gift. Ash trailed. Ash showing a bunch of gifts to the Pokémons in front of him. Ash gives a bracelet to the legendary beast with each of their color and their mark. Entei has a red, fire logo mark in there, Raikou has a golden, bolt mark in there, and Suicune has a blue, water logo in there. It's beautiful, Ash. Suicune said and touched. Thank you, Ash. Entei chirped up, adjusting the feeling of the bracelet in his leg. You are too kind for this world, chosen one. Raikou comment. Ash gives a peck each in their forehead. It's an honor for me to make you three stay with me. He also gives the same type of bracelet to Mew and Mewtwo. Mew squealed and dived into his chest in happiness with Mewtwo, who had a fond look in his eyes. Lucario, who saw it, gave a fond smile to the child. He vows to protect this child, and he will do it in vow as his knight's training. They look at the firework that is displayed into the night sky beautifully. Ash glanced at the older man in silence until he broke the silence. I need to go back into HQ to report about Team Rocket. Lance informed him. When? He asked, averted his eyes. Lance sighs, when we arrived in Saffron City. Ash only stayed quiet and hummed in response. Honestly, he didn't like that Lance stayed away from him. He begins to take to the older champion after all. It becomes lonely. On morning, they decided to begin the journey again with Ash, who rode Suicune, and Lance, who rode his Dragonite. For the whole day they finally arrived at the shore, where he saw a cliff to the main road to Saffron City. Lance brought Ash to his Dragonite to fly into the cliff, while Ash brought the Suicune back to her Pokeball. We're arrived. Lance comment. Thank you. He reponsed. Ash and Lance hopped down from Dragonite, looked down at the intense wave, make Ash cringed slightly until he saw a bunch of Butterfree. The Butterfree are preparing for the season of love. Lance said with his hand in his hips. Mating season? Ash asked. Yes, the Butterfree will look for partner, cross the ocean to lay eggs. Let's look for the balloon rental. I need to let Butterfree look for partner. You're right. Lance and Ash look for the balloon rental. They lucky they managed to rent it, then they float into the air until Ash threw Butterfree ball into the air, showing his Butterfree, who go into the other's Butterfree. Good luck, Butterfree. Ash shouted. Look for a nice partner. Lance shouted. Ash finally noticed their other trainer, who sent out their Butterfree. He looked at his Butterfree, who flew down to him. Butterfree. Ash touched his head and took a ribbon from his bag, tied it into his neck. You need to find your partner. Free. Ash. He chirped up. He looked at his Butterfree, who looked at his partners until he saw a beautiful pink Butterfree fly. Good luck, Butterfree. Ash whispered. Lance told him that the Butterfree doing the courtesy dance until Team Rocket disturbed the Butterfree make Lance growled with his Dragonite Pokeball already in his hand. Why they always come? He asked. Haha. I wonder why. Ash muttered. Ash blinked when saw Butterfree use tackle into the net where the pink Butterfree got caught make him hold Lance's hand. Let Butterfree handle it. Ash said to him. If you say so. Lance took the Pokeball back to his belt. Butterfree. Ash shouted to him to make him look at him, use wind gust. Butterfree make a strong wind make the helicopter got unstable then he flew to the air balloon gesturing Pikachu to jump his back, he flew to the helicopter let Pikachu fall into the glass. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash shouted. Pika. Pikachu gave a thunderbolt that made the helicopter broken and the net got loosened up. Ash grabs Pikachu who got brought by Butterfree. Good job, Butterfree. Ash rubbed his head. Suddenly the pink Butterfree flew toward his Butterfree and began to dance to make Ash smile. You did it, Butterfree. Ash cheered with grin. They look at the two Butterfree who dance at each other until the sun is set. Ash looks at the two Butterfree especially his Butterfree who he raised. Ash. Lance touch his back. Ash took a deep breath crouched down pat his head then at the pink Butterfree head, this guy is a good guy, so take care of him. Free. I will. She said make Ash smile. Give birth to some lively babies. Ash pat his Butterfree who teared up, don't cry, we meet again someday. I will explain to the others. Don't make trouble to your girlfriend. Free. Ash. He muttered in sad. Ash stood up, go, she is calling for you. Butterfree give a last embrace to Ash and flew toward his partner leaving Ash who wipe his eyes to not let tears drip from his eyes. It was a quiet night in the Pokémon Center where everyone already slept but not for one trainer who sat in the chair staring outside the moon in night sky. Ice name Ash, after free Butterfree to let him have his life, Ash continued his journey to the Saffron City to challenge the gym challenge but Lance needed to go to HQ and who knows where leaving him in front of the gate of Saffron City. Ash touched his forehead where Lance had kissed him. It was burning where his lip was touching him but for some reason he didn't understand why he had these sensations. He exhaled, shook his head, slapped his cheek with both of his hands startling Pikachu in his lap. No, no. Focus on the gym challenge. He though indetermined. Pika. What's wrong? Pikachu asked tilted his head. Ash scratched his chin make him purred, nothing. Pika, Pi, Pika, Chu. Have you decided which Pokémon you want to use in gym? Ash sighs in defeat, I didn't know anything about psychic Pokémon. Pika, Pi. Mewtwo. Strongest psychic Pokémon. I can't. If I let him into the field, he destroyed the gym leader with one move. Pikachu tilted his head in confusion, Pika, Pi. Isn't that good? Ash chuckled, stroking Pikachu's soft fur, it's unfair, Pikachu. Speaking of the unfair. He also for some reason can feel the psychic power in the city. There is no doubt that the gym leader, Sabrina has psychic power. He cannot send Pikachu to the field but at least he will try his best to let Pikachu into the field and if he cannot then I will send Mewtwo into the field. On morning, Ash was staring at the majestic building of the psychic gym building in silence with Pikachu who perched on his shoulder and Lucario by his side only turn around when they sense someone come to them. Are you gonna challenge the gym leader? A man wearing a hat asked in the middle of the jogging. Yes. Who are you? Ash asked. I'm no one, you may be participating in the Pokémon League but it's best to avoid this place. Ash smirked, is it because she is psychic? The man halted jogging in the place looking at Ash, I can sense you have power. Who are you? Ash smirked and lashed out his aura making the ground crack under his pressure make the man wide-eyed in surprise. I'm Ash Ketchum, a trainer and aura guardian in training. Ash informed him locked his power again. Aura Guardian. I heard they are extinct, but it seems I was mistaken. So, who are you? Ash asked. I'm Sabrina, father. Do you mind if we talk? He took off his hat. Ash listened to Sabrina father's story about what happened to the gym leader, and honestly it was a pity, but well, he understood why she was obsessed, because he also didn't have friends except his family and he didn't dare to drive them away. I see. Let me recap the story. Sabrina is so obsessed with her power and drives everything away until she even turns her own mother into a doll. Sabrina's father nod made Ash sigh and asked after a few seconds, so, what happened after that? There are two girls in her. One who is a lonely girl who desperately wants friends, and the other one who is a troublemaker gym leader. I need you to go into Lavender City and catch ghost Pokémon. Why? Because they can bring laughter to Sabrina. If she can laugh, she will return to normal. Please help her. Ash looked at the fathers who asked him to save his daughter. He took a deep breath and nodded in determination. Okay. I will save her. Ash declared, speaking of the mischievous. I have one perfect Pokémon. Sabrina's father only stays quiet in confusion until they come to the gym building. Ash entered the building and saw Sabrina and her doll. You come. Or a guardian. She said, break the silence. Ash narrowed his eyes. Ash Ketchum from Mossera Town, come to challenge for the badge. She floats into the ground, one Pokémon each. Deal. Ash nod. Sabrina takes out her Pokémons. Alakazams, bring your Pokémon out. Before Ash can speak, Mew Pokeball Twitch makes her come out from the ball, make him yelp. She floats in front of Ash, shocking Sabrina and Sabrina. Father. Mew. Sabrina father stunned. Mew, 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 she giggled and floated into Sabrina and made a bubble with changing into numerous Pokémons. She jumps up and down with her Pokémons until she makes a big balloon and it explodes right in front of Sabrina and Mew, makes them scorched. Mew. Ash squeaked. Mew blink one, twice, then giggled, followed by Sabrina, who her lip turned into a smile and give a laughter, make Ash blink, and Sabrina father crying and touched saw Sabrina laughter make her Pokémon also fall in laughter become of the telepathic. Ash is glad that Mew can give laughter and light to Sabrina's eyes. In the end, she give him the marsh badge to Ash, with Sabrina who released her mother make the family united again in harmony. XXXXXX. Ash was at rest eating lunch, looking at the canyon in front of him where there is no one in the path. He already walked for about 3 days to Mountain Cliff to the next gym challenge, Celadon Gym in Celadon City, for his rainbow badge for the league. He already has 4 badges with him while the league needs 8 badges. He needs to hurry, and speaking of the league, Ash needs to shorten his Pokémons for his team. First, he has Pikachu, Gyarados, Lucario, Beedrill after evolved perfectly from Weedle to Kakuna, the last to Beedrill, and the last is Charmander, who already evolved into Charmeleon. He has 5 Pokémon in his team that he is gonna use in League. Ash eats Onigiri in silence with the legendary, who is also eating poke food until he senses someone aura hiding behind the rock, make him look up and see Mankey, a Primeape Pokémon, staring at his food, make Ash smile. Hi. Do you want a food? Come here. Ash pour poke food into the empty paper bowl. Primeape go to him and eat the food and delighted make Ash smiled, and after eating Ash touched Primeape head, give a warm aura to him. Say, I can sense you are a strong Mankey. Do you want to come with me? Ash asked. Primeape gives a nod, makes Ash grin and touch its head to the ball, making it absorbed into the ball. Ash give a wave of calm aura to it, make it calm down in there. Nice to meet you, Primeape. Ash whispered to him and chained the Pokeball in his belt. Are we going, now? Raikou asked. Yup. Ash stand up nodding. He hopped into Raikou and he began to run in fast pace into Celadon City. The first thing he needs to go to is the Pokemon Center to let Raikou have full power again. Ash, Pikachu, and Lucario can see Celadon City in front of them, make him hop down from Raikou and put him back into his Pokeball. Let's go, Lucario, Pikachu. Ash said to them. They walk into the Cerulean City Pokémon Center and earn a look because of Lucario since they didn't know what kind Pokémon Lucario is. Ash enter the Pokémon Center saw Nurse Joy. Please take care of him please. Ash put Raikou Pokeball into the tray. I will. She took the Pokeball. Ash looked around the Pokémon Center in silence waiting for Raikou. It was still morning 9 o'clock, there were not many people in the center. He sat there in silence. If Lance is beside him, he has many things to talk and speak of Lance. Ash took out his Pokédex showing his keychain make him soften slightly. He got yanked out from his thoughts when Nurse Joy called his name to make Ash stand up and go to the front desk and took the Pokeball from Nurse Joy. Oh yeah, I remember that I got a parcel from Champion Lance for trainer Ash Ketchum. Nurse Joy said and remembered. From Lance? Ash asked. Nurse Joy handed out the parcel to Ash who took it. He gave a grateful nod to Nurse Joy and decided to open it in the courtyard. He opens the parcel showing a hat made Ash raise one of his eyebrows. What? He asks in a confused look at the hat, last time is keychain and hat. Lucario who understands what happened can only smirk in understanding, it's a courtesy gift. Ash looked at the Pokémon like he grew another head, it's a court what? Lucario rolled his eyes, it's a courtesy gift, it's a gift if the opponent person adored his or her partner. It is clear that Lance is fond of you and wants to properly court you. Ash can feel his cheek heated up and he no need to ask because the way Pikachu and Lucario look has already confirmed it, he cleared his throat. How do you know? He asked in embarrassed. In my time, when the male person fancies the female, he will give a courtesy gift and if she accepts the gift then they will begin the courtesy until the time is come but if the female is refused the gift then that means the male gets rejected. Time. Ash squeaked with furious blush, what time? Pikachu and Lucario rolled their eyes with Pikachu who answered, Pikachu, time until marriage of course. Then, what should I do with this? Ash asked and flustered, then he yelped, more importantly, I'm still 12 years old. It's time for the courtesy begin, courtesy is to get to know their partner much better. Something like that. Lucario answered. You can send things you like. Ash looks at his Pokémons in silence then at the gift, he looks at the morning sky in deep thought. He often wondered about Lance's smell, a cinnamon wood and a forest smell. In this relationship, Lance is of course the dominant one while he is the SBMSSV one so he needs to send a gift back as the response that he accepts the courtesy from Lance but what is good for him? He is champion. Ash stood up and decided to go look around the city since he decided to stay in the city for the night. He wandered around until he arrived in the perfume shop. Make Himi enter the shop. Welcome. Did you look for perfume? One of the female workers asked. Ah yes, well. I'm looking for a nice smelling perfume for gift. Ash answered. Well then, please call me Erica. Let me see the perfume. She gestured to him to sit in the seat. Ash sat in the seat with Pikachu sitting beside him. Lucario decided to stay in his Pokeball. Erica puffs a perfume in Ash's wrist and makes him sniff it. Oh, it's like a flower smell, a spring smell. Ash comment. It's the most popular one in this shop. She informed him. It smells just like your aura. Spring smell. Courtesy is to get to know their partner much better. Lucario's words echoed in his mind and made him nod in decision. Ash looks at the perfume bottle. Ash got out from the shop with the perfume bottle in his arm. He didn't want to know if it was a good thing or not since the smell is the same as his aura. Well, what is done is done. It's time for him to have a Pokémon battle for his rainbow badge after lunch, Ash planned. He walks back into the Pokémon Center where Ash bought the lunch, then he takes out his Pokémon except his legendary Pokémons, then he goes to the backyard to make sure that the legendary got eat to fullest. After this, we're gonna battle with the gym leader. Pikachu, Pidgeot, Chameleon. Ash said to his Pokémons. After eating lunch, Ash and Pikachu go to the gym. Ash blinked when he saw the worker from the shop in the gym make him wide eyes. "You are that one Isan from shop?" Ash pointed out in surprise. "Oh. Are you a trainer?" she asked. "Yes, I have come to challenge the gym leader." "Our gym leader?" "Erica. Follow me." Ash follows the worker to the deeper gym. He is amazed by the numerous plant Pokémon and the plants in there. It is obviously weak against the fire type, he mused. He arrived in the field where Erica was. "Are you a trainer that want to challenge me?" Erica asked. "I'm Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town and I want to challenge myself to get a rainbow badge. We're gonna use 3 Pokémon, is that deal?" "Deal." Gym leader, Erica vs trainer Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. Battle begins. Erica sends out her Tangela while Ash sends out his Charmeleon to the ground. This time he uses logic. Grass is weak against the fire. Charmeleon. Use Slash. Ash command. Char. He used Slash, only got dodged by Tangela. Tangela, Stun Spore. Burn them using Flame Burst, then use Flamethrower. Chameleon let out a burst of flame and the spore exploded like a firework, making Erica and Tangela caught off guard. Then in that moment Charmeleon used Flamethrower to make Tangela make it knocked out. Come back Tangela. Go Weepinbell. She let out her last Pokémon. Charmeleon, can you still continue? Ash asked. Char. Of course. He has a determined look and Ash can feel their bond is become much stronger. Ash smiles. Weepinbell, Razor Leaf now. Erica command. Flamethrower at full blast. Ash command. The leaf got burned by the fire, make a small meteor of fire. And the last. Flame burst. Chameleon gives a full blast of flame to Weepinbell to make it get knocked out. Ash gives a smile to Chameleon who grins. Return Weepinbell, go. Gloom. A plant Pokémon gets out from the Pokeball, sends off a really smelly smell into the gym. Charmeleon gets knocked out, makes Ash take him back into his Pokeball. He wants to take off his Pidgeotto only to be interrupted by Rocket Team. Rocket Team. Ash claimed. They want to steal the perfume, but Meowth makes an explosion that makes the gym get burned because of the explosion, and don't forget that everything is a dry leaf so the fire is fast to spread. They manage to save the Pokémons and the children inside with Ash, who managed to get out from the gym. Go, Gyarados. Ash throws the ball showing Gyarados, full power, rain dance. He give roar to the night sky, make the cloud gathered up to make a cloudy sky. Ash saw and frantic Erica make him ask her, but she didn't found her Gloom. What if Gloom is still inside? Erica asked and worried, want to run to the burning building, only got hold by Ash. I will go. Wait here. Ash said to him. He run to the inside of the burning building with his sleeve covering his nose, so he couldn't get out from his Pokeball, using her water ability to dim the fire from Ash to not got burned, while he used his aura sight to sense the living aura until he found Gloom terrified at the fields. He run in here, only gasped when the ceiling got destroyed, almost destroyed, only got levitate and destroyed before in his eyes make him turn around. Oni-chan. Lucario. Ash claimed. You're reckless. Mewtwo said and huffed. I cannot die young, Ash. Lucario said and exhaled. Ash chuckled and walked to Gloom, sending a wave of calming aura to make it calm down. He crouched down in front of him. Hey, Erica is waiting for you. Let's go. Ash spread out his arm. He gets out from the building with Lucario on his side, and invincible Lucario, Suicune, already goes back into his Pokeball with Gloom in his arm. Erica. Ash called the gym leader. Ash. Gloom. Erica took Gloom from Ash's arm. Oh, you're fine. Thank you, Ash. No problem. He noticed that it was raining and made him walk to Gyarados, rubbing his head. God job, you save us, today. Jaya. Are you okay? He asked. Yes, good job, go rest. Ash tapped his head with his pokeball. The morning is coming with help of a firefighter. The fire already got dimmed and Officer Jenny, who looked at the crime scene, Erica, gave the rainbow badge to Ash as gratitude, and besides, if the battle continued she knew that she would lose anyway. Great! My new badge. Ash grinned. He went back into the Pokémon Center to pack his things. He didn't manage to sleep, but at least he got his badge. Ash adjusted his backpack in his back, and he didn't forget to send the parcel through the Pokémon Center to Champion Lance from him. I hope that he gets the parcel. Ash though walk outside from Pokémon Center. He walks out from the city to the forest where there are not many people in there, and letting out Suicune, who bend down, let Ash hop into her back. Where to go next? She asked. Ash opened his Pokédex, hummed and close it. Fuchsia Gym to got my soul badge. On Johto Champion HQ. Lance of Blackthorn has just received a message from Pokémon Center that someone named Ash Ketchum has sent him a parcel to make him go into Pokémon Center as soon as possible, therefore he's now staring at the parcel box in front of him, who sit innocently. Screw it, he though tearing the parcel open one by one until it's showing a card box, make Lance open the card box showing a perfume bottle and a plastic bag of poke food and a letter, make him open the letter. Dear Lance. I hope that you like it. I know Dragonite likes my poke food, therefore I send some of my poke food to her, and speaking of the present, I love the hat, thank you. This perfume is from Celadon City, with Erica, gym leader, suggesting it. Pikachu told me that the perfume smells similar to my aura. Maybe that's why the Pokemons are near me. Also I like spring, flowers, and night sky. What about you? Yours. Ash Ketchum. Lance puffed the perfume and inhaled it. He didn't really like perfume, but for some reason this smell is like Ash's smell, and it seems Dragonite also likes the smell, with her who chirping in delight make him chuckled. He look outside the window from his tower, can't wait to see the boy again someday. Ash's journey is continued to Fuchsia City, and he wonders if the god, sorry Arceus, no pun intended, not heard his wish to hurry arrived into the Fuchsia City, because in the last week every city or town he goes there always has a problem that comes to him. The first town is where many children disappeared, and the cause is because some rich people using psychic Pokemon make their wave to turn Pokemon trait into the children and make the children act like Pokemons. Ash and Officer Jenny manage to save the children with help of the psychic Pokemon. He stay in there for a whole night, because when he finished help Officer Jenny solved the case, the sun almost set and he has enough to camp out, therefore he stay in the Pokemon Center while training with his Pokemons. The second is where he got caught up in Team Rocket evil scheme, where he opened a beauty salon in the city and tried to rob the Cutomer Pokemons, but they failed destructively, make Ash immediately get out from the city. The third is where Ash managed to got involved into P1 or Pokemon 1 competition, where he used his Primeape to help the daughter who named as Rebecca of the fight Pokemon to make her father who named as Anthony to lose the competition, but they got interrupted again in the middle of the match by Team Rocket, who got disguised by one of the participant. But the good thing is Primeape has found his talent for the Pokemon 1 competition, and Ash cannot do anything except leave him to the hand of Anthony. And promised Ash to make sure he will become the best P1 Pokemon. We're gonna arrive at Journeyy City soon. Entei said to him. Ash hummed until they arrived in the city at night. He hopped down from Entei and wandered around in silence with Lucario by his side and Mewtwo. It's weird, there is no one here. It's like the city got deserted. Ash comment. Pikachu. Ash looks at his Pikachu, who sends out a spark that makes Ash blink in worry. He has a bad expression. Pikachu, what's wrong? Ash asked, holding Pikachu only got electrocuted, make him hissed. Pikachu is swaying in his foot and Ash uses his aura to channel the electric to the ground while he checks what happened to Pikachu. He has a cold. The spark is coming out. Ash said, look around, we need to go to the Pokemon Center. Lucario uses aura sight to look for the building. Hop on. Entei command. Ash hop on Entei back while Lucario runs in front of them to become their guide to the Pokemon Center while Pikachu is in pathetic condition. He sent a calming wave to make Pikachu whine and comfy. Hang in there. Ash muttered. They finally arrived in the building of Pokemon Center. Ash hopped down from Entei who went back to his Pokeball. He rings the bell in the desk to make Nurse Joy yawning come out from the back door. Do you know what time it is? She asked yawning. My Pikachu has a cold, please help him. Ash plead. Well, you could leave it here overnight and I sure it will fine in the morning, she said. Ash put Pikachu in the desk in worry while Nurse Joy checked him until the electric turned off and made them look up at the lamp. Oh no! Intensive care. She stand up and worried. They ran to the intensive care room and saw a bunch of Pokémons in there under the intensive care supervision. If the electricity didn't begin soon they cannot imagine what happened. We need to do something. Ash said and worried. There is nothing we can do except if you want to go to the power building. Nurse Joy said to him, you can't miss it, it was a tower building with smoke coming out from there. Pie. Ash. Pikachu whined. Ash touches Pikachu's head and sends a wave of aura to calm him down, wait in here, I will come back soon, okay? Pika. No. He shake his head. Ash took out his Pokeball and let Charmeleon get out from his Pokeball, Chameleon stay with Pikachu in here, okay? He is sick now. Char. Okay. Chameleon walked to Pikachu who in Nurse Joy arm. I will go now. Ash runs outside the Pokemon Center and looks at Lucario who uses his aura sight, well. I found it. Follow me. Lucario command begin to run. Ash took out Raikou from his Pokeball who followed Lucario into the building. Ash opened the door showing a dark hallway made him narrow his eyes and conjured a fireball from his hand. For once, he was grateful for Arceus' ability in him. Hello. Is there anyone here? Ash shouted. Ash looks at Lucario and Raikou who shrug, well, Lucario looks for living being aura. Where are they? Lucario nods, closing his eyes, aura within me. For a few seconds Ash waiting until Lucario opened his eyes told him that there are 3 aura living being in the control room, humans and he also detected the Pokémons further into the building. Well then, let's go. Ash grabbed Raikou fur beside him while following Lucario who led them into the control room. They walk in silence look around and warily since they didn't know when the Pokemon's gonna show up and it seemed Lucario Night Reflex still intact with him because he used Dark Pulse to whichever Pokemons that spy to them make it knock down immediately. Go, Pokeball. Ash throw the Pokeball make it absorbed in their opening his Pokédex. Magnemite. The Magnet Pokemon. Its anti-gravitational powers allow it to float, and it can emit powerful magnetic and electric fields. Ash look at his Pokeball who transport into Professor Oak laboratory make him look at Lucario who shrug. It's the one who snuck on us. He chirped up make Ash and Raikou snickered. Ash sniffed when he smelled something bad, did you guys smell that? They jolted and turned around when a loud clang was heard, its bunch of sludge came out from the sewer and the last was Mook. Mook. Attack. Mook command. Oh sheet. Ash yelped, Lucario, Dark Pulse. Raikou, Thunder Shock. They gladly use their power to make the sludge get knocked out with Ash who shouts to run away into the control room while they get caught off guard. They run and run until Ash almost bumps into the worker in there. Why are you in here? He asked. I'm Ash and I come to help fix Dash. Ash looked back when saw the sludge already recovering showing themselves at the corner. Go back into the control room. He shouted run back followed by Ash. They run into the control room and locked the door, Ash panting exhaled with Lucario and Raikou stand protectively in front of Ash. What happened? This blackout is disaster for the cities, a lot of Pokemon gonna die at Pokemon Center if the power didn't come back. Ash informed them, they need that power. We can't. His response earned a confused look from Ash, there are many sludge Pokemons that block the sea water. We need to bring the water to the generator and the power will come back. Bang! Bang! They look at the door where the sludge banging into the door makes. Lucario prepare his attack the same as Raikou, who gives a spark. Bang! With the last push, the sludge managed to come inside the control room. Raikou. Thunder shock. Lucario, look for the other sludge that blocks the sewer and use dark pulse on them. Raikou uses his power to make the sludge get knocked out immediately. Well, it might be too overkill, but they have no time with Lucario, who runs to search for the sludge that blocks the water until a few minutes has passed with the generator, who moves again, and the light, who got back to its normal. Yes. Ash pumped his fist slightly. Not yet, there is one left. Raikou give a spark to Adult Mook. Thunder shock, Raikou. A strong thunder shock come out from Raikou to Mook, make it got knocked out. Ash threw his Pokeball, make him caught the Mook that teleport away into Professor Oak laboratory, makes him grin. How is it? Lucario asked. It's fine already. Let's go back to the Pokemon Center to look at our Pikachu. Ash said, hop into Raikou back, I also need call to Professor Oak about my Pokemon. They run back after giving a wave to the worker in there. When he arrived there, Nurse Joy happily handed out his Pikachu, which was already healthy, and relieved him. Ash took out Entei from his Pokeball and hopped on. Yosh! To the Fuchsia Gym, we go! Ash cheered. XXXXXX. Journey to the Fuchsia Gym is quite eventful, with Ash, who meets with the construction, who hired several Pokemon trainer to protected construction gym. Ash managed to catch Doug Trio that he already sent to Professor Oak lab. Ash was now in the back of Entei, who ran through the forest until they halted in front of the cliff with only a board that connected the two cliff. Come back, Entei, and good job. Ash said, let him back to his Pokeball. Ash and Lucario walked through the board wood in perfect balance with Pikachu in his shoulder. Speaking of this, Ash already trained with Lucario hand-to-hand combat and aura power, so this is nothing to him. They finally arrived in front of the big mansion house, making Ash stunned and amazed, didn't know that the old mansion still existed. Well, let's go inside. Lucario said. They enter in silence with Ash calling the owner, but there is no response, and Ash tilted his head in confusion until Venonat came out from the corner. Hey, is this Fuchsia Gym? Ash asked. Vene. Yes. Well, good thing we arrived. Did you know where the gym leader was? Vene. You understand me? She asked. Yes. I can understand you. Can you lead us to gym leader? I'm Ash Ketchum from Mossera Town. She tilted her head to remember, Vina. Ven. Prince. Ash pursed his lip, can you not call me that? It's dangerous for the evil people to know my identity. Vina. Ven, right. She nodded herself and gestured to him to follow her, Ven, Veno, Nat. Come, I will show you to the gym leader. Ash enters the house following Venonat with Lucario, who holds his clothes and points at the ground, showing Voltorb in the ground, makes him blink. Oh dear. Ash muttered, close his eyes, Aura is with me. He can see numerous traps and numerous Pokemon hidden under the wall, ground and ceiling, make Ash open his eyes and sweat drop. Haha. Such a weird mansion. He comment. Lucario sighs, I say. Vene. Are you okay? Venonat asked. Ash smile, pat her head and smile, send a warm wave of aura, make her purred and delighted. They walk again into the house, only got lead into an invisible wall, make Ash blink in confused and surprised. Vene. Over here. He saw Venonat enter the hidden door at the side of wall and make Ash open the wall, only yelping when Shuriken came to his side, but thankfully Lucario and Pikachu were protective enough to make the Shuriken not hit him. Oh, thank you. Lucario, Pikachu. Ash said after regained his composure. Suddenly a female comes out from her hiding place. Lucario growls with his hands spreading protectively in front of Ash with low growl, and Pikachu, who stand in his four legs, sparking an electric from his cheek. You have a protective Pokemon. My name is Aya. Ninja Warrior. I will not let you leave this mansion before you have a battle with me. She declared. Battle. Ash muttered and saw Venonat behind Aya's legs. Ah. You are. It told me a person came into the mansion. Aya patted her head. Did you like the shuriken greeting? Vina. Vina, I'm sorry for my trainer behavior, Prince. She apologized. Ash smile touched Lucario's shoulder. Okay, we're gonna have battle. Aya sends out her Venonat while Ash sends out his Gyarados who roared powerful, training with Suicune and battling with legendaries make him so powerful. Gyarados, huh? Aya muttered and commanded, Venonat. Stun Spore. Gyarados Hydro Pump. A strong water cannon came out from his mouth and Venonat could not dodge and threw across the field got an instant knockout, shocking Aya. No way. She shocked look at swirling Aya Venonat. Suddenly Voltorb comes out of nowhere to make an explosion of smoke. Pikachu, Gyarados and Lucario become alerted and stand in front of Ash in a protective manner. All Pokémons in the world know the name of Ash Ketchum. It is the name of the son of their lord, Arceus, all but in blood, meaning he is prince of Pokémons, and don't forget his knight, Lucario, who beside him. You still have a lot to learn, Aya. A male voice come from the smoke. The smoke got dissipated showing a male wearing a blue ninja clothes and a spiky hair. Aya immediately kneeled down. Older brother, I have failed. She reported. None of you would be permitted to leave this mansion before you battle with me. He said to Ash and his Pokémons. Who are you? Ash asked. I'm Koga, Pokémon Master of Fuchsia Gym, and you are? I'm Ash Ketchum from Mewtwo Town, come to challenge Fuchsia Gym leader to earn my soul badge. Koga, who heard the name, surprised slightly. Ash Ketchum, I heard you from Lieutenant Surge and other gym leaders. Lieutenant Surge. I hope it's a good thing. He trailed. He told me about how you defeated his Raichu and destroyed his gym ceiling. Ash winches with Pikachu, who puffs his chest. Don't be proud of destroying other people belonging, Pikachu. Pika. Ah. He slumped. We shall have two Pokémon battles. I heard what Lieutenant Surge said to me is true. Don't disappoint me. Koga declared and took out a scroll showing soul badge, and this so-called badge shall be yours if you win. Let's battle. Ash used Gyarados while Koga took out his Venonat, who got evolved into Venomoth. Koga command first using Stun Spore. Gyarados, Hydro Pump. A cannon water coming out from his mouth made the stun pour. Gone, only interrupted by the ceiling who got broken showing Team Rocket make Ash groaned, palming his face. Pika, Pie. I will say it was your fault to attract trouble. Shut up, Pikachu. Ash grumbled and glared at the trio, Team Rocket. What are you three doing in here? To steal your Pokémon, of course. Jessie claimed through her Pokeball. Go. Arbok. Go. Weezing. James threw his Pokeball. Koga let out Venomoth and Aya Venonat to battle them, only to be captured by a sticky rope that made them unable to move and made them gasp. Gyarados, full power. Dragon Rage before they try to bind you. Ash command. Before Jessie and James can bind him, Gyarados lets out a powerful explosion of Dragon Rage. The finishing movement of Gyarados make them through into the sky, but in result it breaked half of the wall and ceiling, make Ash winched facepalm. Pika. You destroyed it. Pikachu comment. Shut up. He grumbled looking at Lucario, who already released the Pokémons. Magnificent. Koga praised him. It seemed that Lieutenant Surge didn't over-exaggerate it. Ash can only chuckled nervously and apologized for the ceiling and the wall make Koga only laugh. They continued the battle in the courtyard with him taking out his Goibat and Ash, who still uses his Gyarados. Can you do one more battle? Ash asked. Jaya. Of course. Goibat. Wing attack. Gyarados, rain dance and Twister to the rain. What? Koga asked in confused. The blue sky now turns into cloudy, make a rain with Gyarados, who use Twister to make it look like a typhoon. Goibat cannot withstand the strong wind, make Ash smirked. The last attack. Hyper Beam. A strong beam coming from Gyarados' mouth hit Goibat at the spot, made it throw across to the wall and got knocked out instantly, making Koga shocked. No way. He gaped. Ash pumped his fist, Yosh. He ran to Gyarados and embraced the dragon Pokémon, good job. Koga looked at the boy who was grinning at his Gyarados. He never found a trainer that ended his Pokémons with him only giving a single attack. He gave a smirk. Remember that Lieutenant Surge told him that Champion Lance also traveled with him and took a liking to the boy. Congratulations, Ash. Here's Soul Badge. You deserve it. Koga hand out the badge. Thank you very much. Ash took the badge. Koga looks at Ash back from the front door. He can imagine that he can win the league easily, and yet he can see he didn't want to become champion. Such a weird kid. A blazing sun through the forest makes a young boy huffed behind legendary beast, Raikou back, who runs through the forest. The young boy named Ash Ketchum. He has just finished battling with Fuchsia Gym leader, Koga, and earned Soul Badge, but now he was on the way to the Cinnabar Island where Volcano Gym is, and honestly it was the farthest gym he needed to go. Ash didn't have flying-type Pokémon except Pidgeotto, but even though they need to stay at the city for the whole night to rest, and the way to the island needs to pass through numerous city and forest. We're near the forest. Raikou said. Ash hummed and let Raikou run outside the forest, only halted on the verge of the forest, making Ash hop down from his back and put him back into his Pokeball. He walked outside the forest and raised his eyebrow by the spacious hill and fields. Pika. So spacious. It's been a while since I saw a spacious place. Lucario come out from his Pokeball. Ash opened his Pokédex looking where they are, and it said that they are in the ranch of the Laramie clan. He looks up when a female riding a Ponyta and Arcanine behind her. Hello. Ash called her, make her halted. Hello, are you here looking at our ranch? She asked. You could say that. Laramie clan is quite popular among breeding, yes. She chuckled and jumped down from her Ponyta. My name is Lara and my partner Ponyta, and this one is like the security guard of our ranch, Arcanine. Pleasure to meet you, I'm Ash Ketchum. My partner Pikachu and Lucario. Ash looks at Ponyta and walks to it. Wow. It looks majestic, hello. It only stared at him to make Ash tilted his head, send a wave of calming aura, make Ponyta give a delighted chirped, make Ash chuckled and touch Ponyta's head, surprising Lara. It surprised me. Ponyta, who didn't like strangers, took a liking to you. Lara comment. Ash chuckled, patting it head, it only shy to other people. Isn't it? Ta. She chirped in delight, rubbing her fire in Ash's head and making him chuckle by the gestured. Ash looks at the herd at the ranch in respect. Raising just one is hard enough, and yet you're raising an entire herds. Lucario said. You can speak? Lara asked in shocked. Lucario rolled his eyes, isn't it fun if ing-tastic? Language. Ash cleared his throat. Anyway, amongst the breeder, Laramie clan's Pokémon are reputed for being stronger than others thanks to them being free in their nature. Hearing you say that makes me happy. She chuckled, everyone here feels the same, they all took pride in their work. Oh yeah, we're having a festival in our village right now. Come visit if you like. How about we stay for the night, guys? We already stayed on the road for about 3 days after all. Ash raised his shoulder where Pikachu perched upon. Pika. Yes. Also, you guys come at the perfect time. There's a Pokémon race tomorrow. Lara informed him. Pokémon race? To show off the fruits of the Pokémon's growth, we have them compete in a race, you see. If you win, the Laramie clan recognizes you as an honorary Pokémon and an honorary trainer. Ash hummed in response until a thumping voice got heard like Kentora's voice. They looked at the side, showing a bunch of Dodrio running past through them like a wind, so fast. So fast. Ash comment. Yo, Lara. A boy riding Dodrio come to them, I'm going to win tomorrow race. I wonder about that. Pokémon race can't be won with speed alone. Lara respond. I know. Well, look forward to it tomorrow. He went just like the other Dorio, fast as wind breeze. The knight is coming with Ash, Pikachu, Lucario and Mew, who is invisible, perched in his head, walk around the festival. Ash buys Magikarp street food to give a bite to Mew, who is delighted in his head. The other people in there seem to like Lara because every time they pass through the road, they will greet Lara and support her for the tomorrow race. She seems to be favorite. Lucario comment. Yeah. Everyone likes her. Ash chirped up mindlessly, give a bite to Mew mouth. Suddenly Dario comes to her running, saying there's something with her. Kentoros makes Lara ride her Ponyta along with Arcanine to the ranch. And indeed there is something wrong with Kentoros to make them become ruckus in the ranch. Arcanine, calm down. Lara command. Ponyta got startled by something in front of him that made Lara, who got unstable, fall down from Ponyta, injuring her arm. Are you okay? Lucario asked, bend down next to Lara. Ash took hold of the Ponyta rein to try to calm her down by sending a wave of aura to her. He can feel agitated and surprised. It was self-defense from her. Ash whispered to her, who was still agitated. Calm down. You're fine. Calm down. Ash said to her, try to calm her. When she already calms down, Ash strokes her head and sends a calming wave of aura to her. They decided to go back into the home to take care of Lara. Arm. Ash cannot heal her injury because it was a broken bone. Lara sigh, now, I can't hold the reins and can't compete tomorrow. There is always next year. Lucario speak. Oh yeah. How about you enter, Ash riding Ponyta? What? Ash squeaked and looked at Ponyta, who tilted her head to look at him. He looked at Lara, blink when she gave him a desperate look to make him sigh. Do you agree, Ponyta? Ash asked to the horse Pokémon. Ponyta gives a sad look to Lara, then she gives a determined look to Ash. Okay. Ash touched her head, we will win tomorrow's race and make Lara proud, okay. Okay. Ponyta responded. The next morning. The Pokémon race held by Laramie clan is an obstacle race full of mountain and valleys. The one who clears all the obstacles and returns to these stands faster than anyone else will be champion. This is where this year's best Pokémon will be determined. Participating Pokémon and trainers gathered at the start line. Ash and Ponyta walk to the start line with Lara, who gives a cheer for him along with Lucario and Mew, who is in disguise as Pidgeot. Ash touched Ponyta's neck, let's do this, Ponyta. All of them stare at the light where it slowly turns into the green with Ash, who commands, go, to Ponyta, who runs fastly along with others Pokémons. Ash already got used riding a fast Pokémon every day, riding the legendary beast. The first course is a straight path where Dodrio, making the first break from the group, took the lead, but suddenly Kentoros got turned into Rampack and Nidorina got involved in Rampage and got mad, led to a battle. Go, Ponyta. Ash muttered. The second course is a hill road slanted at 45 degrees, which endurance is important in this segment. Dodrio still took the lead until the downward way made Voltorb take the lead, only to fall into the hole. Ponyta, halted. Ash shouted to him, pull her rein. Ponyta halted the moment before Voltorb exploded so they didn't get caught into the explosion. Ash and Ponyta sigh in relief. Go, Ponyta. Full power. Ash command. Ponyta gave a powerful cheer and ran a fast pass through the hole and the other trainer who got knocked out because of the explosion. Ash is thankful for his observant ability this time to know when it is gonna explode. The next course is the river, where there is a stone in there to make the Pokémon need to jump one by one to the opposite bank. Ponyta jumped through the stone with perfect stability until they arrived at the next course, where the Pokémon got food and could only continue the race when they finished eating the food. Dorio unexpectedly has an argument among each other about which type of the food they choose. Ponyta and Ash arrived in front of the food only to cough when a black smoke covered them up. What happened? Ash asked. Over there. Ponyta, look up. Team Rocket, what are you doing in here? Ash asked. Well, there is someone who doesn't like it if you win. Jesse informed him. Ash narrowed his eyes, tightening Ponyta rein in anger. You are the one who injured Lara. That was a sad accident. She fakes a sad tear and looks at Dario. Dario, now. Much appreciated. Dario said with grin. So, he arranged this. Ash muttered that touching Ponyta's neck sent a wave of aura. Let's go, Ponyta. We're gonna win this race. We will not allow you. James said. His Pokémon, Weezing, sends out a gas to make Ponyta let out his fire flash make an explosion sending Team Rocket blast into the sky. Dodrio is still in first place until a blazing fire comes out from behind showing Ponyta and Ash running in full speed. We've fallen behind quite a bit, hurry up. Ash said to Ponyta. The race has turned into one-by-one competition between Ponyta and Dodrio. They managed to line up but suddenly Ponyta slowed down make Ash look down at her in confused until he wide-eyed and surprised by the glowing light come from her. It can't be. Ash muttered. A few seconds later, the light has disappeared showing Ponyta has evolved into Gallop. The fastest sprinter in the Pokémon world with Gallop speed, 240 km/h, Gallop ran faster to the finishing line until she managed to take the finishing ribbon. Goal. A huge turnaround. Gallop has a miraculous comeback victory. The host declared. Dario, who is frustrated trying to attack Gallop, only got thrown by her kick. Ash and Lara got congratulated by this year for the honorary Pokémon and trainer. XXXXX. The journey after Laramie Ranch, Ash and Entei was on the way to the Safari Zone where Ash decided wanting to caught many Pokémon since Professor Oak asking for new Pokémons. The journey in there was exhausting to help Officer Jenny to find a lost child named Tommy, but it's all went alright with the boy family who also joined the boy in to become part of the Kangaskhan family. We're arrived. Entei halted in front of the gate. Ash hopped down with Pikachu on his shoulder and Lucario at his side. He looked up at the gate and let Entei return to his Pokeball. Ash knocked the door at the side of the gate showing the caretaker who was named as Kaiser with gun in his hips. Let's not mess with him. Ash though insight winched slightly. I'll say this right at the beginning. These Safari Ball and this fishing rod are all you can use in the Safari Zone. If you disobey my rule, my Thunderbolt will fire. Kaiser said with his hand in his gun. Ash smiles nervously with his arm raising in surrender manner. I understand. He looked around until he saw a small Dratini hanging in the photo. Is that Dratini? Kaiser unlocked the seal in his gun. There is no Dratini in here. Ash blinked, taken back by the defense of his voice. He remembered when Professor Oak told him news that in the past there is a Safari Zone where there is a rare Dratini. Then the trainer and people who heard it come to the Safari Zone try to capture the Dratini, but in the end the place becomes destroyed. Lucario, did you remember when Professor Oak told us the story about that Safari Zone? Ash asked whisper. I remember. He responded. Ash looks at the picture. I think we are in the right place. Pikachu. What right place? Ash give a smile and explained him the story make Pikachu depleted and sad. He give a sad look at the picture and decided to call Professor Oak since he was in the place. As expected, he got scolded by Professor Oak to send the Pokémons to his lab. I got it. Ash shows the box of Pokeball and fishing rod. This time, I'll be sure to get it. Ash, Lucario and Pikachu walk outside the gate to the Safari Zone where the Pokémon are. Kaiser told him to get back after using all of the ball. Ash begins to capture Kantoros, Seahorn and other Pokémons in there. He walks around while catching the Pokémons until Kaiser runs to Ash and panting make him hold the man up. What happened? Ash asked. A hunter and poacher come to capture Dratini. Kaiser said after regaining his breath, I already called Officer Jenny, but I am afraid they will come to the lake where Dratini lives. Lead the way. Lucario demanded. He led them to the secret lake where it got secluded from others hidden among the rock and tree. Ash can see their 5 poacher and hunter with R word in their shirt wear a black color, not the usual white color. Team Rocket. Ash growled. One of the females smirked, showing bomb in her hand. I thought Officer Jenny was coming, but it seems I was wrong. She threw the bomb into the lake. Oh no. If it exploded, the Pokémon would be in the lake. Kaiser worried and jumped into the lake. Kaiser. Ash called him in surprise. He growled into the criminal across from him, Lucario, Pikachu. Do whatever you guys do to make sure that they will not move an inch. Ash took out Gyarados and jumped into the lake. He held on to Gyarados' neck tightly until he grabbed Kaiser clothes to sit in Gyarados' neck. Ash took the bomb, showing only 1 minute left to make him send in telepathic into Gyarados. Hurry up. There is no time left. Ash said to Gyarados. They managed to go into the surface in 3 seconds before Ash threw the bomb into the sky and made an explosion. Ash kneeling into the ground, coughing and gasping for oxygen. Are you okay? Lucario asked. Pika. Ash. Pikachu run toward him. I'm fine. Ash wipe his face. He saw an unconscious Team Rocket in there make Ash smile stand up from the ground until the sky turned into dark cloud and rain pouring, showing Dragonair come out from the lake with a scar in its horn, looking at Kaiser, who remembered it. Ash took the string from the fishing rod and tied the criminal until Officer Jenny came into the scene while Kaiser had a reunion with Pokémon that he grew. For some reason, I kinda miss Butterfree. Ash muttered. Pika. Me too. Pikachu chirped up in sad. Ash took a deep breath, clapped his hand and took Pikachu in his arms. We will meet him someday. You're right. We are still under the same sky. Lucario said in nod. XXXXX. Ash wondered if in his past life he made a mistake or offended the weather trio, because he is now drenching under the rain to the Pokémon Center before he got told by the security that he needed to buy a bike to cross the bridge. Ash can't let out his legendary beast from his Pokeball, and he refused to use teleport with Mewtwo because he will go queasy and nausea. Thank you very much. It led him to run to the Pokémon Center in a hurry with Pikachu on his shoulder handing in dear life. We will arrive soon. Ash said, pointed out at the Pokémon Center in front of him. Ash enters the Pokémon Center panting in tiredness, shaking his head after taking off his hat. Pikachu also does the same. He goes to the front desk asking for the room since it is obviously the storm gonna hold for the whole night, but the moment he saw a worried look from Nurse Joy he understood in a minute there was something wrong. Is there something wrong? Ash asked. Well, I was supposed to send the medicine to my sister in the sunny city across the bridge, but I was busy so I cannot send it by myself, and the weather is bad enough to give the storm. I worry about the Pokémon in Sunny City Pokémon Center. Ash furrowed his eyebrow in silence. He also worried about the Pokémon in the Pokémon Center across the city. He glanced outside the bridge where there were not many people. I will do it. Ash declared. What? But, the storm. I'm fine. Ash took out Raikou Pokeball. I have perfect Pokémon that can arrive fast and pass through the storm. I also need to go to the next city. Nurse Joy, who saw it, put the medicine into the plastic bag and gave it to Ash, who put it in his backpack. He wears his raincoat and goes outside the Pokémon Center where the wind is blowing strongly. Pika. It's strong. Pikachu comment under Ash raincoat jacket. Pikachu, stay inside, okay? Ash command earned a nod from the mouse Pokémon. Raikou gets out from her Pokeball stand next to Ash, who rubs his fur. Ash hop into Raikou back, adjusting his raincoat and backpack. Go, Raikou. Ash shouted. Raikou runs through the bridge and fast past with Ash, who clutch into his fur. He squinted his eyes when the water and cold wind passed through him. Raikou is not a thunderstorm Pokémon for nothing. He passed through the storm like it was nothing and jumped through the bridge that was gonna open up because of the ship like nothing. Ash shut his eyes tightly. He never rode Raikou at high speed like now, but well, there was a thrill for sure. We're gonna arrive soon. Raikou informed him. Okay. Ash shout back. Ash opens his eyes heavily because of the wind, but he can see the next city where their target is. He blinks once, twice to adjust the wind. Ash can see the Pokémon Center from his position. Just a little bit. Ash muttered. Finally, after 20 minutes, Raikou and Ash finally arrived in the Pokémon Center of the Sunny City where they send the medicine into a relief of Nurse Joy. Ash looked at the Pokémon who got better because of the medicine working really well. Thank you very much. Nurse Joy said. No problem. Ash exhaled and returned Raikou into his Pokeball, and if you don't mind. Can you make Raikou a secret? Of course. She nodded smiling. Nurse Joy gladly gave him the key of the room to Ash when he asked for the room to sleep, but before he went into the second floor, Nurse Joy told him that Champion Lance had given him a parcel from another Pokémon Center. Thank you. Ash took the parcel walk to his room. He took a shower while thinking, it's been a while since he gave the perfume to Lance and he has had no response from the champion. Ash sighs, turns the shower off and wash his hair before rubbing Pikachu fur who already showers with Ash. Pika. Open it. Pikachu chirped up paw into the parcel. Ash chuckled and sat in the bed opening the parcel with Mew who came out from her Pokeball and also looked at the box in curiosity along with Pikachu. He opened the box showing a substitute plush in there and a toy of Dragonite doll in there make Pikachu and Mew delighted. Here you go. Ash hand out the substitute plush toy Pikachu and Dragonite doll to Mew. He looked down from the delighted Pokemon to the box when he saw another box in there make Ash open the box and gasped when saw a Pokephone in there. He took the phone in his hand and turned it on while Ash opened the letter. Dear Ash. I apologize for not responding to you. Dragonite loved the perfume and I also love perfume, thank you. Speaking of the season I love summer, perhaps I grew up in Dragon Villa where heat is strong there. You know, I was on the way to my HQ when I saw Carnival therefore I decided to buy some play for the Pokémons especially your Pikachu and Mew, they are little devils. This make Ash chuckled a bit. I also bought you a Pokephone. You can message me or call me. I already put my private number in there. Call me sometime, Dragonite miss you. I hope you like the present, someday we will meet again. Ash. Yours. Lance of Blackthorn. Ash closes the letter, looks at the Pokephone in his hand, how he can get this device. He didn't know but at least he can message the champion about his day when he is bored. It was already 3 weeks after Ash got the Pokephone from Lance, he was still messaging to Lance about his day while he even sometimes listens to Lance rant about his agents. It makes him amused when he needs to work on his paperwork and looking at the problem from the criminal group. On the road, he saw many things and helped many people. After he got a Pokephone, he took photos for the people he met because it's memory that sometime he sent to Lance and told him about what happened like when he helped a girl to perfect her copycat along with her Pokemon Ditto that can transform to anything and anyone. He also gave a scenery picture to him from the forest when he found a herd of Pikachu in the forest. Ash gave a photo of him selfie among the Pikachus swarmed around him. Lucario and Mewtwo look at Ash who took selfie with bright grin. He seems to be happier. Lucario comment. Mewtwo huffed, even if I didn't like it but we cannot stop him from mating. Lucario scrunched his face then sighs, I know Lance is dependable but Ash is too young. Too young. Mewtwo exhaled and gave an analyzed look to the night Pokemon, Ash happiness is the most important. Mewtwo disappears into the Pokeball leaving Lucario alone outside guarding their prince and their protector. Lucario sighs at the bright blue sky, his promise to Lord Arceus to protect his son, Ash to not get dead but for some reason he can feel why Lord Arceus asked him to protect him, the boy for some reason is a magnet to the trouble. Ash also told Lance more like rant to him in message about the siblings that forced their EV to evolve. It angered him. He also gives a photo of Snorlax that's sleeping blocking the water but in the end he managed to capture Snorlax that got sent into Professor Oak lab. Lance who saw all of the photo and message only can respond, you have a lot of journey. Ash also told Lance about the showdown between the two gym in the town that made the town become insecure, he also told Lance about the two gym gonna start over and apologizing to the town people in there. Well, it's honor for them if their gym can become an official Pokémon gym. Lance respond in message. Now, Ash looks up at the night sky where the Ferris will glow brightly like a firework in there. He took out his poke phone and took a picture of the beautiful Ferris wheel to Lance and give a clipped. It's so beautiful, like a star brightening in the night sky. I wonder which star you like. Pika. What are you doing? Pikachu asked. Ash closed the poke phone and put it in his pocket. Nothing. Just give a photo to him. You really like him, huh? Lucario comment. Ash cleared his throat. I'm not. Just I thought maybe he was bored with his job so. Lucario and Pikachu look at each other and sigh, their poor trainer so innocent. Mew, who is happily eating a cotton candy in swable appearances, tilted her head and made Ash pat her head in silence. Ash also for some reason helps Melvin, a magician who loses his touch and fails his own magic with his Pokémon, execute. Ash also has a lot of journey that he saves in his memory of his phone. He also managed to caught Jigglypuff when helping a city where the people in there cannot sleep, but because of Jigglypuff who overcome her fear of singing in front of the crowd, she make the city back to normal with Ash who caught Jigglypuff when Ash noticed the little Pokémon follow him around. He now in the field where Ash leaned into the tree with his Pokémon run around the grass field, he eats the lunch in content the same as other Pokémons who also eat. The legendary Pokémon surround him like a protective guardian. Ash looks up into clear blue sky in silence. It's been a while since he hasn't got his badge. Lance has told him once, there is a way to enter the league without getting a badge, and that is an exam. He exhaled and took the last bite of his sandwich. Say, guys. Do you think I can pass the exam to enter the league? Why suddenly ask that? Entei asked, who curled around him. Just, it's been a while since I challenged a gym leader and there is no one who wants to challenge me. Ash answered with sigh. No offense, but with your knowledge you can pass the exam in easy, especially with Lord Arceus who gave you the knowledge himself. Lucario chirped up. Ash groaned and his palm rolled around the legendary beast and sigh lay like Starmie in the ground stare at the blue sky. Why don't you take the exam and take the challenge to the gym? Mewtwo asked. Ash jolted, that's it. Good idea, Onii-chan. On the next day, Ash rode Entei to the place where the admission league exam. He hops down from him when there are a lot of people and returns Entei to his Pokeball. Ash entered the school where it happened. He got a lot of looks with Lucario by his side because it's a rare Pokemon. Ash got explained by the supervisor there. Here at Pokemon League Admission Center, we valued applicant. Based on combined regained and practical skill exam, and those who passed will got this badge qualified for the Pokemon League. He show the badge and hand out a desking number to Ash. Number 7. Ash comment. Also, you have to leave your Pokemon here with me. He informed him. Why? You're not permitted to use your own Pokemon in exam. Ash took out his Pokeball and handed it out to the supervisor. Here you go. Also, do you mind if Lucario and Pikachu stay outside? They didn't like to stay in the Pokeball. Okay then. Ash waited alone in the waiting room until he got called along with other people. He sits at his desk. The first exam is where to measure your knowledge Pokemon. Ready. Begin. The examiner said. Ash took the first exam where it was true or false part. He can imagine why Lucario told him that he will pass this exam because he remembers everything. Ash answered all of the Pokemon with his memory and he didn't know if it was cheating or not, but he didn't intend to enter league with only his exam though, it's boring after all. There is no thrilling and has no journey in his purpose, but at least he got a great score. Exam 2 is where the trainer needs to recognize the Pokemon. They need to write the name of the Pokemon by its silhouette that is displayed on the screen, but the first question is ridiculous because the answer is Jigglypuff simply from above. Make Ash narrowed his eyes in ridiculous, but the next question Ash can answer using his observed ability and his calculative mind. The writing exam is finally done with Ash who got first seat, and the second seat belongs to Nurse Joy who joined the exam. Just like what I said, huh? Lucario chirped up. Shut up. there is still a battle exam. Ash said earned a snickered from the X-Night Pokémon. The next exam and the last exam is where the trainer needs to pick a random Pokémon in Pokeball so they don't know which Pokémon they pick. Ash took the Pokeball that attached the belts. Ash waits outside the line with other trainers, he hopes that his Pokémon's is effective with him. He stepped inside the field and took out his Pokémon that he chose. Ash raised his eyebrow when he saw a Pikachu that came out make him blink. No way! He claimed in stunned. Amazing luck. Lucario comment. Pikachu, I know. The examiner let out a Graveler from his Pokeball, ground and electric type. Such an opposite like oil and water. Ash observes the Graveler and Pikachu in front of him. Screw it, he can only wing it like usual. Pikachu, quick attack. Tackle. Dodge it to the side and Iron Tail. Pikachu who heard it follow the command make Graveler got hit with its Iron Tail. Excellent, now. Tackle. Pikachu tackled the off-guard Graveler and it got knocked out into the ground. The examiner didn't even manage to give a second chance before Ash gave the next command. You have amazing talent. He returned Graveler into his Pokeball. What about this? The examiner sends out Flareon with Ash who returned Pikachu to its Pokeball. He sends out the next Pokémon that is wheezing make him hummed listing all of the moves it can use. It's time to start the battle. Flareon go, Flamethrower now. Dodge it. Use Smoke attack now. The fire and smoke clash at each other to make an explosion. Flareon gets thrown back because of the explosion impact. Now, Flareon. The Leer. Fight back with Smoke Screen. The ground covered in the smoke screen makes Flareon unable to look at Wheezing who was hiding under the smoke screen. Tackle now. Ash command. Wheezing give the tackle make the Flareon knocked out. Magnificent. The examiner comment returned Flareon into its Pokeball, the last battle. He sent out Jolteon. Ash let out Pikachu from his belt since it hadn't gotten knocked out yet. The examiner give command to use Thunder attack. Pikachu, Iron Tail to the ground and send the electric to the ground. What? Examiner shocked and surprised when saw Jolteon electric didn't work out. Perfect. Quick attack then Iron Tail. Pikachu follow the command to the Jolteon who got hit by Iron Tail fall into the ground then Ash give the last command before Jolteon stand up. Now, 100.000 volt. Pikachu gave a bolt electric to Jolteon who got knocked out with a swirling eye in the ground. Ash exhaled relaxing his shoulder when the battle finished. The examiner returned Jolteon to its Pokeball the same as Ash. Such an amazing battle. The examiner comment. Ash smiled, thank you. After the battle exam which is the last exam. Ash walked outside the field ignoring the look from the other participant or trainer in there. He has a clear win after all. The students enter into the hall waiting for the result until the examiner call their name. Mr. Ash Ketchum. The examiner called. Here, sir. Ash responds stand up walk to him. Congratulations you earned the badge with a perfect score. You have legally entered the league. He said hand out the badge along with his Pokeball. Ash took the Pokeball and the badge. Thank you very much but I still decided to defeat all of the gym leaders. If not, this journey is pointless. The examiner taken back by the young man in front of him implied, that means he joined this exam only to challenge his knowledge and it also can be used for his second safety if he didn't earn all of the badge before the league began. He gave a loud laugh, I see. I see. Congratulations. Ash gives a last duck of his head and gets out from the front desk with Pikachu on his shoulder and Lucario by his side. What Ash didn't realize that the league will know his name with him who has a perfect score and he didn't realize that all of the gym leader already write an recommendation letter to the league CEO. XXXXX. Ash looked at the night sky in blank looks, he wondered how he managed to enter this town. Ash was on the way to get his 7th badge into Volcanic Gym to get his Volcano badge and yet he arrived in this tourist town where there were a bunch of tourists roaming around. He groaned in his palm where he walked around numerous times on that day, and in the end he ended up in Plaza Town. Pika. It's a dead end. Pikachu said. Shut up, Pikachu. I don't know where the volcano gym is. Ash said, rub his face sigh. How about you ask Lance about it? Lucario asked. Ash blink, you right. He took out his poke phone asking Lance. He told him that the gym is at the volcano and the gym leader. Blaine is wearing a blonde wig. Lance told him to better look around the town for the gym leader. Well, we better look at the gym leader. Ash comment in sigh. They walk around. Until they get halted by a weird man with blonde hair and sunglasses. He asked a riddle that Ash blinked in confusion until Pikachu point at the blonde hair make Ash hummed. Are you Blaine gym leader? Ash asked. The man stiffed, what? Why are you asking that? Ash and Pikachu look at each other until Pikachu swipes his blonde hair, that his wig make the man panic, slightly adjusting the wig. I heard from Champion Lance that the gym was in Volcano and the gym leader who is wearing a blonde wig. Ash informed him, make the man halted when heard Champion name. Champion Lance? He asked with narrowed eyes, taking off his sunglasses. Who are you, boy? Ash Ketchum from Mossera Town. I want to challenge you to battle for the gym badge. Blaine-san. Blaine, who heard the name wide-eyed slightly in surprise, heard from others gym leader about an extraordinary trainer and from the league admission examiner about the boy who passed the exam with flying colors but insisted on having the gym challenge. I see, you are the infamous Ash Ketchum. He muttered. Ash tilted his head, yes. Suddenly a loud growl heard from Ash's stomach made him blush in embarrassment. Speaking of food. He hasn't eaten dinner, busy looking for the gym. Blaine, who heard it, gave a bark of laughter and told him to follow him into his house to eat dinner. Ash eat the dinner and delighted. He also needs to look for a place to sleep. He sigh and tired, glance at the gym leader, but at least he found the gym leader who in phone call until he claimed. That's awful. He claimed. Is there something wrong? Ash asked. The Pokémon's got attacked by a balloon. That's not good. They ran to the Pokémon gym and saw the ceiling was broken, and Ash took out Pidgeotto Pokeball. Pidgeotto uses back to the balloon and Brave Bird to the net. Ash command. She follows the command. She pecks the balloon, makes it has a hole and uses Brave Bird to cut the net from Team Rocket Balloon. The Pokémon falls into the ground. Cheer with Ash, who sighs in relief. Come back. Pidgeotto. Ash returned her to her Pokeball. Thank you for saving the Pokémon. You deserve an award. I shall give you the gym match. Blaine said. Ash lit up, really? Yes. He nodded. Pika. I'm tired. Pikachu yawned. Ash, who heard it, hummed, you right. We need to find a place to camp. Nonsense. You can stay at my house. In the end, Ash sleeps in the Blaine guest room. The moment he meets the pillow he goes into deep sleep until in morning. Ash got woken up by Pikachu, who woke him up. Good morning, Pikachu. Pika. Good morning. Ash rubs his eyes and silently goes outside the house with Pokémon food in him. He walks into the forest near the house and lets out the legendary Pokémon and his Pokémon. Ash looked at the Pokémon in front of him. The gym match is today and it was obviously fire type. Ash looks at Charmeleon and Gyarados. He can use those two in the battle. After breakfast, Ash walks back to Blaine house. He saw Blaine already woke up in there make breakfast. Look at Ash in confused. You're going outside? He asked. Yes. I need to feed my Pokémons. Ash answered and took his bag. Blaine put a breakfast in front of Ash and made him look up at the gym leader, who gestured to him to eat the breakfast. He took a bite of toast and jam with the room filled in comfortable silence. Blaine gestured to Ash to follow him into the gym field where it was hidden behind the secret door. He can feel the heat on the underground. Blaine opens the door showing lava from volcanoes and the battlefield hanging in there. Amazing. Ash amazed stunned and whisper. Let the battle begin. They stand at each of the prospective places with Blaine who let out Ninetales, the fox Pokémon. Ash let out Charmeleon who roared and looked back at Ash. You need to defeat her and surpass yourself. Ash said to him who gnawed. Go, Ninetale. Fire spin. We also fire spin. The two fire spin clash at each other and make a small explosion, but as expected Ninetales is strong and Charmeleon takes a few steps back by the impact, but suddenly Blind returned the Ninetale and let out Rhydon Pokémon. Rhydon, Horn Drill. Avoid it and slash. Charmeleon avoided the drill and using the slash only got glowed by a blue light make Ash took a sharp breath. Ash saw Charmeleon evolved into Charizard who gave a roar of a strong fire breath. Charizard. You. Ash breathless. Char. The battle still hasn't ended yet. Ash smiled, you right. Charizard, flamethrower. Charizard let out a powerful flamethrower to Rhydon who managed to get hold but Ash can feel it, it has a damaged by Charizard flamethrower but suddenly Charizard's stomach glow blue make Ash blink in surprised. A powerful beam of light came from Charizard's mouth and hit square into Rhydon who immediately got knocked out. Ash gasped in surprise and stunned. You learned Dragon Rage? Yes. He gnawed. Rhydon, unable to battle, made Blaze return it to his Pokeball then let out his Magmar. Ash still used Charizard in battle. Fire fights with fire after all. Let the battle again. Blaine claimed. Flamethrower. Ash command. Magmar and Charizard used the flamethrower together to make it clash together, letting out a small explosion. Ash has numerous plans in his mind. Alright, Magmar. Fire blast. Endure it, Charizard. Charizard took the fire blast in his hand and endured the attack until he overdrive the attack into the wall. Blaine growled, Magmar, skill blast attack. Flew. Ash shouted. Charizard flew away from Magmar and made Blaine taken back. Grab Magmar to the sky and throw it into the ground. Ash command. Charizard took Magmar from it back since it got caught off guard then he threw Magmar into the ground. Now, full power Dragon Rage. Ash command. Before Magmar can stand up or regain his composure, Charizard uses Dragon Rage on Magmar who hit square in chest to make it get knocked out. Yes. Ash shouted. Blaine returned Magmar into Pokeball and let out Ninetales but what they didn't know was a certain legendary fire bird Pokemon perched outside the volcano looking at the battle. Charizard. Can you still continue the last battle? Ash asked kindly. Of course. Ash smiled, good. The battle with Ninetales was not quite eventful like with Magmar but it made Charizard have an experiment until the Ninetales got knocked out by Charizard Flamethrower. Blaine returned Ninetales into its Pokeball. Well, I admit I was defeated. Blaine said walk into Ash's side, handing out Volcanic Badge, it's yours. Thank you. Ash took the badge. Only halted when they heard a roar. They look up at the volcano hole and see one of the legendary birds, Moltres, flew inside the volcano, making Blaine wide-eyed. Moltres circling the battlefield and standing in there spreading its wings majestically. You want to battle me? Ash asked earned a nod from Moltres. Raid battle is fine. A male voice said. Ash looks at Blind who looks at Ash nod, good luck. Ash walks back into his position with him who turns his hat into the back of his head grinning to the legendary in front of him. Well then, if I win. I'm gonna catch you. Ash declared. That's fine by me. Moltres respond. Ash grin took out Entei Pokeball, legendary fight legendary. For the whole day, Ash and Moltres are battling with Blaine at the side. The battle didn't hold back. They went all out until the sun almost set. Ash used all of his Pokémon to defeat Moltres until they didn't realize that the other weather trio looking at the match until Charizard Moltres who managed to got knocked out. Go, Pokeball. Ash threw the Pokeball to Moltres, who entered it. A tense silence engulfed the gym until a ping was heard to make Ash grin as the Pokeball cheered, shouting in delight. He let out Moltres, who roared. "Congratulations, Chosen One." Moltres said to him. "Do you want to join my travel?" Ash asked, hand out his hand. Moltres, taken back, "You already caught me, aren't you?" "Yes. I already caught you, but I didn't want to force you to join me, besides you have duty, no? As legendary." Moltres stared at the young man in front of him. He remembered when he's still suspicious and doubt about human gonna become the master and managed to work together with legendary Pokémon and can took out of their power, but looking by his battle with Entei, Suicune and Raikou. Moltres can believe, and on top of that the boy also asks his opinion. "How about you join the Chosen One and you tell him if you need to do his job?" A female voice chirped up, join the conversation. "I agree, dear brother." A male voice chirped up. "Zapdos. Articuno." Ash greeted them with his usual kind smile. "What are you two doing in here?" "We're looking at your test," Articuno answered. She explained that sometime the legendary will come to test him if he can command the legendary, meaning that Ash will have a bunch of legendary watch over him and wait for the time for them to come test him. Ash groaned in his palm and looked at the weather trio. "I presume you three want to come with me?" They nod, and Ash takes a deep breath and throws the Pokeball into Zapdos and Articuno. Ash took the two Pokeball in his hand and let them out. "Well then, I agree with Articuno. You three are weather trio, meaning you three have a lot of job to do as legendary, not like the beast legendary, but just like Articuno said, if you need to get out then you can get out. I will not imprison you like other trainers." Ash explained to them until the sun is almost set. He looks at Blaine, who gives a laugh, surprising him. "Well, congratulations. I guess," Blaine said. "Thank you, Blaine," Ash responded. After the gym match and with him who earned the volcanic badge along with the weather trio, Ash decided to continue his journey. Beautiful blue sky. It's already a few weeks after the last gym battle. Ash was riding Articuno back into the vast blue sky. He needs to have the last gym badge, and that is Earth badge. The league happened 2 months after this. Ash was on the way to the Viridian city and to go back home to Mossera Town, Pallet Town. Ash knows that lately Lance is busy with taking care of the league with Mr. Goodshow. It's been a while since he met the CEO. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes and letting the breeze past him. He can feel Mewtwo and Mew flew beside him, and Pidgeotto who flew beside him. Their aura is delighted. Articuno, who saw her little brother relaxed, made her fly slowly and let the young man relax. She respected the young man with him who is innocent and yet not. The other weather trio also respected him, even though she knows that they are protective with the young man who didn't hesitate to save the Pokémon and human. They cannot but be protective of the little one because of the innocence he has and his honesty mind. It was so pure and honest. He didn't care about the humans or Pokémon, they saw them as his family. He even called the artifact Pokémon, Mewtwo Onii-chan. This of course makes them respect the boy more. "We're in Cerulean City, now," Articuno said to him. Ash opened his eyes and patted her cold neck. "Thank you, Nei-san." "Did you miss home?" Mewtwo asked. Ash smiled. "You could say that. I'm sure Mama also misses you, Onii-chan." Mewtwo smiled to the young man beside him. It was fortunate for him to have a family, a place to call a home, a lovely friend and comrade, but sometimes his past came to him with Team Rocket, who was still looking for him. They finally can see the Viridian city where the last gym is. Ash asked Articuno to land in the forest, so they didn't catch much attention. He hop off from Articuno back with Mew and Mewtwo, who turn into invisible. Pikachu. Are we gonna go challenge the gym leader?" "Yes." Ash respond. Ash walks into the Earth gym, but his aura is screaming to him of danger. He clutched Pikachu in his arm, but before he entered he took out his poke phone to give message to Lance. He will not doubt and warning from his aura. He enters the gym showing an elegant-looking gym, but he cannot see anyone because the gym was dim, therefore he called himself out. I came to challenge the gym leader and earn the Earth badge. Ash called out. There no responded for a second until a male voice make Ash aura spike up dial to 10 spoke. Are you a trainer who wants to challenge me? The voice asked. The light got turned on showing a male with suit sitting in the chair with Persian cat in his side. Ash can feel a sudden spike in Mewtwo at his side. He didn't know, but for some reason, this gym is suspicious. You are? He asked, walked down from his throne. I'm Ash Ketchum. He answered after a few second hesitance. He narrowed his eyes, and it's rude for you to not introduce yourself. Pardon me, I'm Giovanni. Gym leader of this gym. Ash can feel a shiver in his spine and a slight trembling in his hand. This person is the boss of Team Rocket and the one which Lance is looking for. He took a deep breath and let Pikachu stand in front of him protectively. Then, let's have battle, shall we? Ash said without backing down in fear. Ash. Mewtwo claimed through telepathic. It's okay. I will not. Let him take you. He answered back. We will battle 2 against 2, deal? Giovanni asked. Yes. Ash responded. Ash took out his Lucario while Giovanni took out his Nidoking. The battle begins with Lucario, who has expected overpowered Nidoking, but for some reason Giovanni still has smirk until Mewtwo released his invincibility, screaming, grabbing his head. There you are. I was looking for you, Mewtwo. Giovanni said, drawled. Onii-chan. What did you do? Ash roared in anger. Did you forget that I'm the one who made him? Giovanni shows a device in his hand. Even though he is a legendary Pokémon, he is an artifact Pokémon created by human hand. Do you think I'm gonna let him go without having a safeguard? Mewtwo, whose screaming in torture of anguish make Ash teared up. He glared at Giovanni, who raised his hand to make the light in the gym turn on, all of them showing a bunch of Team Rocket agents surrounding him in the gym field. You are too dangerous. I need to destroy you. Giovanni said with a fake sad voice, kill him. The other agent Team Rocket let out of their Pokémon. Ash gasped when he got surrounded with more than 50 Pokémon. A scream heard again makes Ash look at Mewtwo, who has his eyes on blank floating next to Giovanni. Oh no, he got controlled. Lucario declared, throw aura sphere to near Pokémons. Pika. No, sheet. Pikachu let out a thunderbolt. The other Pokémons begin to let out from the Ash Pokeball surrounding their prince that didn't let Team Rocket Pokémon to come near him, the same as legendary Pokémon who come out from their Pokeball. Ah. It seems wrong. Giovanni claimed when saw the 6 legendary Pokémon, you are not too dangerous but a threat to us. You need to disappear. Mewtwo, kill those Pokémons. Ash gasped looking at Mewtwo, who robotically raised his arm and let his Pokémon float from the ground with blue aura. He covered his face when Pikachu, Lucario, Gyarados, Charizard got thrown into the wall. No, stop it. Onii-chan. Mewtwo. Wake up. It's not you. Ash shouted. Ash. Entei shouted to him. Ash raised his aura barrier and threw aura sphere into the Pokémon to make it knock out. He looked at Mewtwo, who was struggling to not hurt them. The other legendary also tried to defeat the 50 Pokémon and tried a self-defense from Mewtwo. No. Ash shouted when Mewtwo managed to defeat his legendary Pokémon into the ground. No. No. Giovanni grinned savagely, kill him, Mewtwo. Ash grunted when Mewtwo hit him with his psychic power. He fell into the ground and looked up at Mewtwo, who had no recognition in his eyes. He can see his Onii-chan blurry from the tears in his eyes. He looked around and saw the other Team Rocket surrounding him and his Pokémon who got knocked out. Mewtwo is not a strongest physic Pokémon in nothing. Why? Why did this happen? Ash though stifling his tears. A sudden flashback of Mewtwo hugging him in thunder, storm. A sudden flashback of Mewtwo who plays with him. A sudden flashback of Mewtwo who teaches him about Pokémon. A sudden flashback of Mewtwo who save him from lost. A sudden flashback of Mewtwo who calm him when he was crying and sad. A sudden flashback of Mewtwo who read him a book. The hero till never giving up fighting. Because as long as he didn't give up, there was a hope. Ash said, remembering the book that he read together with Mewtwo when there was a storm outside their little cozy bubble. No matter what she lost, she still. Ash breaks into sobbing with Pikachu, who opens his eyes slowly, the same as others who slowly open their eyes when they can feel grief and sadness from the aura. Still. I don't want to lose my most precious person. Ash declared with his voice echoed into the gym, his Pokémon cannot move anymore. He ducked his head with a sobbing plea for his Onii-chan to wake up. Enough. Kill him, Mewtwo. Giovanni command. You said that no matter how sad and how painful things got, you'd be with me. Ash screamed to Mewtwo, who was frozen. Wake up, Onii-chan. Ash screamed once again. Sure. Mewtwo voice said. Ash frozen gasped, looking up saw Mewtwo, who blinked with slight recognition in his eyes. Ash frozen. Onii-chan. Satoshi. Ash. He responds, blink, look at his surrounding, what dash. Ash wipes his eyes and gives an explosion of healing of aura to his Pokémon to make them healed stand up. He looks at Mewtwo wide-eyed when the memory comes to him. Welcome back, Onii-chan. Ash said with tears flowing from his eyes. I'm back, Otutu. Little brother, Mewtwo respond. Giovanni, who heard it, growled, kill them. Mewtwo, who heard it growling and using his psychic threw his creator into the wall. I'm not allowed anyone touches him, even strand of his hair. What a coincidence. I also thought the same. Lucario declared. Pika. I also think the same. Ash, who heard his Pokémon who chirped up the same, wiped his face and fixed his clothes and head. He ignored the graze or injury in his body, but he has a grin and determined look on his face. Alright. This is the last. Everyone works together to end this. Ash declared. Ash stands firmly into the ground, giving command to his Pokémons, legendary or not. He commands with a perfect battle strategy. Lucario saw their prince, who commanded the Pokémons without backing down, only a firm determination. He can feel the pressure of the aura from him, and it was a feeling when he met with Lord Arceus. For the whole evening, Ash didn't know how many injuries he got because he felt numb. He didn't feel anything except an explosion that happened in the gym where he got covered by Entei, Raikou and Zapdos power. Ash, panting with his knee buckled, made him fall to the ground only to get caught by a strong arm. He looked up and saw Mewtwo look at him. Good job. He said to him with a proud glint. Ash gave a strangled sob embrace to the Pokémon, who embraced back. I thought you lost your mind. Don't do anything like that again. I heard your voice, and it's 100 years early for you to think that I'm gonna leave you alone. Mewtwo said. Lucario looked outside. There people come in here, and Lance too. Ash wiped his face and returned all of the legendary in their Pokeball stand up. He looked around and saw a bunch of the Team Rocket got knocked out. He counted their 40 people of Team Rocket subordinate got knocked out. He walked into knocked out Giovanni and took Earth badge from his pocket and pinned it into his worn out jacket. Ash stood up and walked outside with Pikachu in his arms and tired Lucario by his side. He walked a bit and only got his sight turned into blurry and a dizzy feeling. Ash sat in the ground with Lucario, who helped him to sit. He leaned into the wall, ignoring Lucario, who sent a healing wave into him, and Pikachu, who liked his blood from his head. Stay awake, Your Highness. Lucario command. What an event. Ash though leaned into the wall absent-mindedly rubbing Pikachu's soft fur. He only comes to have a gym battle and turn into a battle with the criminal organization that got searched all around Kanto and world by the champions. Ash goes limp only to open his eyes when Pikachu gives a nudge to his cheek. When did he close his eyes? He can still feel Lucario healing wave into his body. He cannot use his aura after he transfers his aura to his Pokémons. He looked at his condition and asked in a raspy voice, "What did I get?" "Broken rib and lung, you have a concussion with your head. Who is bleeding other than that? Just some grazed from the Pokémon attack. You might need go to hospital after this." Lucario answered. Ash chuckled weakly, "You right. He can feel an aura from outside the gym. Ash can feel his consciousness leaving him, but before he sees darkness. He can see a worried ruby eye and red eyes. Weird, when did Lance come to him? A darkness engulfed him and let him float into an endless space. XXXXXX. Lance was in Johto HQ as usual, taking care of the league for 2 months from now. League is gonna happen. He was in his office doing paperwork when his phone gave a familiar ping message, making him open the message. Only stand up and call his agent of G, from Ash. To Lance. Lance, I know you're busy, but can you send some backup to Viridian City? Earth Gym. I had a bad feeling in this gym. Thank you. Lance knows when Ash said he has a bad feeling, then something bad happened. His aura is screaming for him of danger, and he already saw it by his own eyes when a storm coming suddenly only got saved when Ash told him to hurry into Pokémon Center. He rode Dragonite into Viridian City when his right-hand man from G20 told him that they were already on the way to Viridian City. Lance just hopes nothing happened to the young man. Lance arrived in the destroyed Earth Gym whose ceiling got broken. He ran inside along with other G20, only halted when they saw a bunch of Team Rocket got knocked out in there along with their Pokémons, but more importantly their leader, Giovanni, also in there. Capture them. Do not let one of them escape. Lance command. Yes, sir. They respond. Lance looks around and there he is. In the corner, Ash leaned into the wall with Lucario in there and Pikachu. He ran to them with Lucario, who told Lance what his injury is. Medic. Someone called medic. Lance shout. The other G20 who saw the trainer that their boss took liking to, there was no need to ask because they understood very well, because it was the trainer that defeated all of the Team Rocket and their leader. The medic comes running to the Ash side immediately to give him an oxygen mask and lift him into the stretcher into the nearby hospital. Lance wants to go but he can't. He needs to finish things off, but fortunately his right-handed man gives a push to the champion. Go, I will take care of this place. He said. Thank you. I owe you. Lance respond. When they arrived at the hospital, the doctor brought him into the emergency room because of his internal injury. While he was waiting to do anything, he asked Lucario what happened and took note of what happened. I presume that everything is going fine. Mewtwo will not go under mind control again, right? Lance asked for confirm. Yes. Lucario nod. For 3 hours of operation, finally the doctor comes out and makes Lance stand up. How is he? The surgery was a success. He lose many blood but he is fine. A few days he will wake up fine, the doctor answered. Thank you. Lance said in relief. He walked into Ash hospital room, saw him who sleep peacefully in there. Pikachu, who was in Lance's shoulder, jump into Ash pillow side, liking his cheek and curled beside him. Lance sat there staring at the young man who got bandages on his head and his chest and arm. He looked so fragile and weak, not like the young man he met before. Speaking of the Guardian. We need to tell Ash's mother about this. Lucario said. Lance took a deep breath and stood up. I will do it. For 20 minutes, Lance told Delia about her son's condition. He admitted the woman was a strong woman who took the news well, except to unshed tears in her eyes, but she didn't let it fall from her eyes. When do you think he's gonna wake up? Dahlia asked. I don't know. I hope that he wakes up soon. Lance answered. Lance closed the phone and looked up into the young man in silence, waiting for him to wake up. XXXXX. Floating. That's what Ash felt. He feels he got floated in the ocean with a calm wave cradling him, but he can only see darkness only. How am I in here? Ash asked himself, a memory hit him like a truck making him gasp. Blood. Destruction. Team Rocket. No. No. Don't take Onii-chan from me. Ash. You're fine. Wake up. A familiar voice echoed through the infinite dark abyss that for some reason calmed him down. That's it. Calm down. I'm in here. Mewtwo is safe. Your Onii-chan is safe. Everyone is safe. Once again, that voice echoed again. Ash took a deep breath to calm his beating heart that echoed in his ears like a drum played beside his ears. Open your eyes. Ash. I beg you. Weird, when did he close his eyes? He remembers the last thing he saw was blood and bunch of Team Rocket trying to kill him. A sudden twinge in his heart made Ash gasp open his eyes and saw a blazing bright light make him close his eyes tightly. There you are. Open your eyes. A calm voice asked him. Ash opens his eyes slowly adjusting the light and the first thing he sees is his Pikachu who in front of his face liking his face. Then he looks around the room, he can smell an antiseptic. Hospital. Onii-chan. Ash sit up only got hold gently and yet firmly. He's fine. He is resting. He said. Ash Blink looked at the side and saw a red hair male and a ruby eye with a blue clothes look at him in relief. Lance? Ash asked. Lance gave a relieved chuckled smile, welcome to the living world. What dash, he Blink rubs his eyes, how long have I slept? 5 days. 5 days you're unconscious. You make me and your mother worried. Lance told him, I thought you were not gonna wake up. When I found you, you lost much of blood. Ash gives an "oh" shape in his mouth and grabs Lance's hand to make him stiffen. I'm alive. I'm here. Ash asks about what happened to Team Rocket. And what about his mother while tracing his Pokeball to make sure all of his Pokémon is fine using his aura. Team Rocket disbanded with his leader, Giovanni got captured. Do not worry, your identity didn't get unleashed to the public. Your mother is worried about you, I will call your mother and give you a report of your progress. Lance informed her. Thank you Lance. Ash responded, and, aren't you busy? No. For these 5 days. I finished everything that Team Rocket did and my agents already secured all of the Pokémon that Team Rocket captured. That's great then. Lance touched Ash's wrist where his pulse beating, he closer to Ash made him wide open when he felt a warm and soft feeling in his forehead but for some reason, he didn't mind. He closed his eyes and let Lance's strong arm embrace him. Don't scare me like that. He whispered to him with his mouth in his head. Ash embraced the older man back, yeah. I'm sorry for worrying you. They stay like that, embracing each other. It's been a while since Ash saw the champion. He misses him every time but now the man is in his arms so he will remember everything until he needs to go away from him. It's been a while since Ash went outside from the hospital. He was to stay at the hospital till he recovered completely because he had a severe concussion along with the other injuries and the doctor wanted to make sure that he is perfectly fine before he went back to his home in Pallet Town. As a result of his concussion, one side of his eye is momentarily blind, a temporary side effect which almost gave Ash a heart attack. But the doctor assured him that it will heal in a few weeks, and that there is nothing to worry about. Speaking of Mewtwo, he continuously apologized to Ash, only to be told firmly that there is no need to apologize as it isn't his fault for anything that happened out there. But the simple fact that he got mind control made Mewtwo a little bit more protective of his little brother. Pikachu and Mew didn't leave from his side either, not even an inch except when he had to go to the bathroom, of course. Ash being touched by the concern and worry of his family, let them do what they want. Lance also sometimes visited him along with Dragonite. Ash admits that he winced slightly upon seeing the wound. A few bruises and the surgery mark, he sighs and wears his clothes again. Today is the day he will be released out of the hospital's care and can finally go back home. Ash has already taken off his bandage which only showed a scar and will soon disappear. You're done? Lance asked. Ash looked up from where he was sitting and saw Lance wearing casual clothes with his hair tied in a half-tie hairstyle. Lance insisted that he would escort him to Pallet Town. Yeah. Ash nodded. Let's go then. Lance stood up from the couch. They walk outside the hospital and as expected there is no one who could recognize Lance with his hair down, which makes Ash amused. Lance helps Ash to ride his Dragonite to Pallet Town. Are you excited to go home? Lance asked near his ears. Yeah. You will love my mother. He answered with a fond smile. They enjoyed the scenery until they arrived at Pallet Town. Dragonite lowered towards the ground beside Ash's house. They hopped down from the dragon type and walked into the house with Ash, who rings the doorbell. Yes. A female voice asked while opening the door, only to squeal loudly when she saw her son, Ash. Hello, Mama. Ash embraced his mother. Delia hugged Ash tightly, then cupped his face, showing an eye patch in his eyes. When I heard that you are in the hospital, I was worried sick. Sorry for making you worried, Mama. Ash apologized and pointed towards Lance. He brought me home. Lance. Welcome. She hugged the older man, who smiled at her. Nice to meet you, Delia. Lance greeted her. Delia urged them to enter the house. Ash couldn't help but feel nostalgic. It has been too long since he came home, he really missed it. He felt himself crying even if there weren't any tears, upon thinking how much he loved his mom and the house they live in. Please sit down, Lance. I will make some tea. Delia said, walking into the kitchen. Lance in the meantime looks around the house. It's a comfy house. He saw a glass cupboard full of certificates and a trophy, which made him walk towards it. Lance widened his eyes, surprised. He knows that Ash is smart. He had spent some time with the kid. He also passed the test with flying colors, but he never knew that Ash had even earned a certificate as an assistant professor. Are you gonna stay in here, Lance? Ash asked, breaking him from his stupor. Oh, well, if you don't mind. What about your league preparation? All finished. How about you? Ash sat on the couch. I don't know. I think I'm nervous. They talked to each other as they longed to speak to each other during all those times. Delia also asked about Mewtwo's condition and took the opportunity to release the said Pokémon from its Pokeball. Once she saw Mewtwo, immediately gave him a hug and fussed at him just like how she does to Ash. At night, Ash and Lance were in Ash's bedroom. Ash kindly offered him his bed and spread his futon so that he could sleep in there. But he finds it difficult to sleep after repeatedly turning around. Ash sighs and walks up to his desk and takes out a handbook about League he read when he was still 7 years old. He is worried about his Pokémon. He had an awesome team and he knows they are strong enough and that there is no need to worry about him defeating Team Rocket with his Pokémon. But the concern still stands there. Ash? Lance voiced him. Sorry. Did I wake you up? Ash asked, turning around. Lance sat on his bed. What's wrong? Nothing. Just, there is too much to think about. It's like my mind is racing with thoughts. He answered. Lance didn't answer that. He walked down from the bunk bed, taking the futon and spread it next to Ash's own, who raised his eyebrow. He just grinned. Let's sleep together. He said curtly. Ash widened his eyes slightly in surprise until Lance dragged him close to his futon. Ash internally squeaked and looked at the handsome face of the champion. Go to sleep. Tomorrow, we need go to Professor Oak's lab. He whispered to him. Why yeah. Ash responded. Ash wrapped his arms around Lance's chest and let himself wander into dreamland. XXXXX. In the morning, Ash got woken up by someone shaking his shoulder, making him whine and snuggle closer to the warmth. He is still dozy, but he heard someone chuckle. You need to wake up. A voice said. Ash blinked open his eyes slowly and looks up. A pair of ruby eyes looked at him with a flicker of amusement. He finally realized what he was doing, blushed profoundly and scrambled away from the champion. Sorry. Toilet. Ash fled into the toilet, leaving an amused champion alone in the room. After making sure everything is okay, Ash walks into the dining room and sees Lance along with his mother, who have been serving breakfast. It seems Lance has already started eating breakfast. He sure took a while out there. Good morning, honey. Delia greeted him. Good morning, Mama. Good morning, Lance. Ash greeted them back and sat on the chair. Good morning, Ash. Lance acknowledged him mid-bite. They ate breakfast, and after that Ash fed all his Pokémons, including legendaries, in the backyards. I heard you were going to Professor Oak's lab, to inquire about the league. Delia commented. Yes. Speaking of the professor. Is Gary already back? Ash asked. She smiled and nodded. Yes, he came back a few weeks ago, around the time you were at the hospital, and is now training for the league in who knows where. I see. Ash was relieved that Gary wasn't in town. He didn't quite like the boy, he always tried to bully him, a JRK, and everyone in town knows that Ash is a lone wolf, therefore they left him alone, but that is okay for Ash because he has Pokémons as friends, as family. Let's go, Lance. Yeah. I'm eager to meet Professor Oak. They walked into the professor's house on the hill. Ash rang the bell and waited for the professor to open the door. Ash, Welko, what happened to your eyes? Professor Oak asked once, opening the door, pointing at his eye patch. I have a severe concussion, and yeah, it makes me blind for a few weeks. Ash shrugged. I see. I heard everything from Delia. Your safety is most important after all. Ash chuckled. Thank you, Professor, and meet Champion Lance. Professor Oak and Lance shook their hands and the professor ushered them inside. They sat in the living room. So, Gary isn't in the town? Ash said first, breaking the silence. Yeah. He went to train for the league, you came late after all. Ash nodded at that. It is true, he was behind his initial schedule due to the fiasco with Team Rocket and the hospital stay. You see. Gary has 10 badges while you have 8, but at same time you had secured the exam badge from the admission test. It was remarkable. There were 4 trainers who started their journey, but you and Gary were the only ones to successfully attain all badges for the Indigo conference. I'm very proud of you. What happened to the other 2? They both had an excellent start, I must say, but they lacked the skill. Lance nods in understanding, I can comprehend that. That's too bad. Ash whined while drinking his tea and gently patted Pikachu's head. But, it's the Pokémons that need to take the credit though. You're right. Professor Oak nods in agreement. In any case, I'm glad you're here. It's time for you and Gary to participate in Pokémon League. Where is it held? At the Indigo Plateau. Lance answered, there are around 256 competitors. Trainers compete all the way to reach the finals. Each losing trainer is placed accordingly. The top trainer earns the title of Pokémon League champion and gets a chance to battle Kanto's Elite Four. Oh. Yeah, I just remembered. Ash, I have received some amazing data. Professor Oak pointed it out. Ash stiffened at that, right. Let's go outside, to the ranch. I shall show you my new Pokémons there. They got to the ranch and Ash released the legendary beasts, Entei, Raikou, and Suicune. He even let out his other Pokémon so that they could roam freely. Later he took the 3 Pokeballs from his necklace and released the Weather Trio. Professor Oak raised his eyebrow and Lance gaped at the Weather Trio. Hey, everyone. I would like you to meet Professor Oak. He is a trustworthy person. Ash said and rubbed Moltres' head, which earned a delightful squeal. Hey Ash. How did you get the Weather Trio? Professor Oak asked. Well, Moltres came after I defeated Blaine in his gym. He came to battle me to test me, then the other weather trio came to me and I caught them. Lance, who heard it, gave a bark of laughter. As expected of you. Ash tilted his head confused while Professor Oak walked towards the weather trio of Kanto introducing himself. He observed the legendary birds who decided to curl around Ash in a protective way. The whole day they stayed in the ranch along with Lance, who had decided to stay with him. Ash lets himself enjoy the moment. The cool breeze engulfing him and Lance, who was sitting right beside him, enhanced the comfort of the atmosphere. There is a comfortable silence, peace around them until Ash breaks the silence. You know, this reminds me of my childhood. Oh. As long as I remember, I was always lonely except my mama and Professor Oak. I had no friends around my age, except Pokémons, but that was okay for me. The town people understands that, therefore they left me alone. What about that Gary person? He is more like a rival, I never got along with him. He is too passionate and I am calm, so we're not quite good friends, we're only acquaintances. Lance nods, letting the young man beside him to talk about his past. Until the sun almost set, they stayed at the ranch and later walked back home together. Ash waved the professor goodbye and thanked him for talking about the league participation. In the night, Ash overheard Lance talking over the phone, telling the person calling that he will be back in 2 days. Ash for some reason doesn't like that, but he cannot be selfish, so he closes his eyes. When dawn comes, he will act like usual. Say, Lance. Do you mind coming with me? Where? To my secret place. Lance follows Ash out from Pallet Town towards the Rocky Mountain Path, which is 7 miles from the town. They walk in comfortable silence except the times Lance asks him why they cannot fly to the mountain. It's a good exercise and it's the mountain where I go to practice sometimes. You are. You're only 12 years old. And yet there are people who climb when they are still 7 years old. Ash and Lance finally arrived at the mountain cliff. They cannot see the road anymore, but Ash knows that there is another road, but it's quicker this way. Are we gonna climb? Of course. Let's go. Ash begins to climb first, followed by Lance. He understands now why Ash insisted him to wear a simple t-shirt and sports pants. Ash climbs with ease, but Lance is struggling, he rarely climbs. He couldn't complain, so he follows Ash's lead until Ash grabs one of his arms and pulls him towards the top of the cliff. Lance sat on the ground panting heavily. How could you do this? By practicing every day. Turn around and come have a look. Lance fumed in confusion and turned around only to gasp in surprise at the scenery in front of them. He slowly stood up beside Ash. He never expected to see something so beautiful near a rocky mountain. It's pretty. Yeah. Pretty. This place is really important to me. When I like to be alone, from the town or any other matters, I used to come here. And today I wanted to share this scenery with you. Ash. You're gonna go back tomorrow morning, aren't you? You know. Yeah. I heard your conversation last night. Well, you are busy, so I wasn't that surprised. You stayed all these days, that's more than enough for me. So, before you go back to Johto, I wanted to share this view with you. Lance doesn't know what to say, it was like he was in a daze, he stared at the scenery. Ash sits beside him in silence. They only have a little time to spend with each other. Lance didn't have the mind to just leave him, but he needs to go back to Johto, it's his duty as a champion and he can't back off. They stayed like that for the rest of the day. Content in each other's presence, there was no one in the mountain to disturb them until Ash's aura spiked, making him flinch. What's wrong? No. It's just my aura that is alerting me to something. Lance stiffened and stood up, there is no one, right? Ash walks to the side of the cliff showing a one-person road. Lance twitched his eyes, slightly annoyed upon seeing the road. If there is a road, why do we have to climb the cliff? Training. They walk down the road following Ash's aura trail until he halts upon seeing a massive Onix at this place along with a shirtless male who seems to be fighting the Onix without his Pokémons. Bruno? Lance asked. Bruno of the Elite Four? Ash asked, to which Lance nodded. He looked at the man. That Onix is hurt. As expected, Bruno took something out from Onix. It was a Pokémon that got stuck in between Onix's rocks and was causing it irritation. Once the Pokémon was freed, Onix calmed down again. Lance walks outside from their hiding after the Elite Four captured the Onix. Oi, Bruno. Lance called him. Lance? He asked in surprise, what are you doing here? Accompanying someone. Lance said pointing at Ash. Pleasure to meet you, Bruno-san. Ash Ketchum at your service. Ash Ketchum? Oh. You're the one that Lance is interested in. Pardon me. Ash tilted his head confused. Bruno. Lance chided with a slight flush in his ears. He then cleared his throat and said. Anyways, I didn't know you were in Kanto. That was supposedly my sentence. You are supposed to be in Johto. I heard that Team Rocket is disbanded. I don't know about that. Lance sighs and grabs Ash's shoulder, he's the one who defeated Giovanni. He is that trainer, huh? Bruno commented, look Ash, I can't wait to see all the achievements you get as a trainer that you have already proved yourself. Ash smirked, I'm sure you're not gonna be disappointed. I can see that. Bruno said with a smile and pats Lance's shoulder, see you later, Lance. He jumped from the cliff leaving them alone. Ash and Lance decided that it's time for them to return home as well. The night has been the same as usual. Lance slept beside Ash, but in the morning, Lance woke up early to pack his things for his journey back to Johto. Don't forget to visit Pallet Town sometimes, Lance. It was really great having you around. Delia said while packing up some muffin for Lance, here you go. You don't need to. Lance as he took the muffin. Nonsense. Eat it on the way back to Johto. I will. Thank you. Lance went out to the courtyard and saw Ash waiting there with his Pokémons. He looked downcast. Lance walked towards him and touched his shoulder. Ash looked at him standing up. I need to go now. I see. Ash muttered and gave the older man a smile, let's meet again someday. Lance walked closer to the younger male and gave a kiss on Ash's lips. Ash's eyelid which got patched up snapped open. When had he closed his eyes? He didn't know, but he could still feel a warm and strong hand on his jaw and cheek. See you someday. Lance mutters to him and climbs on Dragonite's back. Ash can't speak, it's like there is a lump in his throat. He stays frozen in place looking at Lance until Pikachu nudges his cheek and Ash's face turns red like a tomato. He crouches down onto the ground covering his face. He is bold, isn't he? Entei's sudden voice made Ash squeak. Oh. You all see it? He squeaked. Of course. Moltres rolled her eyes and smirked, he is bold indeed. Shut up. Ash said, rubbing his face. He looks at the sky where Lance took flight with his Dragonite to Johto. He exhaled deeply, calming his heartbeat. Ash can only hope that they meet soon. But for now he needs to focus on the league. 2 months has passed quickly, Ash and his Pokémons already trained greatly for league. It's time for him to go into the Indigo Plateau. He packed everything for the league. His Pokémons trained along with Ash, since he needed to do together with his Pokémons for the bonds to happen. Ash where his backpack go downstairs saw Mr. Mime and his mother are there. Good morning, Mama, Mr. Mime. Ash greet them. Good morning. Ash. Mime. Mime, good morning. Are you excited for the league? Ash sat in the chair, you could say that but I prefer to not get too excited. After breakfast, Ash went outside to let out Charizard who roared strongly, making him chuckle pat his neck and send out a calming wave of aura. Are you ready? Charizard asked. Char. More than ready. Good luck, Ash. Ash hop into Charizard back into Indigo Plateau, he clench his hand tightly, takes a deep breath and calms his mind to not get too excited even though he knows that there are many trainers that are excited to join the league. He look at the scenery in silence with Pikachu in front of him, glance at his trainer tilting his head. Pika. Are you okay? Ash blink rubs Pikachu's head, yes. I'm fine. Just nervous. Pika, Pika. We will be fine. We have the trump card. You're right. Ash muttered. Charizard gave a slight roar when they almost arrived in the Indigo Plateau. They arrived in the plateau when the sun was almost setting. Ash took a deep breath, hopped down from his Charizard and returned him into his Pokeball. This is Pokémon League Village. Ash muttered. Pika. Wow. Let's go check in on our place to sleep. They walk around the village until an familiar annoying voice makes him stiff. He looked to the side and saw a brown-haired young man drinking tea with a bunch of ladies behind him cheering him. I thought you were giving up. He comment in arrogant tone. Hello to you too, Gary. He tip his hat as greeting. Ash, I hope tomorrow you need luck because tomorrow is not your lucky day. Ash rolled his eyes, PSS off, Gary. He walked away from the young man who taunted him. On the night, Ash sits on the bedside looking outside the moon in silence until Mew comes out from his Pokeball snuggled into his chest. Mew. What's wrong? Pika. Can't sleep. Ash looks at the two adorable Pokemon in his arm, he gives them a pat in their head and smiles softly. Tomorrow, I'm nervous. Ash muttered. Pika. Are you afraid? Ash sigh stood up wearing his jacket and his hat, decided to take a calm night wind. He wore his Pokeball belt and went outside the room with Mew and Pikachu in his arm. Ash walks into the stadium and looks into the battlefield until he senses another person. Aura makes him look at the side at top of the stairs. Mr. Goodshow. Hello. Ash greet the chairman ducking his head slightly. Mew turned into invincibility in Ash head with Pikachu in his shoulder. He walked into Charles Goodshow's side. You are Ash Ketchum, am I right? He asked. Yes, sir. How do you know, sir? I read your admission exam. You have a perfect score, but other than that you challenged the gym leader to earn 8 badges with you, who managed to defeat Giovanni, leader of Team Rocket. Oh. Well, it seems I have no intention to take the spotlight though. Charles Goodshow laughed. All of the gym leaders recommend you, and don't forget Champion Lance also recommended you. It's hard to not notice you, Ash. Ash chuckled. You right, sir. Well, you cannot sleep. Yes, sir. I don't know what to do. There are a lot of feelings in me for tomorrow. This is a new feeling that I didn't know. Charles Goodshow looked at the young man who looked lost and made him smile. That was exciting. Exciting, sir. Yes. Exciting for battling with a powerful enemy and going forward into the top. Ash clenched his chest and muttered, exciting. Go to sleep. Tomorrow, you have a bunch of things to do. On that night when Ash entered the bedroom and lay in the bed, he looked at his trembled hand. It was not fear or nervousness but an exciting feeling. Ash closed his eyes and went to sleep and could not wait for tomorrow to come. XXXXX. On morning, Ash woke up the moment the sun was rising. He went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and decided to go into the nearby forest to give feed for his legendary Pokémons. Ash sits in the stone looking at his Pokémons who eat the food in silence, the same as him who eats his breakfast in silence. Have you decided which Pokémon you're gonna use? Mewtwo asked. It's depend, but well, I just wing it like always. Ash shrugged. Mewtwo chuckled, you right. Even if you need some help. You can call the legendary, besides they need you to have 3 Pokémons in you. You're right. They didn't care about what kind of Pokémon I used. After breakfast, Ash returned all of the Pokémon into their Pokeball except Pikachu, who perched into his shoulder. They're going into the stadium where the torch is gonna lit up. Ash stays at the backstage looking at the trainer who gathered around until they got called into the stadium. Ash can see a bunch of people in there. He took a deep breath and let the opening greet the trainers. He glances at Pikachu, who has a fire in his eyes, and makes him pat his back. "We will do fine," Ash said telepathic to him. The trainers look at the torch who got lit up with the firework into the blue sky. They go into the Pokemon village to check in for the competition. Ash goes to the front desk. "Welcome to Pokemon Village. Can I have your identification, please?" "Here." Ash hand out his Pokédex. "Is this your first time at Pokemon League?" "Yes, ma'am." She type his name and checking in before she hand it back to Ash. "There. You check in already." "Thank you, ma'am." Ash took his Pokédex. "Which fields do I have to go?" "You need to press the button, and when it stops, that is where you go." "Good luck, Ash." Ash looks at the screen and gives a press into the button, waiting until the light gets stopped, and it stops in the water fields. "Water fields it is," she said typing. "Now, we select your opponent." Ash looks at the screen where there is an eccentric male photo beside him. She told him the guy name was Mandy and Ash is in third match. "Be there by 1, good luck." "Thanks." Ash gets out from the place, look into the blue sky, sigh. Water field, he needs to pick his Pokemon. Perhaps he can send out his Gyarados and Pikachu to the field, but who will be the last Pokemon? Ash groaned insightly. He walked around the village until he got called because the phone made Ash go back into the building. "Oh. Professor Oak, what's up?" "Well, I thought maybe you want to swap Pokemon." "Oh. It's okay. I have a water field, and if I need to swap I will tell you." "Okay then. Good luck." Ash put down the telephone and got out of the building, only halted when he saw his opponent. "You are?" Ash break the silence. "I'm Astounding Manda. I'm your opponent." "I'm Ash. Nice to meet you." Ash stretch his palm out. "My hand is for Pokeball, not for people," he said with a Pokeball in his finger spinning. "Lovely to meet you." On lunch, Ash let out his Pokemons in the forest where there was no trainer around. He let out his Gyarados, who roared powerfully, making him smile, patting his head. "Am I on stage?" he asked, purred at Ash's hand. "Yes. I'm gonna let you have your first battle since we are on water field. Perhaps I am also gonna let out Pikachu if you are in a pinch." "Alright. Pika. I will definitely win." Ash returns Gyarados in his Pokeball and looks at Lucario. "And you will become last Pokemon, is that okay?" "As you wish." Ash walks back into the tournament match where there is a trainer who is still on match. He waits at the backstage with Pikachu nuzzling his cheek and Mew, who comes out in disguise of the Piku. And now, the starter of the third battle of the water field. Ash goes outside to the public, ignoring the cheering and the spotlight, listening to the host who introduces themselves. On the green side is new trainer, Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. And on the red side is Pokemon League favorite the Astounding Mandy. Ketchum is gonna face the most top Pokemon trainer. Now, the exciting battle starts. Begin. It's showtime. Go, Exeggutor. Go, Pikachu. Mandy starting with Exeggutor and Ash starting with Pikachu. The audience was cheering, especially when Gyarados got released, showing a powerful roar, making a small wave in the water. Exeggutor, Psychic Wave. Dive into the water. Gyarados dive into the water, but suddenly there is a whirlpool around Gyarados that makes Ash clench his hand, analyzing and imagining numerous scenes in his head. Hang on, Gyarados. Use Twister by following the whirlpool. Break the whirlpool. Gyarados follows the whirlpool by adding his Twister, therefore it makes the whirlpool, who is supposed to drown Gyarados, make him much stronger. Exeggutor, who cannot hold his Psychic, caught off guard by his power, and before Exeggutor can back to it, composure. Now. Hyper Beam. Gyarados, who got free the Whirlpool, uses Hyper Beam immediately to Exeggutor, who cannot move fastly because of its type, who is Grass. It got hit immediately and got knocked out immediately. Victory for the green. The referee declared. Yes. Ash pumps his fist. Gyarados, can you do the next battle? Jaya. Of course. Thank you. He muttered. Mandy scoffed. The kid has the beginning luck, but it's just that. Go, Seadra. The audience cheers again for Mandy letting out his second Pokémons. Ash looks at the Pokémons and knows very well what kind of attack it has. Your Gyarados might be strong, but it's not a match for my speedy Seadra. Seadra. Use your agility. Seadra runs at a fast pace, but in Ash's mind, he can see a bunch of scenarios in his mind to make it get Qualifacts. Gyarados looked back at his trainer, who didn't do anything. Oh. What happened to Trainer Ash? The announcement asked in confused. Wait. Wait. Ash, though waiting until he saw Seadra on top at its speed, made him smirked. Gyarados. Twister at the underwater now. What? Mandy asked in confused. Gyarados follows the command to make a twister in underwater to make Seadra, who was in water at the full speed, cannot control its speed and has no choice but fall into Gyarados' twister to make it fly from the water. Look at that. Seadra cannot control its speed, make Seadra is thrown out by the whirlpool underwater. Now, Hyper Beam. Seadra, who cannot do anything in the air, got hit on the spot by Gyarados' Hyper Beam, making it fall into the water, unable to battle. Victory for the green. The referee declared. Good job, Gyarados. Do you want to continue? Ash asked to him. Jaya. I still can fight. Now, the astounding Mandy has one Pokémon left away from defeated. Can he do a magical comeback? Mandy shows his Pokeball. Let's see if your Gyarados can handle this. All to Pokémon fans. May I present Golbat? Ash's eyes twitch with Pikachu, who winched. Gyarados looks at Golbat with Predator look, like the bat Pokémon was his prey. Ash facepalm, rubbing his face, looking at Pikachu. Am I the only one who feels deja vu? Pika. Me too. Ash, can I crush it? Gyarados asked, didn't take off his eyes from the bat Pokémon. Yes. You can. As expected, Maddie uses wing attack, but for Ash, he is for sure grateful to Koga, who uses Golbat in his gym battle. This is why he has a gym challenge. He needs to give a thank you to Koga after this, Ash notes. We do like last time. Rain dance and twister to the rain. As expected, the people are confused by the command. The blue sky now turns into cloudy, make a rain with Gyarados, who use twister to make it look like a typhoon, and as expected, Golbat cannot withstand the strong wind. Ash smirked though in glee. This has always worked on flying type. The last attack. Hyper Beam. A strong beam coming from Gyarados' mouth hit Golbat at the spot, made it fall into the water and got knocked out instantly. I can't believe it. Mandy claimed. Golbat unable to battle, winner goes to Team Ash and Gyarados. It's all over in one finish. Pokémon League congratulates Ash Ketchum for earning an astounding score without needing to change one Pokémon. Ash grinned with Gyarados, who swam into his side and earned a pat from Ash. The people cheering with Mandy, who got disqualified. According to Ash, the battle with Mandy wasn't a challenge. He had expected a good battle, but it was clear that Mandy had underestimated him. After the battle on the water field, Ash's second battle was on the ground field. He used Gyarados again, since he could take advantage of the field with his powerful water type. Ash again managed to win the first two Pokémon of his opponent by using Gyarados. Go, Nidorino! The trainer shouted as he released his third Pokémon. Give everything you have got, Gyarados. Ash said with vigor. Tackle attack. Endure it. Gyarados endured the tackle attack from Nidorino. There wasn't much damage, but it was enough to tire him out. Use Leer and Hydro Pump. He then used Leer on Nidorino and made it frozen for a few seconds, but that was enough time for Gyarados to turn off Leer and use Hydro Pump before it could regain its composure. Nidorino was blasted head-on onto the rocks by the sheer force of the attack. Now. Tackle. Ash commanded without taking any chances. Gyarados tackled Nidorino, who had been still in a daze, and knocked it out with swirls in its eyes. Nidorino is unable to battle. Victory for the green trainer Ash Ketchum. Ash, upon hearing it, exhaled a sigh, finally letting all the tensions bleed out from his shoulder. Pikachu and Mew, now disguised as a Piku, cheered for Gyarados, who grinned savagely while Lucario nodded in utmost satisfaction. And rookie trainer Ash Ketchum will be moving on to the third round of the preliminaries. Congratulations Ash Ketchum for an outstanding performance. After the battle, Ash returns Gyarados to his Pokeball. He gives a peck on the Pokeball and lets the two Pokemons perched on each of his shoulders into his arms. He got out from the field sighing and leaned onto the wall. "Are you okay?" Lucario asked worriedly. "I'm fine. It's just the adrenaline finally finished." "Ah. You can rest after checking the Pokemon at the Pokemon Center. Tomorrow you have another battle." "You're right." Ash went to the Pokemon Center without wasting any time. It was already evening and he had to buy dinner for him to eat before he rested. Ash enters the Pokemon Center. Thankfully it wasn't packed yet, as the other trainers are either training with their Pokemon or are still in a competition. He waits in the lobby of the Pokemon Center, ignoring the whispers and looks from other competitors, since he had only used Gyarados till now and is a rumor amongst other trainers. "Ash Ketchum." Nurse Joy called out his name to his relief. "Here, your Pokemon is fully healed and is in perfect health." Ash took the Pokeball back. "Thank you so much, Nurse Joy." He gets out from the Pokemon Center and goes to get him and his Pokemon some dinner. He went to a cafe where the worker gladly packed the food for him and his Pokemon. Ash walks back to the cabin he was allotted to stay. The cabin was comfy for both trainer and Pokemon. Each trainer's room has a bedroom and a living room with a couch, as well as a small makeshift kitchen, and there is plenty of area for the Pokemon to roam inside. Ash is thankful that he has no roommate. Nurse Joy had informed him that the trainer who he has to share room with chose to be with his friends at a different quarter. So Ash is lucky to have the privacy he much needed. Ash released his Pokemons along with legendaries after making a barrier using his aura. "Good job, Gyarados." Ash appreciated his water type for the amazing efforts it showed in the battle. "Thank you. What about the next battle?" Gyarados inquired. "You're right. The next match will be on the ice field." "How about me?" Articuno chirped up at the mention of ice. Ash sweat dropped at the legendary bird's childishness. "You can't. It's unfair for the trainer, and did you forget that you are a legendary?" Before Articuno could retaliate, someone shrieked. "Boo-hoo." Everyone in the room deadpanned upon hearing the childish voice. Mew, the so-called mythical Pokemon's deliberate attempt to prank them had failed miserably. The Pokemon with the wisdom of ages is the most childish among all the other Pokemon. Mew pounded upon seeing everyone's face. "You are no fun." Ash couldn't hold back his laughter anymore and began to laugh hilariously, followed by the others. After the little entertainment, they ate dinner together. Mew was still pounding occasionally, but none said anything or did anything, knowing very well that it's not good to be on the bad side of the mythical Pokemon, even if it is a child at heart. Ash decided to go to sleep early so that he could do some training with his Pokemon at early dawn, when there would be less rush and more peace. In the morning, Ash woke up before sunrise. He changed from his pajamas to his trainer's clothes and took all his Pokeballs and clipped them into his belt and necklace respectively. Ash goes to the kitchen in the living room to make himself a simple sandwich and then goes outside to train his Pokemons. He could feed his Pokemon later. Training on a full stomach is not ideal. The day went like that, and finally, it was time for his third match. This match will decide whether he goes for the top 64 or not. And now the start of the third battle on the ice field. On the red side is promising trainer Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. On the green side is Pete Pebbleman from Pewter City. The announcer shouted along with the cheers and applause of the audience. Let the battle begin. Cloyster, use Mud Shot. Gyarados dodge it and use Aqua Tail. Gyarados dodges the Mud Shot and uses Aqua Tail directly at Cloyster, who retreated inside its shell, mildly escaping from the powerful impact, but it still dealt some damage on Cloyster. Use Hydro Pump. Ash commanded. Rapid Spin, Pete exclaimed as Gyarados unleashed the Hydro Pump. Cloyster spins its body at high speed, dispelling the Hydro Pump. Now Cloyster, Frost Breath, Pete cries out. Ash clenched his hands tightly. He needs to find a way. His eyes lit up when he got just the idea to counter Cloyster's strongest attack. Gyarados, Rain Dance followed by Ice Beam, full power, Ash commanded. Oh no! Peter exclaimed in pure shock. Cloyster is unable to fight, victory to Gyarados. Pete returns Cloyster to its Pokeball and releases his Arcanine. Seeing the Fire-type, Ash looked at his Water-type. Even if he had won the battle, Gyarados was at its limit. Ash hummed and glanced at Pikachu. Gyarados, return. Ash returns him back to his Pokeball, much to the surprise of the audience. Go, Pikachu. Oh. Look at that, Trainer Ash had finally decided to switch Pokémon and had called out his Pikachu. Pikachu, use Agility. Pikachu uses Agility at incredible speed and strided around Arcanine, causing it confusion. Arcanine, Fire Blast. Pete cried upon seeing his Pokémon getting confused on where Pikachu is. But Pikachu had good reflexes and his speed was boosted twice due to the use of Agility. Arcanine's Fire Blast missed Pikachu and in turn melted the whole ice field. What was left of the ice field was the small icebergs which Pikachu and Arcanine were currently standing on. This is unbelievable, the whole field has been melted. And Pikachu can no longer use Agility. What a turn of events. Both Pokémon are trapped inside the field. What will happen now? Arcanine Flamethrower. Ash smirked on seeing the outcome. Pikachu, into the water. Pikachu jumped into the water, diving down from the flamethrower and surfaced right in front of Arcanine. Ash smirked mischievously. Such a fool fell right into our trap. He exclaimed and commanded with finality, Pikachu. Thunderbolt. Full power. Pikachu grinned savagely and used a powerful thunderbolt which channeled through the water, and Arcanine was hit hard by the bolts of electricity and fainted with swirls in its eyes. Arcanine is unable to battle. Victory for the red trainer. Green trainer, please send out your next Pokémon. And thus Pete released his Dugong, but, since the field was already on Pikachu's advantage, the match ended pretty quickly. Pikachu runs into Ash's arm and begins nuzzling his cheek. He gives a ruffle on his partner's still wet fur and congratulates him on winning the match. Now only one more step to go before he enters the finals. XXXX. For the rest of the day, Ash decides to watch the rest of the competitors' match and watches Gary being defeated by a trainer named Melissa. Gary's Nidoking was defeated by her Golem, which eliminated him from the league. But still, Ash appreciated Gary for reaching the top. Seeing Gary's loss made Ash think about his next match. What to do now? The next battle is on the grass field. Any idea who to use? Ash asked his Pokémons. You can use Charizard for the battle. He had been complaining about you only using Gyarados. Lucario said as he pointed at Charizard, who nodded in agreement. You're right. Perhaps I will. But for some reason, he has a bad feeling about this match. Therefore Ash decides to go to the Pokémon Center and call Professor Oak. The professor was able to reduce some of his tension and he felt so grateful for that. In the afternoon after Gary's loss, Ash went to the grass field for his battle. Well, if he is really in a pinch, he could depend on his Charizard or Lucario. If the match goes far from his hands, could use the legendaries. Ash wishes to use legendaries only in the top 4 or higher. He didn't want to use them before that, fearing for their safety. That was why he hadn't used Charizard or Lucario in any of the previous matches. Both are his power houses excluding the legendaries, and he was planning on using them on top 16 and above. He loves his Pokémon more than the league battle. He just wishes everything goes smoothly. He will surely give all his Pokémon a chance to battle. Ash sighs from his train of thoughts and looks at his opponent, who hasn't appeared yet. His opponent was a girl named Jeanette Fisher from Crimson City. When she entered the stadium, a red carpet was laid out for her and flower petals were showered on her, and she even had a cheering squad of her own. "Trainers, please choose your Pokémon," the referee said to them. "Pikachu, I choose you," Ash called out. "Beedrill, make me proud," she said, letting out a Beedrill. "Let the battle begin," the referee announced. "Beedrill, poison sting," she commanded first. "Dodge it, and use Iron Tail. Protect, then use Pin Missile. Dodge it." Pikachu began dodging the pin missiles aimed at him but got struck by some of them, which activated his ability Static. With each strike it endured, paralyzing the Beedrill. Ash grinned, this was his chance. "Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Beedrill, try to dodge it." Jeanette cried frantically, but Beedrill was still paralyzed and got hit with the electricity. "Beedrill is unable to battle. Please send your next Pokémon," the referee instructed. Jeanette took another Pokeball. "This one will not be easy. Go, Scyther." Ash stared at the Scyther. It is trained well and will surely be a challenge for Pikachu. His partner is exhausted. The pin missile, even if it activated the static ability, took a lot out of him. "Pikachu, could you battle?" he asked him. Pikachu turned towards him and showed a thumbs up. Ash smiled, seeing his buddy's enthusiasm. He might have been worrying for no reason. With determination he commanded. "Thunderbolt. Dodge it and use X-Scissor." As Ash suspected, Scyther was trained for speed. It dodged Pikachu's Thunderbolt. Ash had to credit her for the training she gave her Pokémon. Pikachu was trained along with Raikou, so dodging his Thunderbolt is not child's play. "Pikachu, use Agility followed by Iron Tail." Pikachu uses Agility and hits Scyther. When Scyther prepared the X-Scissor, Pikachu used an Iron Tail to dispel it. "Now, Scyther. Double Team." Scyther began to create numerous copies of himself and strided towards Pikachu. Ash thought about what to do. After a few seconds, he called out to Pikachu and said, "Pikachu, fix your tail on the field and spin your body, then use Thunderbolt." Everyone present in the arena blinked hearing the command. Jeanette was stunned and confused. Her Scyther has totally rounded Pikachu with Double Team. When she thought of finishing the battle, Ash had called out the weird command. In the middle of the field, Pikachu, surrounded by Scyther, did as his trainer had asked. He trusted his trainer, therefore he fixed his tail on the ground and began to spin. At the same time he unleashed Thunderbolt. Due to him spinning around, the Thunderbolt dispersed into many bolts of electricity and began to spin, eliminating the many copies of Scyther. The real Scyther was also electrocuted. The crowd was stupefied. None thought that Thunderbolt could be even used like that. Pikachu, on the other hand, stopped its attack and released itself from the ground. His head was spinning, but he was okay. Jeanette was speechless. She looked at Scyther and found that he was paralyzed from the impact. Ash, also understanding that, asked Pikachu to end the battle with another Thunderbolt. "Scyther is unable to battle. Victory for Pikachu," the referee announced. That was an awesome performance by Ash Ketchum and his Pikachu. Jeanette is down to her last Pokémon. Who will she use? Will she be able to catch up with Ash? I don't know about you guys, but I am excited to see the rest of the battle. The announcer exclaimed, and the crowd cheered and clapped their hands seeing the battle. Jeanette wasn't done yet. She released her Bellsprout onto the field, which surprised the audience, but Ash internally cursed, knowing very well about its special ability Chlorophyll. Ash told Pikachu to come back since he knows Pikachu is really at its limit now. But to his shock, Pikachu refused to come back. Ash tried to reason with the electric type, but Pikachu, just like his other Pokémon having sensed the little grass type's power, was adamant to fight it. Ash, having no choice but to comply with his Pokémon's wish, allowed it. Bellsprout, Whine Whip. Bellsprout used its whines to grab Pikachu and began to thrash him to the ground again and again. Pikachu tried to get free but the grip was strong. Use Thunderbolt, and get yourself free. Ash cried out with concern. Pikachu did as said and got free. But Bellsprout wasn't finished. Jeanette told Bellsprout to use Razor Leaf. Dodge it and use Quick Attack. Pikachu tried to dodge each strike but he was exhausted, so he wasn't able to dodge faster and used Quick Attack. Use Whine Whip again and then Body Slam. As Pikachu got near, Bellsprout dodged his attack with great reflex and used its whine to catch Pikachu and throwed him with great force. Then he used Body Slam on Pikachu and he was out cold. Pikachu! Ash cried out. The whole arena was silent. It's the first time Ash had lost a Pokémon, that to Pikachu. But it was Pikachu's decision to battle. Pikachu is unable to battle. Please send the next Pokémon. Ash walks towards the battlefield and picks up Pikachu. His partner did his best. Pikachu opened his eyes slightly and liked his palms. Ash gently pats him and smiles at him. The audience was mesmerized by the bond between the trainer and Pokémon. Ash let Pikachu rest and called out his next Pokémon. Go, Mook! Ash released the sludge Pokémon. Jeanette commands to use Flying Kick on Mook but it doesn't work, as Mook had absorbed Bellsprout attack using its slimy body. Bellsprout kept on using a Flying Kicks but was no use. Ash grinned at this. It's all thanks to Professor Oak. It was during his call to the professor that Ash got the idea to use Mook. He had left it at Oak's laboratory since Mook had enjoyed staying at the ranch while they had visited. The professor had talked to him about Mook, engulfing all the Pokémon at the ranch using its body, even the professor showing its love for them. It was an attempt to calm him. But the conversation gave him the idea to transfer Mook to him. Keep it up, Mook! Ash shouted encouragingly. Bellsprout used Leaf Cutter, but Mook was unaffected. Jeanette and Bellsprout were shocked by the turn of events. Okay Mook, enough of the fun, time for Body Slam. Mook engulfed Bellsprout inside his body and released Toxic. They could see Bellsprout trying to get out from Mook but it didn't work until there was no punch scene anymore and Jeanette gasped. Mook let go Bellsprout, who didn't respond, with the referee who walked into the field looking at Bellsprout and ensuring that it was knocked out. Bellsprout is unable to battle and thus the winner of the 4th round of the preliminaries is Green Trainer. Ash Ketchum. Ash grinned and jumped up and down, raising his hands to the air. From the podium, he ran towards Mook, who engulfed him using his body, making him fall onto the grass. Oh dear. Yes. Yes. You're amazing. Ash said, laughing. XXXXX. After the battle with Jeanette, Ash goes out with Pikachu at his side. He needs to check Pikachu at the Pokémon Center. He went outside from the battlefield and walls towards the Pokémon Center. Ash was now in the forest near the Pokémon Center. He had healed Pikachu and Mook and had really needed to talk with his Pokémon. His mind was filled with numerous thoughts. They were able to clear the 4th round of the preliminaries. Ash can't say the match was easy. It was like he feared. He and his team were pushed pretty hard. Pikachu's battle with Scyther was a challenge. But they came back eventually. When Ash told his other Pokémon that he had used Mook and Pikachu, and about the outcome of the battle, everyone cheered for both of them except Charizard. Charizard wasn't happy and he had received a flamethrower right on his face which left him in a charred mess. He had promised his buddy he would use him in the top once he told everyone about the battle. Ash looked at Pikachu accusingly. Pikachu gulped seeing his face and tried to run away. But Ash caught him using his aura and stared at him a little more fiercely. Pikachu, Pika. Don't stare at me like that, Ash, what did I even do? Pikachu said, making an innocent face. Ash scowled, looking more intimidating. What were you thinking back there? You were at your limit and still, you urged to battle. I told you to return, right? Ash was really angry, and all his Pokémon understood that because Ash was protective over them just like how they were to him. Pikachu really crossed the limit, still staying in battle, and they all agree that he is bound to hear Ash's shout out, "No, you were adamant, you wanted to do what you like, and even if anything bad happens, you don't care, you just want to show off. Do you have any idea how worried I was down there?" Ash kept on saying, and Pikachu looked ready to tear up. He understood how Ash felt. He was putting himself just to see what that stupid Bellsprout had got. And because of him, Ash is worried. And he is the reason. Tears began to sprawl from his eyes. Seeing Pikachu cry made Ash calm down. He thinks he went a little overboard with the scolding. But he had wanted that. His Pokémon are his life, they should understand that. He sat beside Pikachu and took him in his arms and gave him a hug. Pikachu sobbed into his chest, clenching his jacket, and said sorry. Ash forgave him and asked him not to do it again, which brought a smile to Pikachu. But don't think I am not punishing you. No ketchup for you for 2 days. Ash said, which earned laughter from everyone, and Pikachu pounded. But he was happy to know Ash cared so much about him. On the way back to their cabin after the talk, Ash bumped into someone. He looked up to know who it was and was greeted by the pleasant faces of his mother and Professor Oak. "Mama. Professor Oak. What are you two doing here?" Ash asked, surprised. "Surprise!" Delia exclaimed with a vibrant smile, "We're coming to congratulate you." "Yes." Professor Oak nodded in agreement. They decided to go to the restaurant since Delia found that Ash hadn't ate his lunch while talking with both Professor Oak and her. "If you manage to win the next few battles, you're gonna go into the quarter-final or the top 4. And from top 16 onwards you will be using 6 Pokémon, and if you reach top 4, make sure to choose your Pokémon carefully. I am saying that from the top 16 onwards use your best. I don't want you to make the same mistake Gary did. Once you win the finals you become the winner of the league." Ash, Pikachu, and Lucario listened to Professor Oak keenly. Honestly speaking, in all these battles Ash didn't use his full power. And that means even in Pikachu's last battle. It was because of that Pikachu was hurt badly. And this only he and his team know. There is a chance Lance might know since he had watched them train. And now he just wants to win the league, at least. "Well, I will just wing it like usual, and if I am in a pinch, I will use my legendaries, that is if either Charizard or Lucario cannot continue." "I agree." Lucario chirped up. "Well, if you need Pokémons just call me and I will send it to you." "Thanks, Professor." They finished eating lunch at the hotel while talking to each other. Professor Oak told him to do his best. Even if he lost he was still a winner to them. The professor told him that they had got a room in one of the hotels. They entered the elevator and chose the floor they wanted to go to. The door was closing when a trainer suddenly came by. He too wanted to get to the ground floor just like them, and Professor Oak opens the elevator door again. "Thank you," he said after entering. "No problem," Professor Oak assured him. When the boy saw his Pikachu his face lit up like a candle and kneeled in front of him. "Is it yours?" "Yes. He belongs to me," Ash responded. The boy rubs Pikachu's cheeks. Ash hummed and raised his eyebrows when the boy commented that Ash had raised him well. "You also have a Pikachu, I assume?" Ash stated as a matter of fact from how the boy handled his. "How do you know?" "You were handling him like you have your own Pikachu. Especially when you touched his cheeks. If someone else did that they must have been electrocuted." The boy laughed at that and stood up. "Yes, you are right. I have my own Pikachu. I'm Ash Ketchum, you are?" Ash asked, offering his hand. "Richie. A pleasure to meet you," Richie said, shaking the offered hand. It was really weird for Ash when he offered his hand. But he felt the boy, Richie, was nice. The way he interacted with Pikachu was proof of that. Pikachu would easily understand, if anyone with bad intentions approached him. I assume you are also in the league. Yes. Ash asked after a moment of silence. Yup. We might meet at the field. Ash hummed and looked at the boy back when they arrived on the ground floor. He exhaled deeply and gave a hug to his mother, who was going back to the hotel they were staying while Ash got ready to go back to his cabin. It's rare for you to talk with other people, Lucario commented. Ash nodded. He seemed friendly, and also I think, I am gonna get an interesting challenge for my next battle. He arrives at the cabin and decides to rest. The next 2 days are off for all participants. Since it's the beginning of the top 16, the league wanted to ensure that all the participants had their much-needed rest, and also for the Pokémon to be at full health. Even though it's a day off, he needs to train his Pokémon early in the morning, as he doesn't like rush and he needs peace. Anyway, one thing was sure to him. If he comes across Richie during any of the matches, it will be interesting. The coming 2 days are important to him, and he can't slack off from using it to the best of his effort. And he also had this feeling that tomorrow is going to be special. In the lush green forest on the Indigo Plateau, the sun shines brightly. It's been a few hours since sunrise. As planned last night, Ash along with his Pokémon woke up before sunrise and started training. And the training was intense. Even after all these hours, no one resumed from the training. Lucario was sparring with Mewtwo, Charizard was doing an aerial battle along with Articuno. Poor Pikachu was training with Zapdos and Raikou. Both legendaries had come up with the idea to teach some sense into the little electric type after his show-off yesterday, and Ash didn't object it, and now he is stuck with it, avoiding all the thunderbolts aimed at him. Thus, each Pokémon sparred with one another. Ash on the other hand was meditating. The last 4 days had been stressful, and he took the time to calm his soul and mind. He knows his Pokémon will behave well except Mew. She has become a little too playful nowadays. And also they can't be seen, he had placed a barrier around them beforehand. So there was nothing to fear. Ash, we are finished. Can we go back? Pikachu said, coming next to him. Ash opened his eyes and looked at Pikachu suspiciously, then turned towards the others. His Pokémon looked annoyed with something. Lucario and Mewtwo were shaking their heads, Raikou and Zapdos were, he couldn't say really, they were certainly smirking, but at the same time they had a scowl, and Charizard looked ready to kill at any moment. What he did find common is that they all had the look of SBMSN. Tell me, Pikachu, what did you do now? Ash asked, staring at the mouse type. Pikachu laughed nervously and began to say. Pika Pikachu Pikapi Pi Pika, Chu Chu Pikachu Pika Pika Pikachu. Flashback. Pikachu was really struggling. There was no way for him to escape from the incoming bolts of thunder and lightning. He can surely find a way to escape if he was facing only one legendary, but 2 at a time was suicidal, and Ash had allowed to do this to him. He thought Ash loved him, but now he has his doubts. None of the others are being forced like him. Just because he is an electric type doesn't mean that the 2 electric legendary duo can do as they like. Pikachu had been thinking all these when he was avoiding the torture. Once he found that the incoming attacks had ceased, he stopped running and turned around in relief. But the relief turned into utmost horror when he saw Raikou and Zapdos preparing their strongest attack, Zap Cannon. Pikachu visibly paled. If he got hit by that attack, he is gone for sure. There wasn't much time. He frantically looked around him. Through the corner of his eye he saw Lucario and Mewtwo, and a few feet away from them but considerably close was Charizard and Articuno. It seemed like they stopped the aerial fight and were continuing on ground. An idea clicked on Pikachu's mind. There was no way he would survive the attack, but those 4 could. He glanced at his 2 mentors and saw that they are only focused on their attack and him. This is his chance. It's a risk, but he will be in a potential threat either way, so he made up his mind and used Quick Attack. He moved fastly, and in the nick of time before the attack hit, he hid behind his 4 saviors. There was an explosion and everything was in smoke. Only after firing the attack at the way Pikachu went, did Raikou and Zapdos notice what Pikachu had done. They gulped nervously. When the smoke cleared, Mewtwo was seen with a barrier protectively around him, Lucario and even Pikachu as he jumped towards them, which was his luck. But Charizard and Articuno weren't that lucky. They were paralyzed by the attack. Mewtwo and Lucario turned towards the electric mouse who was fidgeting nervously. Charizard and Articuno, once freed of the paralysis, shrieked at him. Even all the Pokémon gathered around them. Charizard marched towards Pikachu but got held by Lucario. What was that? Lucario asked him sternly. You knew that, it could have heavily injured us, if me and Mewtwo hadn't sensed you. Pikachu looked at all of them. Charizard was growling, but strangely Mewtwo was calm. Pikachu took a deep breath and courageously answered. Lucario, Mewtwo, both of you could understand how powerful that attack is for me. Even if my mentors had reduced its power it would kill me. But not you guys. You are stronger than me and Charizard, I know you only felt 1/4 of the power, which was nothing for you. But me, I am only reaching that level. So to save myself I had to do it. Forgive me guys, it was the only way. Pikachu reasoned. Charizard wasn't happy, but again Lucario came to his rescue. Charizard, leave it for now. We can't start a fight here. Even Mewtwo understands Pikachu's reasoning. To which Mewtwo nods. It's your mistake for taking it beyond training level, Mewtwo said, pointing towards Zapdos and Raikou, who looked guilty but internally was laughing, such a SDST. Enough of all the training. It's already late. We should call Ash and tell him that we are finished. Lucario said with utmost patience. Let him go, Charizard growled, pointing towards Pikachu, and everyone sighed. Flashback ends. Ash stood wide-eyed hearing all this. He can't believe a commotion had occurred and he didn't even notice anything, but why didn't I hear anything? I should have sensed it at least. Mewtwo provided him the answer to that. It's because I had placed a barrier around you while you meditated. You were stressed, so I wanted you to not be disturbed, and I did the right thing. Ash retorted that saying that was not ideal and that if he was there, this wouldn't have happened. But at last everyone calmed down and prepared to go back to the village. They all are hungry and also they need to meet Ash's mother and Professor Oak. Ash met with his mother and the professor at the Pokemart after having breakfast. When he called his mother, she had asked him to come there. When he saw his mother, she was carrying 2 purchase bags and even the professor had something with him. He talked with them for some time and the professor gave him some valuable suggestions. After spending some time with them, Ash decides to roam around, since he didn't get the chance earlier. He, along with Lucario, Pikachu and Mew, now transformed as an EV, explored the whole plateau. It was such a great place with a charming atmosphere. Ash buyed Pikachu and Mew some ice cream and a milkshake for himself. On their way, Ash received a message on his Pokephone. He took it and was delighted to know that it was Lance. To Ash Ketchum. From Lance of Blackthorn. Forest near the Pokémon Center. Come fast, waiting for you. Ash was confused and speechless. Does that mean Lance is here? He wondered. Without wasting time, he once again walked back towards the forest. Standing in the middle of the forest was Lance with his Dragonite on guard, in his formal champion's attire. Ash's cheeks burned seeing him. Lance turned towards him and smiled warmly. It's been a long time, Ash. He said. Ash hugged him. Oh, how he missed this person, and smiled at him. I never expected to see you here. What are you doing here, and how? Ash asked, confused as Lance hadn't mentioned anything about this earlier. Lance smirked at this and told him, I wanted to surprise you. And it's the finals. From the top 16, it is the duty of the champion and elites to be present at the conference. It's a protocol. Ash gasped hearing this. You mean all the elites are here? Lance nodded at this and Ash was so excited thinking about the elites watching his match. Ash, I am so proud of you. I watched your battle and as expected of you. I am looking forward to battling you, Ash. Let's meet at the championship. Lance said. Ash was so happy to hear that from Lance. He told him he will try his best. I had to go back now, after coming here I wanted to meet you. Good luck, Ash, do your best. Lance wished him and flew away on Dragonite. Lucario nudged him after a few seconds and told him that it was already late. Thus they went back to the cabin and went to sleep. It really was a special day for him after all. XXXXXXXX. The second day also went as usual. They trained, this time under Ash's supervision, discussed about the upcoming battles, and in the evening, it was time to know his opponent for the top. The matchup was chosen by fishing for Magikarp labeled with a letter and number that matched that of another competitor. And as he had assumed, it was Richie. Before going to bed, Ash made sure to look at Richie's league profile. He was determined to do his best. The next day Ash and team were ready for the top. This would be the first time they will be battling on the famous Indigo Stadium, and a full 6 on. He was excited. Are you ready, guys? Ash telepathically asked his Pokémons. He received a warm wave of aura from the Pokémons, making him grin widely. Ash walked into the battlefield and looked at his opponent. Richie was smiling at him. Ash smiled back and both of them gave a thumbs up. Are you ready for your biggest battle? Richie asked. Ready as you are. Ash answered. The referee introduced both of them and instructed them to commence the battle. Go. Happy. Richie lets out Butterfree. Seeing Butterfree made Ash sad. He thought about his own. He hoped Butterfree would be happy with his mate. Keeping away the thoughts, he let out his Pokémon. Go. Gyarados. Richie got to command first and he was going all on from the beginning. Ash knew that Richie hadn't taken him lightly and that is well prepared. Butterfree Sleep Powder. Gyarados. Use Hydro Pump on yourself and wash off the sleep powder. Ash commanded. Gyarados used Hydro Pump on himself by shooting the jet of water into the sky, and due to gravity the water falls on Gyarados like a fountain. All the sleep powder was washed off and Gyarados stood proudly on the field. Tackle. Gyarados tackled Butterfree, who flew away, but for Ash that was enough distraction for him. Catch. Him using your tail and Hyper Beam. He fired a Hyper Beam at Butterfree, who was struggling to get away from Gyarados' tail. Butterfree's efforts went in vain as the Hyper Beam hit him and was knocked out immediately. Butterfree unable to battle. Gyarados is the winner. The referee announced. Ash then battled Richie's Bulbasaur, Pidgeot and Umbreon using Gyarados and Pikachu. The battle was really going great. Richie had brought great strategies to counter Ash, but at last Ash was able to defeat Umbreon using Gyarados. Richie then lets out his Charmander, whereas Ash returns Gyarados and let out his Charizard, who roared triumphantly, making the ground tremble at his power. Ash wouldn't have used Charizard if not for the threat of receiving another flamethrower or even more. And also he had promised his fire type, he will use him in this. He would never back off from a promise. Charmander let out a flamethrower at Charizard, who received it and removed the soot from his body using his claws like it was nothing. That flamethrower didn't do a scratch on Charizard. Ash facepalmed seeing this. And looked at Richie and Charmander, who were shocked. Charizard. Flamethrower. Ash commanded, shaking his head. He knows what is going to happen. Charizard lets out a powerful flamethrower at Charmander, who runs away from the powerful fire, giving Richie no other choice but to surrender. He returns Charmander back to its Pokeball. Richie then sends out his Pikachu, which makes Charizard yawn in boredom. He already knew a yellow rodent and had spared with him. A pebble he could throw away easily. He even had to take revenge for what he did the previous day. But he stopped his thoughts the moment he sensed a threatening aura coming from his trainer. He straightened and brought his focus back to the battle. No sarcasm or boistering, which made Ash smile sweetly. If you behave yourself and win this, you could battle Mole Nissan and N Nissan, whoever you want. Ash said with a sweet smile, I promise. Charizard, who heard it, perked up at that and gave a determined look, fire in his eyes. He roared ferociously, even making a crack in the field under the pressure. Pikachu, who had been battle-ready with his cheeks sparking, was taken aback by the sudden fiery fire around Charizard. Charizard! Ash exclaimed. Everything was going so smoothly until he called his fire type. He internally asked the question, why? Pikachu used Quick Attack and then Iron Tail. Pikachu gathered his courage and at high speed strived towards Charizard, hitting his body with Iron Tail. Charizard lost his footing by the sudden impact, but he kept the balance and stared at the Pikachu. Ash deadpanned seeing this. Richie and Pikachu were worried, but they didn't back off. Charizard used Dragon Claw, Ash commanded. Charizard's claws shined a bright green and used Dragon Claw on Pikachu and was a critical hit. Pikachu used Thunderbolt. As Pikachu fired Thunderbolt, Charizard easily avoided it and used Seismic Toss upon Ash's instruction. Pikachu unable to battle. Victory for trainer Ash. Ketchum. Ash cheered for Charizard, who fired a flamethrower, but this time Ash ducked it, chuckling. He then returns Charizard back. Ash. Richie called him. Richie. That was a nice battle. Yes, it was. You need to win this, Ash. I will be rooting for you. I will do my best. Ash looks at Richie once more. Battle with Richie was just a start, there are more stronger opponents waiting for him. And he needs to be ready. In the VIP box of the Indigo Stadium, Lance smiled, seeing the outcome of the battle. He can't wait to battle him. He wanted to feel that power himself. XXXXXXXX. Ash was in deep thought. A couple of hours later is his battle with Melissa, the trainer who was able to defeat Gary. Ash knows by heart not to underestimate his opponents, especially her. After his battle with Richie last day, he found that his next opponent was Melissa. He had thought throughout the night what had to be done. He had checked about Melissa, she was a powerful trainer. Even her team is super strong. From what he has gathered, her Golem is the most fierce opponent for his team. He could use Gyarados and Snorlax at the beginning, followed by Lucario and Charizard. Lucario and Charizard would be an equal match against the Golem. But he didn't know what other Pokémon she would use. The league documents show that she had a wide variety of Pokémons. So he can't predict what he will be facing other than Golem. Ash was so immersed in his thoughts that he didn't notice he was being called for the match. Pikachu slapped him in his cheek, seeking his attention. Ash turned to glare, only then noticing the referee's call for him. Ash Ketchum, your battle is about to start. Please report to the Indigo Stadium immediately or else you will be disqualified. Crap. He internally cursed and ran towards the stadium. I am here, sorry. He said frantically. He raised his head after calming his nerves and looked at his opponent. Melissa was there, looking determined. Melissa's first Pokémon was Primeape, and Ash called out his Snorlax. The battle started with Primeape using Karate Chop. Ash ordered Snorlax to use Defense Curl. The move had raised Snorlax's defense stat and the Karate Chop didn't make a critical hit. When Primeape tried to use Low Kick, Snorlax countered it with Belly Drum. The battle with both the Pokémon was intense and at last Snorlax ended the battle with Body Slam. The second Pokémon Melissa used was Ninetales. Ash recalled Snorlax and lets out Gyarados. Thus the battle continued with Gyarados defeating Ninetales, Pikachu against Pidgeot, Charizard against Blastoise and Steelix, and finally Melissa brought her Golem. Ash then released Lucario. Lucario, Aura Sphere. Golem, roll out. Lucario lets loose a blast of aura power from deep within its body at Golem, and the attack hits Golem severely even after trying to escape using roll out. The battle between Lucario and Golem continued fiercely, but Ash was confused. He was doing his best to concentrate on the battle, but he was suddenly feeling sparks on his body whenever Lucario got hit with an attack or when he was attacking. But he is also calm throughout all these. That never happened. He knew he was being distracted but still he was calm. That confuses him. At that thought he looked at Lucario and even he looked calm and collective. He must be imagining things. He then commanded Lucario, noticing how tired Golem is. Lucario force palm. Golem, earthquake, Melissa shouted. Golem sets off an earthquake but Lucario on seeing the attack jumps high into the air with great reflex and mildly avoids the attack. Lucario took the chance and Golem was attacked with a shock wave, paralyzing it. Now Lucario, finish it with another Aura Sphere. Lucario used Aura Sphere again and Golden was knocked out unconscious. Golem is unable to battle, victory to Lucario. Ash went towards Lucario and high-fived each other in utmost happiness. And for some reason they kept on staring at one another. And Ash was still feeling that spark. XXXXXXX. At night, Ash was laying on his bed, eyes open and he was in deep thought. All the Pokémon had already slept and Lucario was meditating. Ash couldn't sleep, there was so much on his mind. He is only one step away from the finals now. Tomorrow is the top from the 256 trainers that participated, only 4 remained, and the 2 to win this semi-final would be facing against each other, with one goal, to be the champion of this year's league. And the title of the league champion would open the way to challenge the Elite Four and the now reigning champion of Kanto. He still didn't know if he managed to win the conference whether he wanted to challenge the Elite Four or not. He had taken the responsibility of saving the world, the Pokémons, and also mankind. These thoughts are making him restless, but at the same time there is something else going on with him, to be precise with his aura. And he is sure that is one of the main reasons for his increasing anxiety towards things. He hadn't given it much thought earlier but today, he felt a spark, when he battled with Lucario. That never happened before. Lucario had been with him for so long. They had trained together, and had even battled. But never had he felt like this. It's like something inside him is growing more and more stronger. And it is now trying to come out. He wonders whether Lucario had the same feeling too. He looked towards where Lucario had been meditating. He made up his mind to find whatever it is shortly. Tomorrow he has a match to continue. And he needs to rest. It's already pretty late. So he pushed away all the thoughts and anxieties, and went to sleep. He didn't see Lucario opening his eyes and staring at him. XXXXXX. Welcome all to the most auspicious event of the day. Finally it's time for the Indigo Conference semifinals. And the 2 competitors winning this would be moving on to the finals. Are you excited? The announcer shouted through the speakers which received huge roars of applause from the audience. Then let's start the first match of the top 4. On the red side is the talented Asunta from Cerulean Town. On the green side is fan favorite Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. The crowd roared when both trainers entered the arena. Ash looked at all the people in the stadium. They were all rooting for a great match. In the VIP box the champion and elites along with Mr. Goodshow were eager to see who would be advancing to the next round. From the corner of his eye Ash saw his mother and Professor Oak cheering for him. He smiled at them. Trainers, please send out your Pokémon. Go Venomoth. Asunta lets out her bug-type Pokémon. Gyarados, I choose you. Ash called out his atrocious water type. Let the battle begin. Alright Venomoth, Whirlwind. Asunta started the match by using Whirlwind. But Gyarados was stronger so he overcame the attack, but Venomoth wasn't to be underestimated. The battle lasted for more than Ash had imagined it would last. In the end, Gyarados defeated Venomoth by unleashing a hydro pump. Venomoth is unable to battle. Victory for the green trainer. Go Ivysaur, Asunta called out her grass-type Pokémon. Ash continued with Gyarados. Gyarados was tired by the time Ivysaur used Tackle again. And then Asunta asked the grass-type to end the battle with Solar Beam. Gyarados is unable to battle. Victory for the red trainer. Please send out your next Pokémon. Pikachu, I choose you. Ash chose his Pikachu. Ivysaur tried to knock Pikachu off its feet using Wine Whip, but Pikachu escaped. Then Pikachu used Thunderbolt and Ivysaur got hit with it. But it used Synthesis and regained its energy. But Pikachu wasn't done, he successfully defeated the Grass type with Thunderbolt attack. Ivysaur is unable to battle. Victory for the Green Trainer. Go Tentacruel. Tentacruel was pretty strong and even after being in an advantage Pikachu lost the match. Then it was Charizard who came up and he defeated the Water type. Tentacruel is unable to battle. Victory for the Green Trainer. Now he had 4 Pokémon whereas Asunta had 2, her next Pokémon was Fiero, who fought against Charizard. It was an aerial battle. But at last Charizard won the match. Ash is relieved that Charizard fights with the Weather Trio in his aerial training. Fiero is unable to battle. Victory for the Green Trainer. Go Rhydon. Asunta called out her Rock-type Pokémon. Lucario, come on out. Ash released Lucario from the Pokeball after recalling Charizard. When Lucario came out, Ash again began to feel the weird sensation, that is calling him out towards Lucario. Lucario used Aura Sphere against Rhydon's Rock Throw attack. The battle was hard. Lucario was being pushed, but Ash and Lucario kept their composure. Ash still felt the feeling of calmness and also the excitement of the battle from Lucario. But at last Lucario defeated Rhydon. Rhydon is unable to battle. Victory for the Green Trainer. Red Trainer, please choose your next Pokémon. Go Dragonair. Asunta lets out the Dragon Pokémon. Ash smirked as the dragon appeared to be a perfect match for Charizard. Dragonair was well trained and was super strong. It used Dragon Rush and Dragon Claws and they would have been a critical hit if Ash hadn't come up with an idea to somehow lessen the effect. After a long time of intense battle Charizard defeated Dragonair. But he was really exhausted. Dragonite is unable to battle. The winner of the match is Ash Ketchum and his Charizard. The crowd went haywire hearing the announcer. The announcer continued, "Congratulations Ash Ketchum, you will be moving on to the finals of this year's Indigo League Conference." Ash smiled hearing that. He is finally going to be in the finals. He raised his fist to the air and jumped in joy. Pikachu and Charizard joined him. Professor Oak and Delia high-fived each other's hands and there were tears of joy in her eyes. The professor was proud of his young pupil. In the VIP box, Lance smiled widely. He knew that he would reach the finals. And the fight with Dragonair and Charizard was epic. He can't wait to battle that Charizard. The other elites shook their heads seeing the behavior of their beloved champion. Even they had expectations regarding the boy and were really waiting to battle him but none could control Lance's overexcitement. They all internally smirked. XXXXXX. When Ash finally escaped from the reporters and the fans who had wanted his interview and autographs, Ash met his mother and the professor in a narrow alleyway away from the reporters. "Congratulations my boy, you were great down there," Professor Oak said the moment his eyes fell on him. "Thank you, Professor," Ash said curtly. Then looked at his mother who was staring at him, "Mama." And then she hugged him all of a sudden and it took the air out of him. "Mama, can't breathe," he said frantically and Delia released her hold on him. "Sorry honey, I am really proud of you Ash. You were so awesome out there," she told and he was happy to hear those words. Then he noticed that she looked a little sad, even the professor. When he asked them about it, they told him that they wouldn't be able to stay for his finals as they hadn't expected the 2 days off, when they came and the professor had his work back at the laboratory. He was sad on hearing that but he understood how important it is to go back. So he waved them goodbye and was on his way to the Pokémon Center when his phone rang, saying he had a message and upon checking it was from Lance, congratulating him on the effort took out there and asking him for a battle against Charizard with his dragons. Ash smiled seeing that and was really happy to know that everyone is rooting for him. But even among all these happiness, the phenomenon going on with Lucario and him was concerning and also was welcoming at the same time. It was like he was one with Lucario. And that he could feel his emotions as his own was really new to him. He had sensed Lucario's thoughts and feelings earlier too, but that wasn't anything like this. He wondered if it was their bond getting stronger. Lucario had been thinking about all that was happening between him and Ash. It was the feeling that he always had been feeling and longed to feel again after being imprisoned on the staff, in all those centuries he had lived. It's been 5 years since he was freed from the staff, and these were glorious moments for him. Living along with Ash had made him cope up with this timeline, and he was able to share a good relationship with him, also from his grief of losing Sir Aaron. But this feeling, never had he expected to feel it again after he lost his master. He was silent all this time, as he wanted to make sure it is the same feeling, and now he is sure. The warm and welcoming feeling he now has is the same, not as powerful but is slowly growing. It is the one he shared with his former master Sir Aaron, the feeling of his bond with him. His bond with Sir Aaron was the strongest. They were able to feel each other no matter how distant far they were able to say when one of them was devastated, they shared the same happiness and were always together in whatever they had done. Their bond was impenetrable and had been until Sir Aaron trapped him in the staff and sacrificed himself. It took him and Aaron years to accomplish such a strong bond. They had endured a lot of hardship, and the bond was the epitome of their love and sacrifices. Lucario still can't believe that the same bond is being formed between him and Ash. And the most astonishing fact is that they are growing faster, and he is certain that this bond would be more powerful than his and Aaron's combined. A tear shed from his eyes on the memory of Sir Aaron, and also there was happiness. He immensely loves Ash, he is his little brother, pupil, and also their prince. He was destined by Lord Arceus to protect him, but now it is him who is being overwhelmed by the feeling of security, just like the one Sir Aaron had offered him. Fate plays always in a weird way. He knows Ash is confused right now, but he will wait for the right moment. Until then he likes to float in this without any worries. XXXXXXX. Ash was now sitting outside the cabin with his Pokémon, with both Pikachu and Mew in his arms while the others were training for tomorrow. It's late night. Ash stares at the moon. He couldn't sleep because of all the anxiety. He hoped that he wasn't pushed so hard that would compel him to use his legendaries, but that means he needs to make Lucario and Charizard work double. Are you excited for tomorrow? Mewtwo asked, sitting beside him. I don't know. I'm a little scared. Ash answered honestly with a confused look. I mean, if I win the Indigo conference, then I will get the chance to battle against the Elite Four and the champion. Isn't it great that you can battle with Lance? He commented. Ash hummed as he leaned into the tree behind him. You could say that. But if I use you, Lance and his Pokémons won't stand a chance. Mewtwo snickered. Yup, I'm a stranger to the psychic Pokémons that ever existed. Ash chuckled. You right. Mewtwo sighs and gently taps his forehead, making Ash squeak. Do everything you can, and if you need help, we are behind you and will be there to support you, little brother. Ash smiles delightedly. Thank you, Onia-chan. They got back inside the cabin to sleep after their little talk and training. They had a lot to do for tomorrow, and Ash knows for sure that they are ready. The next day, once entering the stadium, Ash could hear the people's cheers and applause, their aura of excitement. He opened his eyes and to see a bright light from the other side of the tunnel he stood in. If he wins this, he is a step closer to prove that he is the strongest, and that he could save the world and the people he loves dearly on his own strength. Challenging Lance for his position as a champion is only a bigger initiative to make sure of that goal. To challenge the greatest trainer in whole Kanto and to keep on getting stronger for all that he holds dear. One thing is sure to him, he doesn't want the champion title but will challenge just to make sure he could defeat them on his own might. Ash took a deep breath and went inside when his name was announced. Throughout this whole match he plans to use Lucario and Charizard as his powerhouse. Before coming inside he had called his mother and Professor. Both of them wished him luck and apologized for not being there for him at this moment. Ash waved it off, saying he was okay with it and that they did the right thing going back to their work. He was so happy to have a caring family. The announcer had already given introductions of him and his opponent, but he wasn't paying attention to that. He just wished none of the legendaries were used. Trainers, please choose your Pokémon. Pikachu, I choose you. Go, Nidoking. Ash lets out his Pikachu first, and Pikachu already knows the rules. Ash had strictly warned them, especially him, on what to do yesterday itself, and also there is the threat of Ash's punishment. Last time's punishment wasn't that enjoyable for Pikachu. So he will do his best to stay until he cannot battle anymore, and that is a must. Then he will baton pass to Gyarados, and if Gyarados loses the match then Charizard would be going, and at last Lucario. Ash was uncertain about the chance of Lucario losing, as he didn't want the legendaries to come. His opponent is a pretty fierce battler. His name is Michael, and looking at him Ash knows he is not to be taken lightly. He seems determined and calculating from his looks. He had called out his Nidoking. Nidoking, use Mega Horn. Pikachu, use agility, and dodge it. Nidoking uses its horn to strike Pikachu hard, but Pikachu dodges it using agility. The battle continues with both Nidoking and Pikachu using their full force. They both were pushing each other's limits, and at last Nidoking had been knocked out. Nidoking is unable to battle. The referee announced and Michael called out his next Pokémon, Espeon. The battle started with Espeon using Psychic and lifting Pikachu off the ground and slamming him to the ground, but Pikachu at the end moment used Iron Tail to do a safe landing. Espeon was an incredibly trained Psychic type, he will say that, but it doesn't mean Mewtwo would like the Psychic type. They fought valiantly, and in the end both Pikachu and Espeon were knocked out. Both Pokémon are unable to battle. The crowd was awed at the display of such power and the double knockouts. Michael then called out his Magmortar, who was taken head-on by Gyarados. The battle lasted for 20 minutes and finally Magmortar was knocked out with swirls in its eyes. The next Pokémon Michael called out was Electivire, and Gyarados was knocked out in the fierce battle. It was Charizard's turn next. The Electivire was defeated pretty easily once his fire type appeared. Then Charizard battled against Rhyperior and was pushing it really hard, but Ash, confusing everyone present, recalled him and brought out Lucario. Lucario and Rhyperior fought valiantly, but at the end Rhyperior was defeated. Then came Michael's most powerful Pokémon, Tyranitar. Lucario telepathically asked Ash to not recall him till he was unable to fight. Ash believed his mentor's strength and agreed to it, as it was the first time Lucario asked him for something. The battle between Lucario and Tyranitar was legendary. Both Pokémon seemed to be equally strong and were pretty tired. But the Hyper Beam from Tyranitar critically hit Lucario and was thrown towards the stadium wall. Lucario! Ash called out frantically. At that moment, Ash felt like the time had stopped at this point. He saw everything frozen in place. He shut his eyes, hoping for whatever he is dreaming to vanish at this instant and to see Lucario fine and alive. Unknown place. When Ash again opened his eyes, he was only met with whiteness, nothing more. He looked around him for Pikachu, Mew, Lucario, or anyone. He called out for them, but there was no one in there. Tears shed from his eyes. He desperately wanted to know whether Lucario is alright. The attack was severe and he couldn't let anything happen to him. With his increasing anxiety and immense worry for Lucario, the whiteness began to degenerate or exploded in front of his eyes. He again shut his eyes due to the impact. He had no idea what was happening with him. In his mind there is only the safety of Lucario. He took the courage to overcome any obstacles and opened his eyes. He couldn't believe what he was seeing or the feeling he was getting. He was not in the whiteness anymore. The place was so vast and heartwarming. The anxiety and worry he was feeling was replaced by calmness and peace. The place was bluish, just like the color of his aura, with thin golden strings connected to them. Even his aura was reacting with the unique place. His hands were glowing, and when he turned around he saw a silhouette of a jackal-like Pokémon. Seeing that, he cried happily. It was Lucario. Ash ran towards him and tightly hugged him. He was so happy to see Lucario in this lonely but still heartwarming place. It was only when he released himself from the hug that he noticed both of them glowing. Lucario, what's happening? And where are we? What is this place? Ash asked all of a sudden. Lucario shook his head and smiled at him. And told him, I think you know very well what is happening, Ash, but still I will tell you. This is our bond tending to each other, Ash. And this place is built out of your aura, connected to your soul, and this place here is connecting your soul to mine. Ash stared at Lucario for a while. This is his own aura, and that was why it was so heartwarming. And all this phenomenon and feelings are his aura connecting with Lucario's. They are sharing their bond, that much Ash understood, but still there are a lot of questions. Ash turned towards Lucario questioningly. Lucario chuckled. I know all your questions and I will answer them. I knew what was happening, when all these feelings began to rise, as I had already gone through it myself before. The same thing happened when Master Aaron and I had bonded for the first time. It was the most precious moment I perished in my life. Master Aaron's aura canal was also vast, but it was not like yours. Yours is a lot more powerful but still untrained, and from what Master had told me it will take decades of practice and physical bonding for the souls to connect or bond like this. He even said that the purest of all souls might be able to accomplish it way before that. And you are that, Ash. You had the most purest soul, you aren't tainted by the likes of mankind, and you had done it now. And it is true that I didn't tell you earlier because I was waiting for the right moment. And now here we are. I never thought I would feel this ever again. Lucario said, wiping his tears of joy. Ash was shocked to hear all these, so this was something Sir Aaron did decades ago, and he is doing it again with Sir Aaron's Lucario. He can't believe his ears. He calmed himself and asked, so are you saying we are in my soul? And that our souls are from now on connected? To which Lucario nodded, and Ash continued, so wasn't we supposed to be at the battle? Ash asked, extremely confused. Lucario began laughing more and said, physically we are, Ash, it's our soul that is connected. There is no time limit here, what we thought hours would be only mere seconds or minutes in the real world for now. And before you ask, it depends on how dire the situation is. Only when you are in a fatal situation will the souls react like this, otherwise we can control it physically just like how we control aura physically, and I am not in a fatal injury or anything, Lucario added upon seeing the horror on Ash's face. Ash calmed down at this and asked Lucario whether it had happened with Sir Aaron, to which Lucario answered that it never happened other than the first time they bonded. Lucario also said that they were always able to know each other no matter how distant they were. Ash was astonished and uncertain with all these. Majority of his doubts were cleared, and lastly Ash asked about the golden strings through his aura, which Lucario explained as the Arceus trait, since he is Lord Arceus' son all in but blood and also possesses some of the powers. Lucario finally told him to embrace the feeling and everything in there and to make it his strength and power. Ash did as said, and he was met with a pleasant overwhelming feeling and was met with a bright light. Then everything was blank. On the field. When he opened his eyes the second time, he was back in the stadium where the huge applause of the crowd and the loud shouting of the announcer could be heard. He frantically looked at Lucario and saw that he was standing there unharmed and was glowing blue. Ash exhaled all the stress out from his body. To the naked eye there was only the blue glow that is the color of his aura, but only he can see the golden strings between the glow. Ash smiled seeing that Lucario was being healed. He then gave heed to the announcer shouting. Even after enduring such a powerful attack, Lucario is still standing and has healed himself. How powerful is this Lucario? The announcer kept on ranting. Ash looked at his opponent Michael and saw him baffled, mouth wide open. He grinned seeing that. Lucario opened his eyes and smirked at him. He could feel his mentor's partner's joyful smile. Even Ash was happy, not just because of the outcome but because his Pokémon was safe. In the VIP box. Anyone please tell me what just happened? Lorelei, the ice specialist of Kanto Elite 4, asked bewildered. You might have some idea about this, right Lance? After all, you traveled with the kid for a while. Bruno said as a matter of fact. Lance wasn't as shocked as his elites, but even for him this was unexpected. I really don't know, it must have something to do with their bond or something. And they aren't pushovers. You might be right, and I can see he is quite talented. Agatha commented with a serious expression. And scary. Lorelei added. Lance chuckled hearing all these and looked at the 12-year-old a little worried. Even if no one had paid attention, he had seen Ash's worry and how he had zoned out for a few minutes while the smoke from Tyranitar's hyper beam that hit Lucario was being cleared. Everyone had expected a knockout, but once Lucario was seen glowing blue, still standing, everyone was shocked. Even him, but he had the intuition that Ash had something to do with that. He hoped Ash would open up with him all his worries, just like how he talked about his childhood, when he went to the Pallet Town. On the field, Tyranitar was very tired by the last hyper beam it had fired, whereas Lucario was with newfound energy. And to top it off, Ash still had 4 Pokémon left. Ash and Lucario shared a smile. It was time to end the battle. Lucario, time to end this. Dragon Pulse. Lucario sends out Dragon Pulse towards his opponent and Tyranitar was knocked out. The audience went haywire. Tyranitar is unable to battle. Victory to Ash, Ketchum and Lucario. The referee announced triumphantly. That's it, Ash Ketchum has finally claimed the title of this year's Indigo Conference champion. Congratulations to Ash Ketchum for such an outstanding battle. The announcer roared through the speakers. Ash and Lucario waved their arms to the audience with huge smiles. Ash took a deep breath to calm his raging heart. He shakes hands with his opponent Michael, who congratulates him for the victory. He had finally did it, and now on to the much bigger step. At the closing ceremony, as expected, there were many reporters who wanted to and even tried to interview, but Ash gives them a smile and tries to run away with Pikachu on his shoulder. Dear Arceus. I never knew it would be a nightmare. Ash commented, panting heavily. The sound of laughing just behind him made Ash turn to the voice and smiled pleasantly on seeing Lance. I don't think they will leave you anytime soon. Lance said, chuckling, and Ash groaned hearing that. Lance then hugged Ash, which he delightfully returned. Since they were far from the reporters and was in a secluded area, they had a little talk afterwards. Lance had congratulated him on winning the league and asked about his mother and Professor. Ash told him about their departure and that he had called them right after the match and that they would be waiting for him at Pallet Town. Lance smiled enthusiastically when Ash told about the match and everything related, but Ash didn't miss the hesitancy regarding something. Lance, is there something wrong? Ash asked, concerned, and Lance shook it off till not sure whether asking him is the right thing or not. But Ash wasn't leaving any choice, so he asked, what happened out there, I mean during the battle? With Lucario. He was really hesitant. Ash stared at Lance for a while, then smiled. It was our bond. It is getting stronger. Me and Lucario bonded our souls through aura. I had talked with him before the closing ceremony and he told me that I still need training to develop our bond to greater depths. Lance heard everything with utmost dedication and pats him on the shoulders. He knew that it had some coincidence with their bonds, but it's unbelievable, as Ash had told him Lucario was a Legends Pokémon, so in order to form a bond so fastly was unbelievable. Lance gives him a hug one more time and before departing asks him. So what's your plan? There is 1 month's time for you to challenge the Elite Four. In these 1 month you could choose any time, a week or 2 or even a whole month. So what are you going to do? Yeah, well, I had thought about it and I think I will do it in a week's time. Even Mama and Professor Oak agreed to that. Ash replied and Lance nodded in understanding. He asks whether he will be staying in the trainer's village and Ash nods to that. Lance smiled at him and said, good luck then. I will be waiting for you. And Ash promised him that he would give his best. After they bid each other farewell, Ash entered the cabin and placed the trophy, medal and certificate on the table and stared at it in silence. He let out his Pokémons and they cheered upon seeing the winner's trophy. It's the result of all the hard work you guys did. Ash said softly. It's not just us, Ash, we did it and you made us all strong. Gyarados replied curtly and everyone agreed to that. Later Entei asked him about the Elite Challenge and his plan against battling them. Ash thought it very deeply and looked at Mew and Mewtwo. Are you two up for it? He asked them. Mewtwo nods determinedly and Mew giggled equally thrilled to battle. Even all the other legendaries were excited for battling. Ash smiled seeing this. You're gonna go all out, yes? Suicune asked excitedly. Yes. They are elite trainers. I will do my best to defeat them even if I need to use my legendary Pokémons. It's rude to not do my best when I am battling them. Pikachu, didn't you agree to call your mama and Professor Oak regarding the final decision on the Elite Challenge? Pikachu reminds him in between their talk. You're right. I forgot. Ash walks to the phone booth and calls his mother. As expected she first asks about whether he ate something or not and again congratulates him along with other people in town. He can only chuckle and was thankful for the support he received from the people. His mother informed him that the whole town was having a party regarding his victory and that they were waiting for him. She even apologized for not being there for such an event and wished him luck. Even Professor Oak was there, so he didn't have to call separately and told him his decision to take the challenge in a week's time and the professor agreed with his decision. And just like his mother apologized for not being there. Ash didn't talk about the bond phenomenon as he could mention it when they meet in person. Later that night, Ash didn't change his clothes, went straight to bed as he was utterly exhausted and he had a long week to go. He is going to be facing Kanto's greatest trainers and he needs to be ready for whatever challenge put forth before him and his team. A week had gone really fast, Ash and team were working hard, pushing their limits. They were finally ready to face the Indigo Elite Four and the champion. His first battle is with Lorelei, Ice Specialist of the Elite Four. Ash had planned to use Lucario, Charizard and Pikachu. Thus Ash walked towards the Indigo Citadel, north of the Indigo Stadium where the Elite Four challenge takes place. Once entering the Citadel, there is no backing off. Each elite would be challenged consecutively, and only be stopped at the Pokémon Center inside the Citadel. After defeating each of the elites you will be guided to the next door where the rest of them would be waiting. The first room he entered was wide. It has a massive battlefield in it. Even a screen was present inside showing his and the opponent's picks alongside the empty Pokeballs. Other than that the room was plain, Ash was so excited upon seeing the huge arena. The battle was being telecasted but there wasn't any media allowed inside. The league would be issuing the battle videos afterwards. Ash managed to win against Lorelei in a fierce battle that ended with Pikachu electrocuting her Lapras with a high-volt thunderbolt. It had been a real challenge and he was so excited to battle the next one immediately. Congratulations, Ash. That was a great battle. I wasn't pushed like this for so long. She shook his hand and opened the next door. Thank you very much. Ash said and walked straight into the Pokémon Center. He met with Nurse Joy and healed his Pokémon. He also took some time to feed them and himself. After that he went to the second door and challenged Bruno. Ash was so focused on his battle that he didn't see anything happening beside him. At last Ash managed to win against Bruno using Gyarados and Lucario. Lucario was a good match against Bruno's fighting types. He took down 4 of Bruno's Pokémon single-handedly. After the soul bonding Lucario had become more powerful. He only did 2 battles that day as he thought he and his team needed rest after all that hardships. Finally it was time to battle against Agatha, the ghost specialist. Even after being too old she wasn't a pushover. He fails horribly to defeat Agatha's ghost types but he doesn't panic. He calmly waited until he lost 3 Pokémon where Agatha still has 5 Pokémon with her. Lucario return. Good job. Ash recalled Lucario and appreciated it for its wonderful efforts. After a couple of thoughts he took Mew's Pokeball from his necklace. He stared at it a little longer which earned confused looks from the ghost specialist until he threw it on the air and revealed the Pokémon. Come out, Mew. Mew came out from the Pokeball giggling and somersaulting in the air. Agatha was stupefied, and the other elites in the room gasped in shock and stood their jaw dropped. Mew without heeding any of these made a balloon using Psychic and began jumping up and down on there. That Mew, isn't it? Koga asked after a few minutes. For a ninja warrior, and being the Johto Elite Four, even he can be caught off guard. With a bewildered look he stared at the battlefield. He defeated me without letting out Mew. Lorelei exclaimed, bewildered. How strong is this kid? Lance looked at Mew in delight, which earned him the curious glance of his elites and gym leaders. He just shrugged it off and looked at the battlefield. Ash had called out his legendaries at last. A shiver ran down his spine. He was nervous and excited at the same time. Never had he felt like this when he is faced by a challenge, but Ash is no ordinary challenger and he knows very well the capability of the young man in front of him. The next match is between him and he will do his best. Mew. Playtime? Mew asked Ash with utter joy. Ash chuckled at this and nodded. Yeah. It's playtime. Agatha, who was in the field, was really thrilled to battle against the mythical Pokémon. She grinned at him and again took the battle stance. Well, it's an honor to have the pleasure of battling a legendary. But don't think that we will be going easy. Go, Ghastly. Let's end this, Mew. It's the first time he has battled with his legendary Pokémon in an official league match. Mew took down two of Agatha's ghosts after a lot of efforts. At that time Ash wondered whether he could do the same like Lucario when he battled with Mew. He took a deep breath and let his aura engulf Mew, who froze upon feeling the power and stopped floating in front of Ash, who opened his eyes and smiled. Let's do our best. Mew. Mew stares at the boy who is their prince and giggles, as you wish. Mew, Mew, Mew. With newfound energy Mew defeated Agatha's remaining ghost Pokémon with her psychic. Everyone had expected Mew to be a playful Pokémon, but no, under the playfulness there exists the ruthless Pokémon who is called the ancestor Pokémon for nothing. Agatha had only one Pokémon remaining, her Gengar. Mew was gaining the upper hand in each battle and was so happy with the outcome until Gengar appeared. It was more stubborn than the other Pokémon and wasn't ready to accept defeat. Suddenly Ash let his senses sharpen and felt Mew, who was starting to spread out an aura of annoyance and irritation. Mew used to be usually calm no matter what the circumstances are. Ash blinks in realization that the sudden change is due to the behavior of Gengar. Mew was irritated at the ghost type cause of its stubbornness to accept defeat even after being in its limits. What the? He muttered, clenching his hand. Your persistence, I will put an end to it. Mew growled and began to glow bright blue. Suddenly the entire room was dark and was scary. Ash only can stay frozen in place because of the sudden feeling hitting him like a truck. Standing in front of him was not Mew but Giratina. Its eyes were blazing red like a devil's eye. It was massive like the real Giratina if it ever came out from its domain. Ash yelped and was thrown onto the ground when it roared fiercely. Everyone present were really scared and the dark vibes were increasing each moment. Oh. It's out of control. Lieutenant Surge commented. At the same time the glass broke under the pressure. What to do now? Koga asked in worry. Let him handle it. Lance said, determined, staring at Ash, who was thrown out onto the ground on the impact. Ash stood up, gritting his teeth. He could feel that Mew is annoyed because Agatha's Pokémon does not obey her order. That's enough. Ash shouted at Mew, letting out his aura and Arceus power, making Mew in the form of Giratina, to stiffen upon the pressure. Sometimes when this happens, it makes Ash remember that they are legendary Pokémons, the one who controls the world and the one who can kill him in one look. It's only because of Arceus that he is able to do this. Gengar is already knocked out. Go back to your original form. Ash pleaded. Red Eyes looked back at Ash, but, Ash. The playtime is over. Return to your original self. Ash commanded sternly this time. Ash wasn't backing in any way. At last Giratina began to glow and was back in the form of Mew, who floated in front of Ash, who took out her Pokeball and aimed towards her. You will not battle with Lance. Reflect your action in your Pokeball. Ash said, aiming to return Mew back into her Pokeball, only to get evaded. Wait. Mew without taking any chance floated into the VIP box where Lance was and got herself comfortable in the champion's arms. Quite surprised by the sudden change in attitude, Ash turned around and looked at the private box only to see Mew happily sulking in Lance's arm, who chuckled nervously petting the little cat Pokémon. The elites and gym leaders were dumbfounded seeing their champion petting the legendary Pokémon. They looked at Mew, who looked content at getting the affection, and they fussed over thinking about the legendary who was a ferocious moments back. WL, this is unexpected. Elite 4 Agatha has no Pokémon left. Congratulations to trainer Ash Ketchum for winning against the Elite Four, and now he will be facing our champion, Lance, the referee announced in between, but Ash's concentration was solely on Mew. After staring for a while, Ash sighed, Pikachu facepalmed and Lucario shook his head. He then focused back on Agatha. Great battle. I can't wait to see your battle with Lance, she said, shaking his hand. Thank you. Now I need to bring the baby back, Ash said, facepalming, which earned a chuckle from Agatha. Ash entered the private box and saw the other gym leaders and elites. He raised his eyebrow upon seeing Dragonite with Mew, who was giggling at his head. Why is Dragonite outside? Ash asked curiously. Mew touched Dragonite's Pokeball, Lorelei said, amused by the whole event. Ash sighs and walks towards Dragonite and Mew, extending his arms. Come on, Mew. Aren't you tired? Mew, once seeing Ash clench tightly on Dragonite's head, whose sweat dropped seeing the legendary's childishness, whereas Ash sighed. I will ask Mama to send your favorite poke food. Deal? Ash asked and tried to bribe her. Hearing that, Mew froze for a moment and looked back at Ash cautiously and talked to him. For the other people, it only sounded the usual meowing sound and nothing else. Ash then continued, yes. I will let Articuno play with you. Mew again spoke, making Ash shake his head helplessly. No, I can't allow that. Charizard wants to battle Lance's Dragonite. If we win against him, you can do whatever you want, you can even play with Lance and his Pokémons. And also, if you want and if he agrees, you can stay with him. Deal? Lance, who heard this, winced. What? But still, Lance nodded, since he really liked the childishness of the legendary. Mew floated in front of Ash, who smiled at her and took hold of the legendary Pokémon. Good girl. You have Articuno? Lorelei asked after a while. Ash looked up at that and nodded. Yes. Although she is quite calm and cool. He then smiled at the older people and said. Well, I need to heal them and also have to prepare for my battle against Champion Lance. A pleasure to meet you all. Ash walks back with his belongings to the Pokémon Center. Mew was back in its Pokeball and Pikachu was sitting on his shoulder talking animatedly, and Lucario stood beside him on guard. Back in the private box. Aren't you excited to battle Lance? Agatha asked. Of course, I am. I can't wait, he said enthusiastically. XXXXXX. After lunch, Ash was in the trainer's resting room. He locked the door and took out his legendary Pokémons. He exhaled deeply and walked closer to his team, gently rubbing their soft fur, at the same time enjoying their presence and relieving his anxiety. It was time for him to defeat the champion. Are you okay? Suicune asked, noticing the slight tremor in Ash's hands. Are you scared? Articuno asked gently. Ash kept on running his hands through the legendary's soft skin, who leaned closer to him and wrapped him in a protective manner. I don't know. I am sure I want to battle Lance, but I am also feeling this heaviness in my heart. I don't know whether it is my excitement, nervousness, or if I am afraid. You don't need to be scared. Moltres spoke, making Ash look up into her burning gaze. I will stay beside you. No, we will stay beside you. Ash gave a pleasant smile hearing that. He took a deep breath and stood up from the pile of Pokémon surrounding him. He sent a wave of aura to each of them, who purred in content. Well then, let's begin the battle. Shall we? Ash asked, earning a determined response. This time Ash put his necklace on his wrist, making it look like a bracelet, with his 6 Pokémons in there consisting of Charizard, Lucario, Pikachu, Entei, Moltres and Mewtwo. He knows Lance is gonna use Dragon type, therefore he will fight fire against fire. Finally, the last battle between our Indigo League champion versus our champion, Lance of Blackthorn. This battle is gonna determine who will become the champion of Kanto. Would Lance be able to defend his title, or will Ash Ketchum take the throne from our champion? We can see soon. Please welcome the 2 battlers. Ash looks up at champion Lance, who was standing in front of him wearing his usual clothes including the cape. He took a deep breath and took one of his Pokeball. Send out your Pokémon. Let the battle begin, the referee announced with vigor. Lance released his Flygon. Ash smiled seeing that Lance is going all out and sends out his Charizard. The battle was intense and fierce. Charizard managed to evade most of Flygon's dreadful attack but was still hit with some, but at the same time, he was able to deliver critical hits on the Dragon type. Ash let his aura spread out around the field and let his mind go clear. He could feel Lance's enthusiasm, which provided more calmness to his mind and was even more focused. In the end, Ash managed to defeat Lance's Flygon with Charizard using Seismic Toss. Ash returned Charizard after that and brought out Pikachu. Lance on the other hand brought out his Dragonair. The battle started with Pikachu using a Thunderbolt, but Dragonair endured it, taking less damage. The battle continued with vigor and both Pokémon were doing their best. Adrenaline rushed through their veins as the intensity of the battle increased. Pikachu's cheeks were sparking even while panting heavily. Dragonair was in the same state, and both Pokémon were still able to fight. The battle continued a little more and in the end, both Pokémon were unable to battle. Both Pikachu and Dragonair are unable to fight. Please send out your next Pokémon. The next Pokémon Lance brought out was his Kingdra. Throughout the battle Ash was feeling calm, he didn't panic even for a minute. He was truly enjoying the battle, and from the looks of it even Lance was enjoying the battle. Against Kingdra Ash used Gyarados. Both were water types but Kingdra was a dragon type too. They fought valiantly and in the end, Gyarados was defeated by the sheer power of Kingdra's Dragon Pulse. Still, Ash was calm. Calm and secured. There was nothing to fear about. Ash returned Gyarados to rest and let out Moltres. Since Kingdra had been already weakened by Gyarados, the battle with Moltres was pretty easy. Moltres defeated Kingdra without breaking a sweat. The next Pokémon Lance brought out was his fossil Pokémon Aerodactyl. He continued with Moltres. Lance was grinning with excitement while the elites and gym leaders were stupefied seeing the legendary bird. The whole room was filled with an aura of excitement, wonder, and Ash could see Lance struggling while battling Moltres, and in the end Ash's tactic to catch Aerodactyl off guard managed to knock it out, leaving Moltres as the winner. Aerodactyl is unable to battle. Victory to trainer Ash Ketchum. Please send out your next Pokémon. Lance's 5th Pokémon was Salamence. It was powerful and ferocious. Ash had called out Charizard for the battle seeing the power it radiates. Charizard battled valiantly, giving his all but Salamence was stronger than his fire type. It was a tough match and at last, Charizard was defeated by the sheer force of the Hyper Beam. Ash returned Charizard back to its Pokeball and appreciated him for giving his all. As expected of the Dragon Master, Lance's dragons are fierce. He isn't the champion of 2 regions for nothing. It was finally time to up the game drastically. Ash took out his next Pokémon and grinned savagely. It was time to give Lance a battle to remember forever. Both of them had lost 4 Pokémon each. Shocking everyone present inside the room, Ash released Mewtwo. Lance widened his eyes on seeing him but then smiled pleasantly, surely showing the excitement and enthusiasm to battle the mythical humanoid Pokémon. What is that Pokémon? Bruno asked, confused and curious. It's Mewtwo. An artificial Pokémon, the strongest psychic Pokémon in this world. A legendary, descendant of Mew. Sabrina answered. I assume it's finally time for me to battle, Ash, Mewtwo spoke, shocking everyone. Well, it's not many of Pokémon who could speak human language. Yeah, it is. Do your best Onaikan, Ash said, smiling profoundly. Mewtwo then looks at Lance, who stiffened at the intensity, and then turned towards Salamence. You sure look strong, but I hope you two are prepared for me. Lance looks at the artificial Pokémon who was floating in front of him and gulps nervously. He can feel the pressure from the legendary Pokémon's graze. He looks at Mewtwo's eyes, which glow brightly in blue. Looking at those eyes was all that was needed for Lance to ensure that this isn't a Pokémon that he had been friendly with. Now standing in front of him is the strongest psychic type and his opponent with the only motive to win against him. Once Mewtwo emerged, the battle with Salamence was child's play. Within minutes Salamence was down to the count. Lance then called out his partner Dragonite next. Mewtwo smirked, knowing very well the full strength of this dragon. It was Lance's ace and companion. Mewtwo got himself ready to enjoy this one. As Mewtwo had assumed, Dragonite was a great match for him, but only a quarter of his strength. Lance closed his eyes when Mewtwo slammed him towards the wall. Dragonite! Lance exclaimed in worry. Dragonite opens his eyes, vision still blurry from the impact of the hit, looks at Mewtwo, who still has his hands spread in front of Dragonite. Ash knows that Mewtwo was a pride Pokémon. He is said to be the strongest for nothing excluding the creation trio. Do not worry, I will not hurt you, Mewtwo assured both Lance and Dragonite. Lance breathed a sigh of relief and Ash smiled hearing that. Mewtwo then lifts Dragonite into the air with his psychic. Lance, even after knowing Mewtwo wouldn't hurt his precious partner, could not help but to worry about seeing the attack. Mewtwo, after making sure that Dragonite is unable to battle mid-air, drops him gently onto the ground. Good, he said, crossing his arms. Good job, Dragonite. Return, Lance said, returning it back to its Pokeball. Dragonite is unable to battle. Victory to Ash, Ketchum and Mewtwo. The referee declared, raising the flag to Ash's side. Ash Ketchum has won and had taken over the throne of the champion from Champion Lance. Congratulations Ash Ketchum for becoming the new Kanto champion. Lance walked towards Ash, whose knees buckled suddenly and was being held by Lucario. After a few seconds, Ash took a deep breath and stood up. He didn't remember much about what happened. But then Lance smiled delightedly and said, Congratulations, you have become the Kanto champion. Ash took a deep breath again. He had finally proved that he is strong by defeating all the elites and champion. He shook his head and raised both of his arms upwards and declared, Everyone! It's true that I won against Champion Lance and had taken over the throne of Kanto champion, but I did all these only to prove that I am strong. So, I refuse to accept the role of Kanto champion. The gym leaders and elites were stunned hearing the proclamation. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. But without heeding any of these, Ash continued to speak. I am still young, only 12 years old. Being a champion wouldn't be suitable for me right now, and also I am not interested. There are a lot of Pokémon and regions I like to travel and explore. I want to participate in a lot more competitions and face challenges. Therefore I refuse to take over the mantle. Lance is suitable for the job, and I don't want to be forced in one place until I feel I am up for it. Everyone was in shock. There was only disbelief and silence. Even Lance was frozen for a moment. Lance shook his head after a while and smiled fondly. He had known that Ash doesn't like to be the champion a little after they had met. But he thought that it would change once Ash challenged him. But Ash was true to his words. Those are some wise words from a 12-year-old, Lance said in between laughs. Ash rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. All the elites and gym leaders congratulated him on his victory and even supported his decision. Ash was so happy to have all the support. Ash was finally out of the Citadel and was met with a huge pile of interviewers. After the match, the league had issued the last battle video. To his relief, Lance and the elites had accompanied him outside. The media took photos of Ash and Lance waving at the screen. After a bunch of interviews and photo shoots, Ash finally got back to his cabin at the Indigo Trainer's village accompanied by Lance and sighed. Tired? Lance asked, a little worried. He could really see how exhausted Ash was after the match, and to top it off the media was also there. That's why he left his elites behind and joined him after the interview. This is one of the reasons I didn't want to become champion. He grumbled. Lance chuckled hearing that. What kind of adventure are you planning to go to after this? I don't really know. Might be to Johto, I think. I hadn't planned. Ash said, looking at Lance's eyes. Lance thought for a moment. I don't think it would be great for you to start your Johto journey this early. There is still half a year before the Silver Conference officially starts. If you start now you will be bored. What do you think then? Ash asked eagerly. Why don't you try the Orange Islands League? It isn't an official league match but would be good practice and adventure for you before the Silver Conference. You will be able to catch new Pokémons too. Ash's eyes lit up hearing that. Orange Islands it is then, Ash declared enthusiastically. Lance smiled fondly and said. You need to rest. It was a long day for you. And you need to go back tomorrow. Ash stood there in silence and nodded. He stared at Lance for a little bit longer and cleared his throat. Well then, have a good night, Lance, Ash said. Lance took Ash's hand and made him take a sharp breath. He bent down to his level and kissed Ash's knuckle, making Ash blush by the gentle action. Lance again looks up to Ash with gentle ruby eyes. See you someday. He whispered. Ash stared at Lance's retreating form, his cape soaring through the air. His hand that had just been kissed burned like fire. The chilling night made him shiver, but he knows it's not just because of the night alone. Ash yawned tiredly. Lance was true, he was pretty exhausted. With pleasant memories and an eventful day, Ash went to sleep.